Chapter 1 of The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club by Dorothy Sayers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Wever. The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club by Dorothy Sayers. Chapter 1. Old Mossy-Face. "What in the world, Wimsey, are you doing in this morgue?" demanded Captain Fentiman, flinging aside the evening banner with the air of a man released from an irksome duty. "Oh, I wouldn't call it that," retorted Wimsey amiably. "Funeral parlour, at the very least. Look at the marble, look at the furnishings, look at the palms and the chaste bronze nude in the corner. Yes, and look at the corpses. Place always reminds me of that old thing in Punch, you know, 'Waiter, take away Lord What's-his-name, he's been dead 2 days.' Look at old Ormsby there, snoring like a hippopotamus. Look at my revered grandpa. Daughter's in here at 10 every morning, collects the Morning Post and the armchair by the fire, and becomes part of the furniture till the evening. Poor old devil! Suppose I'll be like that one of these days. I wish to God Jerry had put me out with the rest of 'em. What's the good of coming through for this sort of thing? What'll you have?" "A dry martini," said Wimsey. "And you?" "2 dry martinis, Fred, please." "Cheer up. All this Remembrance Day business gets on your nerves, don't it? It's my belief most of us would only be too pleased to chuck these community hysterics if the beastly newspapers didn't run it for all it's worth. However, it don't do to say so. They'd hoof me out of the club if I raised my voice beyond a whisper." "They'd do that anyway, whatever you were saying," said Fentiman gloomily. "What are you doing here?" "Waitin' for Colonel Marchbanks," said Wimsey. "Bung ho." "Dining with him?" "Yes." Fentiman nodded quietly. He knew that young Marchbanks had been killed at Hill 60, and that the Colonel was wont to give a small informal dinner on Armistice night to his son's intimate friends. "I don't mind old Marchbanks," he said after a pause. "He's a dear old boy." Wimsey assented. "And how are things going with you?" he asked. "Oh, rotten, as usual. Tummy all wrong, and no money. What's the damn good of it, Wimsey? A man goes and fights for his country, gets his inside gassed out, and loses his job, and all they give him is the privilege of marching past the cenotaph once a year, and paying 4 shillings in the pound income tax. Sheila's queer, too. Overwork, poor girl. It's pretty damnable for a man to have to live on his wife's earnings, isn't it? I can't help it, Wimsey. I go sick and have to chuck jobs up. Money. I never thought of money before the war, but I swear nowadays I'd commit any damned crime to get hold of a decent income." Fentiman's voice had risen in nervous excitement. A shocked veteran, till then invisible, in a neighbouring armchair, poked out a lean head like a tortoise, and said "Shh" viperishly. "Oh, I wouldn't do that," said Wimsey lightly. "Crime's a skilled occupation, you know. Even a comparative imbecile like myself can play the giddy sleuth on the amateur Moriarty. If you're thinking of putting on a false moustache and lambing a millionaire on the head, don't do it. That disgusting habit you have of smoking cigarettes down to the last millimetre would betray you anywhere. I'd only have to come on with a magnifying glass and a pair of calipers to say, 'The criminal is my dear old friend George Fentiman. Arrest that man.' You might not think it, but I am ready to sacrifice my nearest and dearest in order to curry favour with the police and get a pair in the papers." Fentiman laughed and ground out the offending cigarette stub on the nearest ashtray. "I wonder anybody cares to know you," he said. The strain and bitterness had left his voice, and he sounded merely amused. "They wouldn't," said Wimsey, "only they think I'm too well off to have any brains. It's like hearing that the Earl of Somewhere is taking a leading part in a play. Everybody takes it for granted he must act rottenly. I'll tell you my secret. All my criminological investigations are done for me by a ghost at £3 a week, while I get the headlines and frivol with well-known journalists at the Savoy." "I find you refreshing, Wimsey," said Fentiman languidly. "You're not in the least witty, but you have a kind of obvious facetiousness which reminds me of the less exacting class of music hall." "It's the self-defence of the first-class mind against the superior person," said Wimsey. "But look here, I'm sorry to hear about Sheila. I don't want to be offensive, old man, but why don't you let me—" "Damned good of you," said Fentiman, "but I don't care to. There's honestly not the faintest chance I could ever pay you, and I haven't quite got to the point yet." "Here's Colonel Marchbanks," broke in Wimsey. "We'll talk about it another time. Good evening, Colonel." "Evening, Peter. Evening, Fentiman. Beautiful day it's been. No cocktails, thanks. I'll stick to whiskey. So sorry to keep you waiting like this, but I was having a yarn with poor old Granger upstairs. He's in a baddish way, I'm afraid. Between you and me, Penberthy doesn't think he'll last out the winter. Very sound man, Penberthy. Wonderful, really, that he's kept the old man going so long, with his lungs in that frail state. Ah, well, it's what we must all come to. Dear me, there's your grandfather, Fentiman. He's another of Penberthy's miracles. He must be 90 if he's a day. Will you excuse me for a moment? I must just go and speak to him." Wimsey's eyes followed the alert elderly figure as it crossed the spacious smoking-room, pausing now and again to exchange greetings with a fellow member of the Bellona Club. Drawn close to the huge fireplace stood a great chair with ears after the Victorian pattern. A pair of spindle shanks, with neatly buttoned shoes, propped on a footstool, was all that was visible of General Fentiman. "Queer, isn't it," muttered his grandson, "to think that for old Mossy-Face the Crimea is still the war, and the Boer business found him too old to go out. He was given his commission at 17, you know, was wounded at Majuba." He broke off. Wimsey was not paying attention. He was still watching Colonel Marchbanks. The Colonel came back to meet them, walking very quietly and precisely. Wimsey rose and went to meet him. "I say, Peter," said the Colonel, his kind face gravely troubled, "just come over here a moment. I'm afraid something rather unpleasant has happened." Fentiman looked round, and something in their manner made him get up and follow them over to the fire. Wimsey bent down over General Fentiman and drew the Morning Post gently away from the old gnarled hands which lay clasped over the thin chest. He touched the shoulder, put his hand under the white head huddled against the side of the chair. The Colonel watched him anxiously. Then, with a quick jerk, Wimsey lifted the quiet figure. It came up all of a piece, stiff as a wooden doll. Fentiman laughed. Peal after hysterical peal shook his throat. All round the room, scandalized Bellonians creaked to their gouty feet shocked by the unmannerly noise. "Take him away?" said Fentiman. "Take him away? He's been dead 2 days. So are you. So am I. We are all dead, and we never noticed it." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Queen is out. It is doubtful which occurrence was disagreeable to the senior members of the Bellona Club, the grotesque death of General Fentiman in their midst, or the indecent neurasthenia of his grandson. Only the younger men felt no sense of outrage. They knew too much. Dick Challoner, known to his intimates as Tin Tummy Challoner, owing to the fact that he had been fitted with a spare part after the second battle of the Somme, took the gasping Fentiman away into the deserted library for a stiffener. The club secretary hurried in his dress shirt and trousers, the half-dried lather still clinging to his jaws. At one glance he sent an agitated waiter to see if Dr. Penberthy was still in the club. Colonel Marchbanks laid a large silk handkerchief reverently over the rigid face in the armchair, and remained quietly standing. A little circle formed about the edge of the hearthrug, not quite certain what to do. From time to time it was swelled by fresh arrivals, whom the news had greeted in the hall as they wandered in. A little group appeared from the bar. "What, old Fentiman?" they said. "Good God, you don't say so. Poor old blighter. Heart gone at last, I suppose." And they extinguished cigars and cigarettes and stood by, not liking to go away again. Dr. Penberthy was just changing for dinner. He came down hurriedly, caught just as he was going out to an armistice dinner, his silk hat tilted to the back of his head, his coat and muffler pushed loosely open. He was a thin, dark man with an abrupt manner which distinguishes the army surgeon from the West End practitioner. The group by the fire made way for him, except Wimsey, who hung rather foolishly upon the big elbow-chair, gazing in a helpless way at the body. Penberthy ran practised hands quickly over the neck, wrists, and knee joints. "Dead several hours," he pronounced sharply. "Rigour well established, beginning to pass off." He moved the dead man's left leg in illustration. It swung loose at the knee. "I've been expecting this. Heart very weak. Might happen any moment. Anyone spoken to him today?" He glanced round interrogatively. "I saw him here after lunch," volunteered somebody. "I didn't speak." "I thought he was asleep," said another. Nobody remembered speaking to him. They were so used to old General Fentiman slumbering by the fire. "Ah, well," said the doctor. "What's the time? 7?" He seemed to make a rapid calculation. "Say 5 hours for rigour to set in. Must have taken place very rapidly. He probably came in at his usual time, sat down, and died straight away." "He always walked from Dover Street," put in an elderly man. "I told him it was too great an exertion at his age. You've heard me say so, Ormsby?" Yes, quite," said the purple-faced Ormsby. "Dear me, just so." "Well, there's nothing to be done," said the doctor. "Died in his sleep. Is there an empty bedroom we can take him to, Collier?" "Yes, certainly," said the secretary. "James, fetch the key of number 16 from my office, and tell them to put the bed in order. I suppose, doctor, when the rigour passes off we shall be able to, "Oh, yes, you'll be able to do everything that's required. I'll send the proper people in to lay him out for you. Somebody had better let his people know, only they'd better not show up till we can get him more presentable." "Captain Fentiman knows already," said Colonel Marchbanks. "And Major Fentiman is staying in the club. He'll probably be in before long. Then there's a sister, I think." "Yes, old Lady Dormer," said Penberthy. "She lives round in Portman Square. They haven't been on speaking terms for years. Still, she'll have to know." "I'll ring them up," said the Colonel. "We can't leave it to Captain Fentiman. He's in no fit state to be worried, poor fellow. You'll have to have a look at him, Doctor, when you're finished here. An attack of the old trouble. Nerves, you know." "All right. Is the room ready, Collier? Then we'll move him. Will somebody take his shoulders? No, not you, Collier," for the secretary had only one sound arm. "Lord Peter, yes, thank you. Lift carefully." Wimsey put his long, strong hands under the stiff arms. The doctor gathered up the legs. They moved away. They looked like a dreadful little Guy Fawkes procession, with that humped and unreverend mannequin bobbing and swaying between them. The door closed after them, and attention seemed removed. The circle broke up into groups. Somebody lit a cigarette. The planet's tyrant, dotard Death, had held his grey mirror before them for a moment, and shown them the image of things to come. But now it was taken away again. The unpleasantness had passed. Fortunate, indeed, that Penberthy was the old man's own doctor. He knew all about it. He could give a certificate. No inquest. Nothing undesirable. The members of the Bellona Club could go to dinner. Colonel Marchbanks turned to go through the far door toward the library. In a narrow anteroom between the two rooms there was a convenient telephone cabinet for the use of those members who did not wish to emerge into the semi-publicity of the entrance hall. "Hi, Colonel, not that one. That instrument's out of order," said a man called Wetheridge, who saw him go. "Disgraceful, I call it. I wanted to use the phone this morning, and... Oh, hello, the notice has gone. I suppose it's all right again. They ought to let one know." Colonel Marchbanks paid little attention to Wetheridge. He was the club grumbler, distinguished even in that fellowship of the dyspeptic and peremptory, always threatening to complain to the committee, harassing the secretary, and constituting a perennial thorn in the sides of his fellow members. He retired, muttering, to his chair and the evening paper, and the Colonel stepped into the telephone cabinet to call up Lady Dormer's house in Portman Square. Presently he came out through the library into the entrance hall, and met Penberthy and Wimsey just descending the staircase. "Have you broken the news to Lady Dormer?" asked Wimsey. "Lady Dormer is dead," said the Colonel. "Her maid tells me she passed quietly away at 10:30 this morning." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hearts count more than diamonds. About 10 days after that notable Armistice Day, Lord Peter Wimsey was sitting in his library, reading a rare 14th-century manuscript of Justinian. It gave him particular pleasure, being embellished with a large number of drawings in sepia, extremely delicate in workmanship, and not always equally so in subject. Beside him, on a convenient table, stood a long-necked decanter of priceless old port. From time to time he stimulated his interest with a few sips, pursing his lips thoughtfully and slowly savouring the balmy aftertaste. A ring at the front door of the flat caused him to exclaim, "Oh, hell!" and cock an attentive ear for the intruder's voice. Apparently the result was satisfactory, for he closed the Justinian and had assumed a welcoming smile when the door opened. "Mr. Murbles, my lord." The little elderly gentleman who entered was so perfectly the family solicitor as really to have no distinguishing personality at all beyond a great kindness of heart and a weakness for soda-mint lozenges. "I am not disturbing you, I trust, Lord Peter?" "Good Lord, no, sir. Always delighted to see you. Bunter, a glass for Mr. Murbles. Very glad you've turned up, sir. The Cockburn 86 always tastes a lot better in company. Discerning company, that is. Once knew a fellow who polluted it with a trichinopoly. He was not asked again. 8 months later he committed suicide. I don't say it was on that account, but he was earmarked for a bad end, what?" "You horrify me," said Mr. Murbles gravely. "I have seen many men sent to the gallows for crimes with which I could feel much more sympathy." "Thank you, Bunter, thank you. You are quite well, I trust?" "I am in excellent health. I am obliged to you, sir." "That's good. Been doing any photography lately?" "A certain amount, sir, but merely of a pictorial description, if I may venture to call it so. Criminological material, sir, has been distressingly deficient of late." "Perhaps Mr. Murbles has brought us something," suggested Wimsey. "No," said Mr. Murbles, holding the Cockburn 86 beneath his nostrils and gently agitating the glass to release the ethers. "No, I can't say I have, precisely. I will not disguise that I have come in the hope of deriving benefit from your trained habits of observation and deduction. But I fear, that is, I trust, in fact I am confident, that nothing of an undesirable nature is involved. The fact is," he went on, as the door closed upon the retreating Bunter, "a curious question has arisen with regard to the sad death of General Fentiman at the Bellona Club, to which I understand you were a witness." "If you understand that, Murbles," said his lordship cryptically, "you understand a damn sight more than I do. I did not witness the death. I witnessed the discovery of the death, which is a very different thing by a long chalk." "By how long a chalk?" asked Mr. Murbles eagerly. "That is just what I am trying to find out." "That's very inquisitive of you," said Wimsey. "I think perhaps it would be better—" He lifted his glass and tilted it thoughtfully, watching the wine coil down in thin flower petallings from rim to stem. "If you were to tell me exactly what you want to know, and why. After all, I'm a member of the club. Family associations chiefly, I suppose. But there it is." Mr. Murbles looked up sharply, but Wimsey's attention seemed focussed upon the port. "Quite so," said the solicitor. "Very well, the facts of the matter are these. General Fentiman had, as you know, a sister, Felicity, 12 years younger than himself. She was very beautiful and very wilful as a girl, and ought to have made a very fine match, but for the fact that the Fentimans, though extremely well descended, were anything but well off. As usual at that period, all the money there was went to educating the boy, buying him a commission in a crack regiment, and supporting him there in style which was considered indispensable for a Fentiman. Consequently, there was nothing left to furnish a marriage portion for Felicity, and that was rather disastrous for a young woman 60 years ago. Well, Felicity got tired of being dragged through the social round in her darned muslins and gloves that had been to the cleaners, and she had the spirit to resent her mother's perpetual strategies in the match-making line. There was a dreadful, decrepit old viscount, eaten up with diseases and dissipations, who would have been delighted to totter to the altar with a handsome young creature of 18, and I am sorry to say that the girl's father and mother did everything they could to force her into accepting this disgraceful proposal. In fact, the engagement was announced, and the wedding day fixed, when, to the extreme horror of the family, Felicity calmly informed them one morning that she had gone out before breakfast and actually got married, in the most indecent secrecy and haste, to a middle-aged man called Dormer, very honest and abundantly wealthy, and, horrid to relate, a prosperous manufacturer. Buttons, in fact, made of papier-mâché or something, with a patent indestructible shank, were the revolting antecedents to which this headstrong young Victorian had allied herself. Naturally, there was a terrible scandal, and the parents did their best, seeing that Felicity was a minor, to get the marriage annulled. However, Felicity checkmated their plans pretty effectually by escaping from her bedroom. I fear, indeed, that she actually climbed down a tree in the back garden, crinoline and all, and running away with her husband. After which, seeing that the worst had happened, indeed, Dormer, a man of prompt action, lost no time in putting his bride in the family way. The old people put the best face they could on it in the grand Victorian manner. That is, they gave their consent to the marriage, forwarded their daughter's belongings to her new home in Manchester, and forbade her to darken their doors again. "Highly proper," murmured Wimsey. "I'm determined never to be a parent. Modern manners and the break-up of the fine old traditions have simply ruined the business. I shall devote my life and fortune to the endowment of research on the best method of producing human beings, decorously and unobtrusively, from eggs, all parental responsibility to devolve upon the incubator." "I hope not," said Mr. Murbles. "My own profession is largely supported by domestic entanglements. To proceed, young Arthur Fentiman seems to have shared the family views. He was disgusted at having a brother-in-law in buttons, and the jests of his messmates did nothing to sweeten his feelings towards his sister. He became impenetrably military and professional, crusted over before his time, and refused to acknowledge the existence of anybody called Dormer. Mind you, the old boy was a fine soldier, and absolutely wrapped up in his army associations. In due course he married, not well, for he had not the means to entitle him to a noble wife, and he would not demean himself by marrying money like the unspeakable Felicity. He married a suitable gentlewoman with a few £1,000. She died, largely, I believe, owing to the military regularity with which her husband ordained that she should perform her maternal functions, leaving a numerous but feeble family of children. Of these, the only one to attain maturity was the father of the two Fentimans you know, Major Robert and Captain George Fentiman. "I don't know Robert very well," interjected Wimsey. "I've met him. Frightfully hearty and all that. Regular army type." "Yes, he's of the old Fentiman stock. Poor George inherited a weakly strain from his grandmother, I'm afraid." "Well, nervous, anyhow," said Wimsey, who knew better than the old solicitor the kind of mental and physical strain George Fentiman had undergone. The war pressed hardly upon imaginative men in responsible positions. "And then he was gassed, and all that, you know," he added apologetically. "Just so," said Mr. Murples. "Robert, you know, is unmarried and still in the army. He's not particularly well off, naturally, for none of the Fentimans ever had a bean, as I believe one says nowadays. But he does very well. George—" "Poor old George. All right, sir, you needn't tell me about him. Usual story. Decentish job, imprudent marriage, chucks everything to join up in 1914, invalided out, job gone, no money, heroic wife keeping the home fires burning, general fed-upness. Don't let's harrow our feelings. Take it as read." "Yes, I needn't go into that. Their father is dead, of course, and up till 10 days ago there were just the two surviving Fentimans of the earlier generation. The old general lived on the small fixed income which came to him through his wife and his retired pension. He had a solitary little flat in Dover Street and an elderly manservant, and he practically lived at the Bellona Club. And there was his sister Felicity." "How did she come to be Lady Dormer?" "Why, that's where we come to the interesting part of the story. Henry Dormer—" "The button-maker?" "The button-maker. He became an exceedingly rich man indeed. So rich, in fact, that he was able to offer financial assistance to certain exalted persons who need not be mentioned, and so in time, and in consideration of valuable services to the nation, not very clearly specified in the honours list, he became Sir Henry Dormer, Bart. His only child, a girl, had died, and there was no prospect of any further family, so there was, of course, no reason why he should not be made a baronet for his trouble." "Acid man you are," said Wimsey. "No reverence, no simple faith, or anything of that kind. Do lawyers ever go to heaven?" "I have no information on that point," said Mr. Murples dryly. "Lady Dormer—" "Did the marriage turn out well otherwise?" inquired Wimsey. "I believe it was perfectly happy," replied the lawyer. "An unfortunate circumstance, in one way, since it entirely precluded the possibility of any reconciliation with her relatives. Lady Dormer, who was a fine, generous-hearted woman, frequently made overtures of peace, but the general held sternly aloof. So did his son, partly out of respect for the old boy's wishes, but chiefly, I fancy, because he belonged to an Indian regiment and spent most of his time abroad. Robert Fentiman, however, showed the old lady a certain amount of attention, paying occasional visits, and so forth, and so did George at one time. Of course, they never let the General know a word about it, or he would have had a fit. After the war, George rather dropped his great-aunt. I don't know why." "I can guess," said Wimsey. "No job, no money, you know. Didn't want to look pointed. That sort of thing, what?" "Possibly. Or there may have been some kind of quarrel. I don't know. Anyway, those are the facts. I hope I am not boring you, by the way?" "I am bearing up," said Wimsey, "waiting for the point where the money comes in. There's a steely legal glitter in your eyes, sir, which suggests that the thrill is not far off." "Quite correct," said Mr. Murbles. "I now come? Thank you. Well, yes, I will take just one more glass. I thank Providence I am not of a gouty constitution. Yes. We now come to the melancholy event of November 11th last, and I must ask you to follow me with the closest attention." "By all means," said Wimsey politely. "Lady Dormer," pursued Mr. Murbles, leaning earnestly forward, and punctuating every sentence with sharp little jabs of his gold-mounted eyeglasses, held in his right finger and thumb, "was an old woman, and had been ailing for a very long time. However, she was still the same headstrong and vivacious personality that she had been as a girl, and on the 5th of November she was suddenly seized with a fancy to go out at night and see a display of fireworks at the Crystal Palace, or some such place. It may have been Hampstead Heath, or the White City, I forget, and it is of no consequence. The important thing is that it was a raw, cold evening. She insisted on undertaking her little expedition nevertheless, enjoyed the entertainment as heartily as the youngest child, imprudently exposed herself to the night air, and caught a severe cold, which in 2 days' time turned to pneumonia. On November 10th she was sinking fast, scarcely expected to live out the night. Accordingly, the young lady who lived with her as her ward, a distant relative, Miss Anne Dorland, sent a message to General Fentiman that if he wished to see his sister alive he should come immediately. For the sake of our common human nature, I am happy to say that this news broke down the barrier of pride and obstinacy that had kept the old gentleman away so long. He came, found Lady Dormer just conscious, though very feeble, stayed with her about half an hour and departed, still stiff as a ramrod, but visibly softened. This was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Shortly afterwards Lady Dormer became unconscious, and, indeed, never moved or spoke again, passing peacefully away in her sleep at 10:30 the following morning. Presumably the shock and nervous strain of the interview with his long-estranged sister had been too much for the old General's feeble system, for, as you know, he died at the Bellona Club at some time, not yet clearly ascertained, on the same day, the 11th of November. Now then, at last, and you have been very patient with my tedious way of explaining all this, we come to the point at which we want your help." Mr. Murbles refreshed himself with a sip of port, and, looking a little anxiously at Wimsey, who had closed his eyes and appeared to be nearly asleep, he resumed. "I have not mentioned, I think, how I come to be involved in this matter myself. My father was the Fentimans' family solicitor, a position to which I naturally succeeded when I took over the business at his death. General Fentiman, though he had little enough to leave, was not the sort of disorderly person who dies without making a proper testamentary disposition. His retired pension, of course, died with him, but his small private estate was properly disposed by will. There was a small legacy, £50, to his manservant, a very attached and superior fellow, then one or two trifling bequests to old military friends and the servants at the Bellona Club, rings, medals, weapons, and small sums of a few pounds each. Then came the bulk of his estate, about £2,000, invested in sound securities, and bringing in an income of slightly over £100 per annum. These securities, specifically named and enumerated, were left to Captain George Fentiman, the younger grandson, in a very proper clause, which stated that the testator intended no slight in thus passing over the older one, Major Robert, but that as George stood in the greater need of monetary help, being disabled, married, and so forth, whereas his brother had his profession and was without ties, George's greater necessity gave him the better claim to such money as there was. Robert was finally named as executor and residuary legatee, thus succeeding to all such personal effects and moneys as were not specifically devised elsewhere. Is that clear? Clear as a bell. Was Robert satisfied with that arrangement? Oh dear, yes, perfectly. He knew all about the will beforehand, and had agreed that it was quite fair and right. Nevertheless, said Wimsey, it appears to be such a small matter on the face of it that you must be concealing something perfectly devastating up your sleeve. Out with it, man, out with it. Whatever the shock may be, I am braced to bear it. The shock, said Mr. Murbles, was inflicted on me personally last Friday by Lady Dormer's man of business, Mr. Pritchard of Lincoln's Inn. He wrote to me, asking if I could inform him of the exact hour and minute of General Fentiman's decease. I replied, of course, that owing to the peculiar circumstances under which the event took place, I was unable to answer his question as precisely as I could have wished, but that I understood Dr. Penberthy to have given it as his opinion that the General had died some time in the forenoon of November 11th. Mr. Pritchard then asked if he might wait upon me without delay, as the matter he had to discuss was of the most urgent importance. Accordingly, I appointed a time for the interview on Monday afternoon, and when Mr. Pritchard arrived, he informed me of the following particulars. A good many years before her death, Lady Dormer, who, as I said before, was an eminently generous-minded woman, made a will. Her husband and her daughter were then dead. Henry Dormer had few relations, and all of them were fairly wealthy people. By his own will he had sufficiently provided for these persons, and had left the remainder of his property, amounting to something like £700,000, to his wife, with the express stipulation that she was to consider it as her own, to do what she liked with, without any restriction whatsoever. Accordingly, Lady Dormer's will divided this very handsome fortune apart from certain charitable and personal bequests, with which I need not trouble you, between the people who, for one reason and another, had the greatest claims on her affection. £12,000 were to go to Miss Anne Dorland. The whole of the remainder was to pass to her brother, General Fentiman, if he was still living at her death. If, on the other hand, he should predecease her, the conditions were reversed. In that case, the bulk of the money came to Miss Dorland, and £15,000 were to be equally divided between Major Robert Fentiman and his brother George. Wimsey whistled softly. "I quite agree with you," said Mr. Murbles. "It is a most awkward situation. Lady Dormer died at precisely 10:37 a.m. on November 11th. General Fentiman died that same morning at some time, presumably after 10 o'clock, which was his usual hour for arriving at the club, and certainly before 7 p.m., when his death was discovered. If he died immediately on his arrival, or at any time up to 10:36, then Miss Dorland is an important heiress, and my clients, the Fentimans, get only £7,000 or so apiece. If, on the other hand, his death occurred even a few seconds after 10:37, Miss Dorland receives only £12,000. George Fentiman is left with the small pittance bequeathed to him under his father's will, while Robert Fentiman, the residuary legatee, inherits a very considerable fortune of well over £500,000. "And what," said Wimsey, "do you want me to do about it?" "Why," replied the lawyer, with a slight cough, "it occurred to me that you, with your, if I may say so, remarkable powers of deduction and analysis, might be able to solve the extremely difficult and delicate problem of the precise moment of General Fentiman's decease. You were in the club when the death was discovered. You saw the body. You know the places and the persons involved. And you are, by your standing and personal character, exceptionally well fitted to carry out the necessary investigations without creating any public agitation or scandal, or, in fact, notoriety, which would, I need hardly say, be extremely painful to all concerned." "It's awkward," said Wimsey, "uncommonly awkward." "It is indeed," said the lawyer with some warmth, "for, as we are now situated, it is impossible to execute either will or, in short, do anything at all. It is most unfortunate that the circumstances were not fully understood at the time when the body of General Fentiman was available for inspection. Naturally, Mr. Pritchard was quite unaware of the anomalous situation, and as I knew nothing about Lady Dormer's will, I had no idea that anything beyond Dr. Penberthy's certificate was, or ever could become, necessary." "Couldn't you get the parties to come to some agreement?" suggested Wimsey. "If we are unable to reach any satisfactory conclusion about the time of death, that will probably be the only way out of the difficulty. But at the moment there are certain obstacles." "Somebody's being greedy, eh? You'd rather not say more definitely, I suppose?" "No. Well, from a purely detached point of view, it's a very pleasin' and pretty little problem, you know." You will undertake to solve it for us, then, Lord Peter? Wimsey's fingers tapped out an intricate fugal passage on the arm of his chair. If I were you, Murbles, I'd try again to get a settlement. Do you mean, asked Mr. Murbles, that you think my clients have a losing case? No, I can't say that. By the way, Murbles, who is your client, Robert or George? Well, the Fentiman family in general. I know, naturally, that Robert's gain is George's loss, but none of the parties wishes anything but that the actual facts of the case should be determined. I see. You'll put up with anything I happen to dig out? Of course. However favourable or unfavourable it may be? I should not lend myself to any other course, said Mr. Murbles, rather stiffly. I know that, sir, but, well, I only mean that. Look here, sir, when you were a boy, did you ever go about pokin' sticks and things into peaceful, mysterious-looking ponds, just to see what was at the bottom? Frequently, replied Mr. Murbles. I was extremely fond of natural history, and had quite a remarkable collection, if I may say so at this distance of time, of pond fauna. Did you ever happen to stir up a deuce of a stink in the course of your researches? My dear Lord Peter, you are making me positively uneasy. Oh, I don't know that you need to be. I am only giving you a general warning, you know. Of course, if you wish it, I'll investigate this business like a shot. It is very good of you, said Mr. Murbles. Not at all. I shall enjoy it all right. If anything odd comes of it, that's your funeral. You never know, you know. If you decide that no satisfactory conclusion can be arrived at, said Mr. Murbles, we can always fall back on the settlement. I am sure all parties wish to avoid litigation. In case the estate vanishes in costs. Very wise. I hope it may be feasible. Have you made any preliminary inquiries? None to speak of. I would rather you undertook the whole investigation from the beginning. Very well. I'll start tomorrow and let you know how it gets on. The lawyer thanked him and took his departure. Wimsey sat, pondering for a short time, then rang the bell for his manservant. A new notebook, please, Bunter. Head it Fentiman, and be ready to come round with me to the Bellona Club tomorrow, complete with camera and the rest of the outfit. Very good, my lord. I take it your lordship has a new inquiry in hand? Yes, Bunter, quite new. May I venture to ask if it is a promising case, my lord? It has its points. So has a porcupine. No matter. Begone dull care. Be at great pains, Bunter, to cultivate a detached outlook on life. Take example by the bloodhound, who will follow up with equal and impartial zest the trail of a parricide or of a bottle of aniseed. I will bear it in mind, my lord. Wimsey moved slowly across to the little black baby grand that stood in the corner of the library. Not Bach this evening, he murmured to himself. Bach for tomorrow, when the great matter begins to revolve. A melody of Paris formed itself crooningly under his fingers. For man walketh in a vain shadow, he heapeth up riches, and cannot tell who shall gather them. He laughed suddenly, and plunged into an odd, noisy, and painfully inharmonious study by a modern composer in the key of 7 sharps. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lord Peter leads a club. "You are quite sure this suit is all right, Bunter?" said Lord Peter anxiously. It was an easy lounge suit, tweedy in texture, and a trifle more pronounced in colour and pattern than Wimsey usually permitted himself. While not unsuitable for town wear, it yet diffused a faint suggestion of hills and the sea. "I want to look approachable," he went on, "but on no account loud. I can't help wondering whether that stripe of invisible green wouldn't have looked better if it had been a remote purple." This suggestion seemed to disconcert Bunter. There was a pause while he visualized a remote purple stripe. At length, however, the palpitating balance of his mind seemed to settle definitely down. "No, my lord," he said firmly, "I do not think purple would be an improvement. Interesting, yes, but, if I may so express myself, decidedly less affable." "Thank goodness," said his lordship. "I'm sure you're right. You always are. And it would have been a bore to get it changed now. You are sure you've removed all the newness, eh? Hate new clothes." "Positive, my lord. I assure your lordship that the garments have every appearance of being several months old." "Oh, all right. Well, give me the malacca with the foot rule marked on it, and, where's my lens?" "Here, my lord." Bunter produced an innocent-looking monocle, which was in reality a powerful magnifier. "And the finger-print powder is in your lordship's right-hand coat pocket." "Thanks. Well, I think that's all. I'll go on now, and I want you to follow on with the doings in about an hour's time." The Bellona Club is situated in Piccadilly, not many hundred yards west of Wimsey's own flat, which overlooks the Green Park. The commissionaire greeted him with a pleased smile. "Mornin', Rogers. How are you?" "Very well, my lord, I thank you." "Do you know if Major Fentiman is in the club, by the way?" "No, my lord. Major Fentiman is not residing with us at the present. I believe he is occupying the late General Fentiman's flat, my lord." "Ah, yes. Very sad business, that." "Very melancholy, my lord. Not a pleasant thing to happen in a club. Very shocking, my lord." "Yes, still, he was a very old man. I suppose it had to be some day. Queer to think of 'em all sittin' round him there and never noticin', eh, what?" "Yes, my lord. It gave Mrs. Rogers quite a turn when I told her about it." "Seems almost unbelievable, don't it? Sittin' round all those hours. Must have been several hours, I gather, from what the doctor says. I suppose the old boy came in at his usual time, eh?" "Ah, regular as clockwork, the General was. Always on the stroke of 10. 'Good morning, Rogers,' he'd say, a bit stiff-like, but very friendly. And then 'Fine morning,' he'd say, as likely as not. And sometimes ask after Mrs. Rogers and the family. A fine old gentleman, my lord. We shall all miss him." "Did you notice whether he seemed especially feeble or tired that morning at all?" inquired Wimsey casually, tapping a cigarette on the back of his hand. "Why, no, my lord. I beg your pardon. I fancied you knew. I wasn't on duty that day, my lord. I was kindly given permission to attend the ceremony at the cenotaph. Very grand sight it was, too, my lord. Mrs. Rogers was greatly moved." "Oh, of course, Rogers. I was forgetting. Naturally you would be there. So you didn't see the General, to say good-bye, as it were. Still, it wouldn't have done to miss the cenotaph. Matthews took over duty, I suppose?" No, my lord. Matthews is laid up with flu, I am sorry to say. It was Weston who was at the door all morning, my lord. Weston? Who's he? He's new, my lord. Took the place of Briggs. You recollect Briggs. His uncle died and left him a fish shop. Of course he did, just so. When does Weston come on parade? I must make his acquaintance. He'll be here at 1 o'clock, when I go to my lunch, my lord. Oh, right. I'll probably be about then. Hallo, Penberthy. You're just the man I want to see. Had your morning's inspiration, or come in to look for it? Just tracking it to its lair. Have it with me. Half a mo' while I deposit my outer husk. I will follow you. He glanced irresolutely at the hall porter's desk, but seeing the men already engaged with 2 or 3 inquiries, plunged abruptly into the cloak-room, where the attendant, a bright cockney with a Sam Weller face and an artificial leg, was ready enough to talk about General Fentiman. "Well, now, my lord, that's funny you should ask me that," he said, when Wimsey had dexterously worked in an inquiry as to the time of the General's arrival at Bellona. "Dr. Penberthy was asking the same question. It's a fair puzzle, that is. I could count on the fingers of one hand the mornings I've missed seeing the General come in. Wonderful regular, General was, and him being such a very old gentleman. I'd make a point of being handy to help him off with his overcoat and such. But there, he must 'a' come in a bit late that morning, for I never see him. And I thought at lunch-time, General must be ill, I thinks. And I goes round, and there I see his coat and hat hung up on his usual peg. So I must 'a' missed him. There was a lot of gentlemen in and out that morning, my lord, being Armistice Day. Number of members come up from the country, and wanting their hats and boots attended to, my lord, so that's how I came not to notice, I suppose." "Possibly. Well, he was in before lunch, at any rate." "Oh, yes, my lord. 12:30, I goes off, and his hat and coat were on the peg then, 'cause I seen 'em." "That gives us a terminus ad quem, at any rate," said Wimsey, half to himself. "I beg your lordship's pardon?" "I was saying that shows he came in before 12:30, and later than 10 o'clock, you think?" "Yes, my lord. I couldn't say to a fraction, but I'm sure if he'd arrived before 10:15, I should have seen him. But after that, I recollect I was very busy, and he must have slipped in without me noticing him." "Ah, yes, poor old boy. Still, no doubt, he'd have liked to pass out quietly like that. Not a bad way to go home, Williamson." "Very good way, my lord. We've seen worse than that. And what's it all come to, after all? They're all saying as it's an unpleasant thing for the club, but I say, where's the odds? There ain't many houses where somebody ain't died, some time or another. We don't think any worse of the houses, so why think worse of the club? You're a philosopher, Williamson." Wimsey climbed the short flight of marble steps and turned into the bar. "It's rather narrowing down," he muttered to himself. "Between 10:15 and 12:30. Looks as if it was going to be a close run for the Dormer Stakes. But, dash it all, let's hear what Penberthy has to say." The doctor was already standing at the bar with a whisky and soda before him. Wimsey demanded a Worthington, and dived into his subject without much more ado. "Look here," he said, "I just wanted a word with you about old Fentiman. Frightfully confidential, and all that. But it seems the exact time of the poor old blighter's departure has become an important item. Question of succession. Get me? They don't want a row made. Asked me, as a friend of the family and all that, don't you know, to barge round and ask questions. Obviously you're the first man to come to. What's your opinion, medical opinion, apart from anything else?" Penberthy raised his eyebrows. Oh, there's a question, is there? Thought there might be. That lawyer fellow, what's his name, was here the other day trying to pin me down. Seemed to think one can say to a minute when a man died by looking at his back teeth. I told him it wasn't possible. Once give these birds an opinion, and the next thing is you find yourself in a witness box swearing to it. I know, but one gets a general idea. Oh, yes. Only you have to check up your ideas by other things, facts, and so on. Can't just theorize. Very dangerous things, theories. For instance, take this case. I've seen one or two stiff 'uns in my short life, and if I'd started theorizing about this business, just from the look of the body, do you know what I would have said? God knows what a layman would say about a medical question, retorted the doctor with a sour little grin. Hear, hear. Well, I should have said he'd been dead a long time. That's pretty vague. You said yourself that rigour was well advanced. Give it, say, 6 hours to set in, and when did it pass off? It was passing off then. I remarked upon it at the time. So you did. I thought rigour usually lasted 24 hours or so. It does, sometimes. Sometimes it goes off quickly. Quick come, quick go, as a rule. Still, I agree with you that in the absence of other evidence, I should have put the death rather earlier than 10 o'clock. You admit that? I do. But we know he came in not earlier than 10:15. You've seen Williamson, then? Oh, yes. I thought it better to check up on the thing as far as possible, so I can only suppose that, what with the death being sudden, and what with the warmth of the room, he was very close to the fire, you know. The whole thing came on and worked itself off very quickly. Of course you knew the old boy's constitution very well. Oh, rather. He was very frail. Heart gets a bit worn out when you're over the 80, you know. I should never have been surprised at his dropping down anywhere. And then he'd had a bit of a shock, you see. What was that? Seeing his sister the afternoon before. They told you about that, I imagine, since you seem to know all about the business. He came along to Harley Street afterwards and saw me. I told him to go to bed and keep quiet. Arteries very strained and pulse erratic. He was excited, naturally. He ought to have taken a complete rest. As I see it, he must have insisted on getting up in spite of feeling groggy, walked here, he would do it, and collapsed straight away. That's all right, Penberthy, but just when did it happen? Lord knows. I don't. Have another? No, thanks, not for the moment. I say, I suppose you are perfectly satisfied about it all? Satisfied? The doctor stared at him. Yes, of course. If you mean satisfied as to what he died of course I'm satisfied. I shouldn't have given a certificate if I hadn't been satisfied. Nothing about the body struck you as queer? What sort of thing? You know what I mean as well as I do, said Wimsey, suddenly turning and looking the other straight in the face. The change in him was almost startling. It was as if a steel blade had whipped suddenly out of its velvet scabbard. Penberthy met his eye, and nodded slowly. Yes, I do know what you mean, but not here. We'd better go up to the library. There won't be anybody there. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. And finds the club suit blocked. There never was anybody in the library at the Bellona. It was a large, quiet, pleasant room, with the bookshelves arranged in bays, each of which contained a writing table and 3 or 4 chairs. Occasionally someone would wander in to consult the Times Atlas, or a work on strategy and tactics, or to hunt up an ancient army list, but for the most part it was deserted. Sitting in the farthest bay, immured by books and silence, confidential conversation could be carried on with all the privacy of the confessional. "Well, now," said Wimsey, "what about it?" "About," prompted the doctor with professional caution, "about that leg?" "I wonder if anybody else noticed that," said Penberthy. "I doubt it. I did, of course. But then I make that kind of thing my hobby. Not a popular one, perhaps, an ill-favoured thing, but mine own. In fact, I've got rather a turn for corpses. But not knowing quite what it meant, and seeing you didn't seem to want to call attention to it, I didn't put myself forward. No, I wanted to think it over. You see, it suggested, at the first blush, something rather—" "Unpleasant?" said Wimsey. "If you knew how often I'd heard that word in the last 2 days. Well, let's face it. Let's admit, straight away, that once rigour sets in, it stays in till it starts to pass off, and that when it does start to go, it usually begins with the face and jaw, and not suddenly in one knee joint. Now Fentiman's jaw and neck were as rigid as wood. I felt 'em. But the left leg swung loose from the knee. Now how do you explain that?" "It's extremely puzzling. As you no doubt are aware, the obvious explanation would be that the joint had been forcibly loosened by somebody or something after rigour had set in. In that case, of course, it wouldn't stiffen up again. It would remain loose until the whole body relaxed. But how it happened, that's just it. Dead people don't go about jamming their legs into things and forcing their own joints. And surely if anybody had found the body like that, he would have mentioned it. I mean, can you imagine one of the waiter-johnnies, for instance, finding an old gentleman stiff as a poker in the best armchair, and then just giving him a dose of knee-jerks and leaving him there?" "The only thing I could think of," said Penberthy, "was that a waiter or somebody had found him and tried to move him, and then got frightened and barged off without saying anything. It sounds absurd, but people do odd things, especially if they're scared." "But what was there to be scared of?" "It might seem alarming to a man in a very nervous state. We have 1 or 2 shell-shock cases here that I wouldn't answer for in an emergency. It would be worth considering, perhaps, if anyone had shown special signs of agitation or shock that day." "That's an idea," said Wimsey slowly. Suppose, for instance, there was somebody connected in some way with the General who was in an unnerved state of mind, and suppose he came suddenly on this stiff corpse. You think he might possibly lose his head?" "It's certainly possible. I can imagine that he might behave hysterically, or even violently, and force the knee-joint back with some unbalanced idea of straightening the body and making it look more seemly. And then, he might just run away from the thing and pretend it hadn't happened. Mind you, I'm not saying it was so, but I can easily see it happening. And that being so, I thought it better to say nothing about it. It would be a very distressing thing to bring to people's notice, and it might do untold harm to the nervous case to question him about it. I'd rather let sleeping dogs lie. There was nothing wrong about the death, that's definite. As for the rest, our duty is to the living. We can't help the dead." "Quite. Tell you what, though. I'll have a shot at finding out whether, we may as well say what we mean, whether George Fentiman was alone in the smoking-room at any time during the day. One of the servants may have noticed. It seems the only possible explanation. Well, thanks very much for your help. Oh, by the way, you said at the time that rigor was passing off when we found the body. Was that just camouflage, or does it still hold good? It was just beginning to pass off in the face and jaw, as a matter of fact. It had passed away completely by midnight. Thanks. That's another fact, then. I like facts, and there are annoyingly few of them in this case. Won't you have another whiskey? No, thanks. Due at my surgery. See you another time. Cheerio. Wimsey remained for a few moments after he had gone, smoking meditatively. Then he turned his chair to the table, took a sheet of paper from the rack, and began to jot down a few notes of the case with his fountain pen. He had not got far, however, before one of the club servants entered, peering into all the bays in turn, looking for somebody. Want me, Fred? Your lordship's man is here, my lord, and says you may wish to be advised of his arrival. Quite right. I'm just coming. Wimsey took up the blotting-pad to blot his notes. Then his face changed. The corner of a sheet of paper protruded slightly. On the principle that nothing is too small to be looked at, Wimsey poked an inquisitive finger between the leaves and extracted the paper. It bore a few scrawls relating to sums of money, very carelessly and shakily written. Wimsey looked at it attentively for a moment or two, and shook the blotter to see if it held anything further. Then he folded the sheet, handling it with extreme care by the corners, put it in an envelope, and filed it away in his note-case. Coming out of the library, he found Bunter waiting in the hall, camera and tripod in hand. Here you are, Bunter. Just a minute while I see the secretary. He looked in at the office and found Collier immersed in some accounts. Oh, I say, Collier, mornin' and all that. Yes, disgustingly healthy, thanks. Always am. I say, you recollect old Fentiman popping off in that inconsiderate way a little time ago? I'm not likely to forget it, said Collier, with a wry face. I've had 3 notes of complaint from Wetheridge. 1, because the servants didn't notice the matter earlier. Set of inattentive rascals and all that. 2, because the undertaker's men had to take the coffin past his door and disturbed him. 3, because somebody's lawyer came along and asked him questions, together with distant allusions to the telephone being out of order and a shortage of soap in the bathroom. Who'd be secretary? Awfully sorry for you, said Wimsey with a grin. I'm not here to make trouble. Au contraire, as the man says in the Bay of Biscay when they asked if he'd dined. Fact is, there's a bit of a muddle about the exact minute when the old boy passed out. Mind you, this is in strict confidence, and I'm having a look into it. Don't want to make a fuss, but I'd like a few photographs of the place, just to look at in absence, and keep the lie of the land under my hawk-like optic, what? I've got my man here with the camera. Do you mind pretendin' he's the bloke from the Twaddler or the Picture News or something, and giving him your official blessin' while he totters round with the doings? Mysterious idiot. Of course, if you like. Though how photographs of the place today are going to give you a line on the time of a death which happened 10 days ago, I don't pretend to understand. But I say, it's all fair and above board. We don't want any... Of course not. That's the idea. Strictest confidence. Any sum up to £50,000 on your note of hand alone, delivered in plain vans, no references needed. Trust little Peter. Oh, right-ho. What do you want done? I don't want to go round with Bunter, give the show away. May he be called in here? Certainly. A servant was sent to fetch Bunter, who came in looking imperturbably prim and point device. Wimsey looked him over and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Bunter, but you don't look in the least like the professional photographer from the Twaddler. That dark grey suit is all right, but you haven't quite got the air of devil-may-care seediness that marks the giants of Fleet Street. You might stick in all those dark slides into one pocket, and a few odd lenses and doodahs into the other, and ruffle in your locks a trifle. That's better. Why have you no pyro stains on the right thumb and forefinger?" "I attribute it, my lord, principally to the circumstance that I prefer methoquinol for the purpose of development." "Well, you can't expect an outsider to grasp a thing like that. Wait a minute. Collier, you seem to have a fairly juicy pipe there. Give us a cleaner." Wimsey thrust the instrument energetically through the stem of the pipe, bringing out a revolting collection of brown oily matter. "Nicotine poisoning, Collier. That's what you'll die of if you aren't jolly careful. Here you are, Bunter, judiciously smeared upon the fingertips. That should give quite the right effect. Now look here. Mr. Collier here will take you round. I want a shot of the smoking room from the entrance, a close-up of the fireplace, showing General Fentiman's usual chair, and another shot from the door of the ante-room that leads into the library. Another shot through the anteroom into the library, and some careful studies of the far bay of the library, from all points of view. After that I want 2 or 3 views of the hall, and a shot of the cloak-room. Get the attendant there to show you which was General Fentiman's customary peg, and take care that that gets into the picture. That's all for the moment, but you can take anything else that seems necessary for the purposes of camouflage. And I want all the detail you can possibly get in, so stop down to whatever it is and take as long as you like. You'll find me knocking about somewhere when you've finished, and you'd better get some more plates in, because we're going on to another place." "Very good, my lord." "Oh, and Collier, by the way, Dr. Penberthy sent a female in to lay the General out, didn't he? Do you happen to remember when she arrived?" "About 9 o'clock the next morning, I think." "Have you got her name, by any chance?" "I don't think so, but I know she came from Merritt's, the undertakers, round Shepherd's Market way. They'd probably put you on to her." "Thanks frightfully, Collier. I'll make myself scarce now. Carry on, Bunter." Wimsey thought for a moment, then strolled across to the smoking-room, exchanged a mute greeting with 1 or 2 of the assembled veterans, picked up the Morning Post, and looked round for a seat. The great armchair with ears still stood before the fire, but some dim feeling of respect for the dead had left it vacant. Wimsey sauntered over to it, and dropped lazily into its well-sprung depths. A veteran close at hand looked angrily at him and rustled the Times loudly. Wimsey ignored these signals, barricading himself behind his paper. The veteran sank back again, muttering something about young men and no decency. Wimsey sat on unmoved, and paid no attention, even when a man from the Twaddler came in, escorted by the secretary, to take photographs of the smoking-room. A few sensitives retired before this attack. Wetheridge waddled away with a grumbling protest into the library. It gave Wimsey considerable satisfaction to see the relentless camera pursue him into that stronghold. It was 12:30 before a waiter approached Lord Peter to say that Mr. Collier would be glad to speak to him for a moment. In the office, Bunter reported his job done, and was dispatched to get some lunch and a fresh supply of plates. Wimsey presently went down to the dining-room, where he found Wetheridge already established, getting the first cut of the saddle of mutton, and grumbling at the wine. Wimsey went deliberately over, greeted him heartily, and sat down at the same table. Wetheridge said it was beastly weather. Wimsey agreed amiably. Wetheridge said it was scandalous, seeing what one paid for one's food in this place, that one couldn't get anything fit to eat. Wimsey, who was adored by chef and waiters alike for his appreciation of good food, and had been sent the choicest cut without having asked for it, sympathized with this sentiment too. Wetheridge said he had been chased all over the club that morning by an infernal photographer fellow, and that one got no peace these days with all this confounded publicity. Wimsey said it was all done for advertisement, and that advertisement was the curse of the age. Look at the papers. Nothing but advertisements from cover to cover. Wetheridge said that in his time, by gad, a respectable club would have scorned advertisements, and that he could remember the time when newspapers were run by gentlemen for gentlemen. Wimsey said that nothing was what it had been. He thought it must be due to the war. "Infernal slackness, that's what it is," said Wetheridge. "The service in this place is a disgrace. That fellow Collier doesn't know his job. This week it's the soap. Would you believe it? There was none, actually none, in the bathroom yesterday. Had to ring for it. Made me late for dinner. Last week it was the telephone. Wanted to get through to a man down in Norfolk. Brother was a friend of mine. Killed on the last day of the war, half an hour before the guns stopped firing. Damnable shame. Always ring up on Armistice Day, say a few words, don't you know? Humph." Wetheridge, having unexpectedly displayed this softer side of his character, relapsed into a snorting silence. "Couldn't you get through, sir?" inquired Wimsey, with feeling. Anything that had happened at the Bellona Club on Armistice Day was of interest to him. "I got through all right," said Wetheridge morosely. "But, confound it all, I had to go down to the cloak-room to get a call from one of the boxes there. Didn't want to hang about the entrance. Too many imbeciles coming in and out, exchanging silly anecdotes. Why, a solemn national occasion should be an excuse for all these fools meeting and talking rot, I don't know." "Beastly annoying. But why didn't you tell 'em to put the call through to the box by the library?" "Aren't I telling you? The damn thing was out of order. Damn great notice stuck across it, as cool as you please. Instrument out of order. Just like that. No apology. Nothing. Sickening, I call it. I told the fellow at the switchboard it was a disgrace, and all he said was he hadn't put the notice up, but he'd draw attention to the matter." "It was all right in the evening," said Wimsey, "because I saw Colonel Marchbanks using it." "I know it was. And then dashed if we didn't get the fool thing ringing at intervals all the next morning. Infuriating noise. When I told Fred to stop it, he just said it was the telephone company testing the line. They've no business to make a row like that. Why can't they test it quietly? That's what I want to know." Wimsey said telephones were an invention of the devil. Wetheridge grumbled his way through to the end of lunch and departed. Wimsey returned to the entrance hall, where he found the assistant commissionaire on duty, and introduced himself. Weston, however, was of no assistance. He had not noticed General Fentiman's arrival on the 11th. He was not acquainted with many of the members, having only just taken over his new duties. He thought it odd that he should not have noticed so very venerable a gentleman, but the fact remained that he had not. He regretted it extremely. Wimsey gathered that Weston was annoyed at having lost a chance of reflected celebrity. He had missed his scoop, as the reporters say. Nor was the hall porter any more helpful. The morning of November 11th had been a busy one. He had been in and out of his little glass pigeonhole continually, shepherding guests into various rooms to find the members they wanted, distributing letters and chatting to country members who visited the Bellona seldom and liked to have a chat with Piper when they did. He could not recollect seeing the General. Wimsey began to feel that there must have been a conspiracy to overlook the old gentleman on the last morning of his life. "You don't think he never was here at all, do you, Bunter?" he suggested. "Walking about invisible and trying hard to communicate, like the unfortunate ghost in that story of somebody or others?" Bunter was inclined to reject the psychic view of the case. The General must have been here in the body, my lord, because there was the body. "That's true," said Wimsey. "I'm afraid we can't explain away the body. Suppose that means I'll have to question every member of this beastly club separately. But just at the moment I think we'd better go round to the General's flat and hunt up Robert Fentiman. Weston, get me a taxi, please." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A card of re-entry. The door of the little flat in Dover Street was opened by an elderly manservant, whose anxious face bore signs of his grief at his master's death. He informed them that Major Fentiman was at home, and would be happy to receive Lord Peter Wimsey. As he spoke, a tall, soldierly man of about 45 came out from one of the rooms, and hailed his visitor cheerily. "That you, Wimsey? Murbles told me to expect you. Come in. Haven't seen you for a long time. Here, you're turning into a regular Sherlock. Smart bit of work that was you put in over your brother's little trouble. What's all this? Camera? Bless me, you're going to do our little job in the professional manner, eh? Woodward, see that Lord Peter's man has everything he wants. Have you had lunch? Well, you'll have a spot of something, I take it, before you start measuring up the footprints. Come along. We're a bit at 6s and 7s here, but you won't mind." He led the way into a small, austerely furnished sitting-room. "Thought I might as well camp here for a bit while I get the old man's belongings settled up. It's going to be a deuce of a job, though, with all this fuss about the will. However, I'm his executor, so all this part of it falls to me in any case. It's very decent of you to lend us a hand. Queer old girl, Great-aunt Dormer. Meant well, you know, but made it damned awkward for everybody. How are you getting along?" Wimsey explained the failure of his researches at the Bellona. "Thought I'd better get a line on it at this end," he added. "If we know exactly what time he left here in the morning, we ought to be able to get an idea of the time he got to the club." Fentiman screwed his mouth into a whistle. "But, my dear old egg, didn't Murbles tell you the snag?" "He told me nothing. Left me to get on with it. What is the snag?" "Why, don't you see? The old boy never came home that night." "Never came home? Where was he, then?" "Dunno. That's the puzzle. All we know is... Wait a minute. This is Woodward's story. He'd better tell you himself. Woodward?" "Yes, sir." "Tell Lord Peter Wimsey the story you told me, about that telephone call, you know." "Yes, sir." "About 9 o'clock." "Just a moment," said Wimsey. "I do like a story to begin at the beginning. Let's start with the morning of November 10th. Was the General all right that morning? Usual health and spirits and all that? Entirely so, my lord. General Fentiman was accustomed to rise early, my lord, being a light sleeper, as was natural at his great age. He had his breakfast in bed at 7:45, tea and buttered toast, with a egg lightly boiled, as he did every day in the year. Then he got up, and I helped him to dress. That would be about 8:30 to 9, my lord. Then he took a little rest after the exertion of dressing, and at 9:45 I fetched his hat, overcoat, muffler, and stick, and saw him start off to walk to the club. That was his daily routine. He seemed in very good spirits, and in his usual health. Of course, his heart was always frail, my lord, but he seemed no different from ordinary. I see. And in the ordinary way, he'd just sit at the club all day and come home when exactly? I was accustomed to having his evening meal ready for him at 7:30 precisely, my lord. Did he always turn up to time? Invariably so, my lord. Everything as regular as on parade. That was the General's way. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there was a ring on the telephone. We had the telephone put in, my lord, on account of the General's heart, so that we could always call up a medical man in case of emergency. Very right, too, put in Robert Fentiman. Yes, sir. General Fentiman was good enough to say, sir, he did not wish me to have the heavy responsibility of looking after him alone in case of illness. He was a very kind, thoughtful gentleman. The man's voice faltered. Just so, said Wimsey. I'm sure you must be very sorry to lose him, Woodward. Still, one couldn't expect otherwise, you know. I'm sure you looked after him splendidly. What was it happened about 3 o'clock? Why, my lord, they rang up from Lady Dormer's to say as how her ladyship was very ill, and would General Fentiman please come at once if he wanted to see her alive. So I went down to the club myself. I didn't like to telephone, you see, because General Fentiman was a little hard of hearing, though he had his faculties wonderful well for a gentleman of his age, and he never liked the telephone. Besides, I was afraid of the shock it might be to him, seeing his heart was so weak, which, of course, at his age you couldn't hardly expect otherwise. So that was why I went myself. That was very considerate of you. Thank you, my lord. Well, I see General Fentiman, and I give him the message, careful like, and breaking it gently, as you might say. I could see he was took aback a bit, but he just sits thinking for a few minutes. And then he says, Very well, Woodward, I will go. It is certainly my duty to go. So I wraps him up careful and gets him into a taxi, and he says, You needn't come with me, Woodward. I don't quite know how long I shall stay there. They will see that I get home quite safely. So I told the man where to take him, and came back to the flat. And that, my lord, was the last time I see him. Wimsey made a sympathetic clucking sound. Yes, my lord, when General Fentiman didn't return at his usual time, I thought he was, maybe, staying to dine at Lady Dormer's, and took no notice of it. However, at 8:30, I began to be afraid of the night air for him. 'Twas very cold that day, my lord, if you remember. At 9 o'clock I was just thinking of calling up the household at Lady Dormer's to ask when he was to be expected home, when the phone rang. At 9 exactly. About 9. It might have been a little later, but not more than 1/4 past, at latest. It was a gentleman spoke to me. He said, 'Is that General Fentiman's flat?' I said, 'Yes. Who is it, please?' And he said, 'Is that Woodward?' giving my name just like that. And I said, 'Yes.' And he said, 'Oh, Woodward, General Fentiman wishes me to tell you not to wait up for him, and he is spending the night with me.' So I said, 'Excuse me, sir, who is it speaking, please?' And he said, 'Mr. Oliver.' So I asked him to repeat the name, not having heard it before, and he said, 'Oliver.' It came over very plain. 'Mr. Oliver,' he said. 'I'm an old friend of General Fentiman's, and he is staying to-night with me, as we have some business to talk over.' So I said, 'Does the General require anything, sir?' Thinking, you know, my lord, as he might wish to have his sleeping suit and his toothbrush or something of that. But the gentleman said no, he had got everything necessary, and I was not to trouble myself. Well, of course, my lord, as I explained to Major Fentiman, I didn't like to take upon myself to ask questions, being only in service, my lord. It might seem taking a liberty. But I was very much afraid of the excitement, and staying up late being too much for the General. So I went so far as to say I hoped General Fentiman was in good health, and not tiring of himself. Mr. Oliver laughed, and said he would take very good care of him, and send him to bed straight away. And I was just about to make so bold as to ask him where he lived, when he rang off. And that was all I knew, till I heard next day of the General being dead, my lord." "There now," said Robert Fentiman, "what do you think of that?" "Odd," said Wimsey, "and most unfortunate, as it turns out. Did the General often stay out at night, Woodward?" "Never, my lord. I don't recollect such a thing happening once in 5 or 6 years. In the old days, perhaps, he'd visit friends occasionally, but not of late." "And you had never heard of this Mr. Oliver?" "No, my lord." "His voice wasn't familiar?" "I couldn't say but what I might have heard it before, my lord, but I find it very difficult to recognise voices on the telephone. But I thought at the time it might be one of the gentlemen from the club." "Do you know anything about the man, Fentiman?" "Oh, yes, I've met him. At least, I suppose it's the same man. But I know nothing about him. I fancy I ran across him once in some frightful crush or other, a public dinner or something of that kind. And he said he knew my grandfather. And I've seen him lunching at Gatti's and that sort of thing, but I haven't the remotest idea where he lives or what he does." "Army man?" "No, something in the engineering line, I fancy." "What's he like?" "Oh, tall, thin, grey hair, spectacles. About 65 to look at. He may be older. Must be, if he's an old friend of grandfather's. I gathered he was retired from whatever it is he did, and lived in some suburb, but I'm hanged if I can remember which." "Not very helpful," said Wimsey. "Do you know, occasionally I think there's quite a lot to be said for women." "What's that got to do with it?" "Well, I mean all this easy, uninquisitive way men have of making casual acquaintances. It's very fine and admirable and all that, but look how inconvenient it is. Here you are. You admit you've met this bloke 2 or 3 times, and all you know about him is that he is tall and thin and retired into some unspecific suburb. A woman with the same opportunities would have found out his address and occupation, whether he was married, how many children he had, with their names and what they did for a living, what his favourite author was, what food he liked best, the name of his tailor, dentist, and bootmaker, when he knew your grandfather, and what he thought of him, discreets of useful stuff. "So she would," said Fentiman, with a grin. "That's why I've never married." "I quite agree," said Wimsey. "But the fact remains that, as a source of information, you're simply a washout. Do, for goodness sake, pull yourself together and try to remember something a bit more definite about the fellow. It may mean $500,000 to you to know what time Grandpa set off in the morning from Tooting Bec or Finchley, or wherever it was. If it was a distant suburb, it would account for his arriving rather late at the club, which is rather in your favour, by the way." "I suppose it is. I'll do my best to remember, but I'm not sure that I ever knew." "It's awkward," said Wimsey. "No doubt the police could find the man for us, but it's not a police case, and I don't suppose you particularly want to advertise." "Well, it may come to that, but naturally we're not keen on publicity if we can avoid it. If only I could remember exactly what work he said he'd been connected with." "Yes, or the public dinner, or whatever it was, where you first met him. One might get hold of a list of the guests." "My dear Wimsey, that was 2 or 3 years ago." "Or maybe they know the blighter at Gatty's." "That's an idea. I've met him there several times. Tell you what, I'll go along there and make inquiries, and if they don't know him, I'll make a point of lunching there pretty regularly. He's almost bound to turn up again." "Right, you do that. And meanwhile, do you mind if I have a look round the flat?" "Rather not. Do you want me, or would you rather have Woodward? He really knows a lot more about things." "Thanks. I'll have Woodward. Don't mind me. I shall just be fussing about." "Carry on, by all means. I've got 1 or 2 drawers full of papers to go through. If I come across anything bearing on the Oliver bloke, I'll yell out to you." "Right." Wimsey went out, leaving him to it, and joined Woodward and Bunter, who were conversing in the next room. A glance told Wimsey that this was the General's bedroom. On a table beside the narrow iron bedstead was an old-fashioned writing-desk. Wimsey took it up, weighed it in his hands a moment, and then took it to Robert Fentiman in the other room. "Have you opened this?" he asked. "Yes, only old letters and things." "You didn't come across Oliver's address, I suppose?" "No, of course I looked for that." "Looked anywhere else? Any drawers, cupboards, that sort of thing?" "Not so far," said Fentiman rather shortly. "No telephone memorandum or anything? You've tried the telephone book, I suppose?" "Well, no. I can't very well ring up perfect strangers and—" "And sing 'em the froth-blower's anthem? Good God, man, anybody'd think you were chasing a lost umbrella, not $500,000 of money. The man rang you up, so he may very well be on the phone himself. Better let Bunter tackle the job. He has an excellent manner on the line. People find it a positive pleasure to be troubled by him." Robert Fentiman greeted his feeble pleasantry with an indulgent grin, and produced the telephone directory, to which Bunter immediately applied himself. Finding 2½ columns of Oliver's, he removed the receiver and started to work steadily through them in rotation. Wimsey returned to the bedroom. It was in apple pie order, the bed neatly made, the wash-hand apparatus set in order, as though the occupant might return at any moment, every speck of dust removed, a tribute to Woodward's reverent affection, but a depressing sight for an investigator. Wimsey sat down and let his eye rove slowly from the hanging wardrobe, with its polished doors, over the orderly line of boots and shoes arranged on their trees on a small shelf, the dressing-table, the washstand, the bed, and the chest of drawers, which, with the small bedside table and a couple of chairs, comprised the furniture. "Did the General shave himself, Woodward?" "No, my lord, not latterly. That was my duty, my lord." "Did he brush his own teeth, or dental plate, or whatever it was?" "Oh, yes, my lord. General Fentiman had an excellent set of teeth for his age." Wimsey fixed his powerful monocle into his eye, and carried the toothbrush over to the window. The result of the scrutiny was unsatisfactory. He looked round again. "Is that his walking-stick?" "Yes, my lord." "May I see it?" Woodward brought it across, carrying it, after the manner of a well-trained servant, by the middle. Lord Peter took it from him in the same manner, suppressing a slight, excited smile. The stick was a heavy malacca with a thick crutch handle of polished ivory, suitable for sustaining the feeble steps of old age. The monocle came into play again, and this time its owner gave a chuckle of pleasure. "I shall want to take a photograph of this stick presently, Woodward. Will you be careful to see that it is not touched by anybody beforehand?" "Certainly, my lord." Wimsey stood the stick carefully in its corner again, and then, as though it had put a new train of ideas into his mind, walked across to the shoe-shelf. "Which were the shoes General Fentiman was wearing at the time of his death?" "These, my lord." "Have they been cleaned since?" Woodward looked a trifle stricken. "Not to say cleaned, my lord. I just wiped them over with a duster. They were not very dirty, and somehow I hadn't the heart, if you'll excuse me, my lord." "That's very fortunate." Wimsey turned them over and examined the soles very carefully, both with the lens and with the naked eye. With a small pair of tweezers taken from his pocket, he delicately removed a small fragment of pile, apparently from a thick carpet which was clinging to a projecting brad, and stored it carefully away in an envelope. Then, putting the right shoe aside, he subjected the left to a prolonged scrutiny, especially about the inner edge of the sole. Finally he asked for a sheet of paper, and wrapped the shoe up as tenderly as though it had been a priceless piece of Waterford glass. "I should like to see all the clothes General Fentiman was wearing that day. The outer garments, I mean, hat, suit, overcoat, and so on." The garments were produced, and Wimsey went over every inch of them with the same care and patience, watched by Woodward with flattering attention. "Have they been brushed?" "No, my lord, only shaken out." This time Woodward offered no apology, having grasped dimly that polishing and brushing were not acts which called for approval under these unusual circumstances. "You see," said Wimsey, pausing for a moment to note an infinitesimally small ruffling of the threads on the left-hand trouser leg, "we might be able to get some sort of a clue from the dust on the clothes, if any, to show us where the General spent the night. If, to take a rather unlikely example, we were to find a lot of sawdust, for instance, we might suppose that he had been visiting a carpenter. Or a dead leaf might suggest a garden or a common, or something of that sort, while a cobweb might mean a wine cellar, or a potting shed, and so on. You see?" "Yes, my lord." Rather doubtfully. "You don't happen to remember noticing that little tear? Well, it's hardly a tear, just a little roughness. It might have caught on a nail." "I can't say I recollect it, my lord, but I might have overlooked it." Of course, it's probably of no importance. Well, lock the things up carefully. It's just possible I might have to have the dust extracted and analyzed. Just a moment. Has anything been removed from these clothes? The pockets were emptied, I suppose?" "Yes, my lord." "There was nothing unusual in them?" "No, my lord. Nothing but what the General always took out with him. Just his handkerchief, keys, money, and cigar-case." How about the money?" "Well, my lord, I couldn't say exactly as to that. Major Fentiman has got it all. There were £2 notes in his note-case, I remember. I believe he had £2.10 when he went out, and some loose silver in his trouser pocket. He'd have paid his taxi fare and his lunch at the club out of the 10-shilling note." "That shows he didn't pay for anything unusual, then, in the way of train or taxis, backwards or forwards, or dinner or drinks?" "No, my lord." "But naturally this Oliver fellow would see to all that. Did the General have a fountain pen?" "No, my lord. He did very little writing, my lord. I was accustomed to write any necessary letters to tradesmen, and so on." "What sort of nib did he use when he did write?" "A J pen, my lord. You will find it in the sitting-room. But mostly, I believe, he wrote his letters at the club. He had a very small private correspondence. It might be a letter or so to the bank, or to his man of business, my lord." "I see. Have you his cheque-book?" "Major Fentiman has it, my lord." "Do you remember whether the General had it with him when he last went out?" "No, my lord. It was kept in his writing desk as a rule. He would write the cheques for the household here, my lord, and give them to me, or occasionally he might take the book down to the club with him." "Ah, well, it doesn't look as though the mysterious Mr. Oliver was one of those undesirable blokes who demand money. Right you are, Woodward. You are perfectly certain that you removed nothing whatever from those clothes, except what was in the pockets?" "I'm quite positive of that, my lord." "That's very odd," said Wimsey, half to himself. "I'm not sure that it isn't the oddest thing about the case." "Indeed, my lord? Might I ask why?" "Why," said Wimsey, "I should have expected—" He checked himself. Major Fentiman was looking in at the door. "What's odd, Wimsey?" "Oh, just a little thing struck me," said Wimsey vaguely. "I expected to find something among those clothes which isn't there, that's all." "Impenetrable sleuth," said the Major, laughing. "What are you driving at?" "Work it out for yourself, my dear Watson," said his lordship, grinning like a dog. "You have all the data. Work it out for yourself, and let me know the answer." Woodward, a trifle pained by this levity, gathered up the garments and put them away in the wardrobe. "How's Bunter getting on with those calls?" "No luck at present." "Oh, well, he'd better come in now and do some photographs. We can finish the telephoning at home. Bunter! Oh, and I say, Woodward, do you mind if we take your fingerprints?" "Fingerprints, my lord?"
"Good God, you're not trying to fasten anything on Woodward?"
"Fasten what?"
"Well, I mean, I thought it was only burglars and people who had fingerprints taken."
"Not exactly. No, I want the General's fingerprints, really, to compare them with some others I got at the club. There's a very fine set on that walking-stick of his, and I want Woodward's, just to make sure I'm not getting the two sets mixed up. I'd better take yours, too. It's just possible you might have handled the stick without noticing."
"Oh, I get you, Steve. I don't think I've touched the thing, but it's as well to make sure as you say. Funny sort of business, what? Quite the Scotland Yard touch. How do you do it? Bunter will show you. Bunter immediately produced a small inking pad and roller, and a number of sheets of smooth white paper. The fingers of the two candidates were carefully wiped with a clean cloth, and pressed first on the pad and then on the paper. The impressions thus obtained were labelled and put away in envelopes, after which the handle of the walking-stick was lightly dusted with grey powder, bringing to light an excellent set of prints of a right-hand set of fingers, superimposed here and there, but quite identifiable. Fentiman and Woodward gazed, fascinated, at this entertaining miracle. "Are they all right?" "Perfectly so, sir. They are quite unlike either of the other two specimens." "Then presumably they're the General's. Hurry up and get a negative." Bunter set up the camera and focused it. "Unless," observed Major Fentiman, "they are Mr. Oliver's. That would be a good joke, wouldn't it?" "It would indeed," said Wimsey, a little taken aback. "A very good joke on somebody. And for the moment, Fentiman, I'm not sure which of us would do the laughing." End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Curse of Scotland. What with telephone calls and the development of photographs, it appeared obvious that Bunter was booked for a busy afternoon. His master, therefore, considerately left him in possession of the flat at Piccadilly, and walked abroad to divert himself in his own peculiar way. His first visit was to one of those offices which undertake to distribute advertisements to the press. Here he drew up an advertisement addressed to taxi drivers, and arranged for it to appear, at the earliest possible date, in all the papers which men of that profession might be expected to read. 3 drivers were requested to communicate with Mr. J. Murbles, solicitor, of Staple Inn, who would recompense them amply for their time and trouble. First, any driver who remembered taking up an aged gentleman from Lady Dormer's house in Portman Square, or the near vicinity, on the afternoon of November 10th. Secondly, any driver who recollected taking up an aged gentleman at or near Dr. Penberthy's house in Harley Street at some time in the afternoon or evening of November 10th. And thirdly, any driver who had deposited a similarly aged gentleman at the door of the Bellona Club between 10 and 12:30 in the morning of November 11th. Though probably, thought Wimsey, as he footed the bill for the insertions, to run for 3 days unless cancelled, Oliver had a car and ran the old boy up himself. Still, it's just worth trying. He had a parcel under his arm, and his next proceeding was to hail a cab and drive to the residence of Sir James Lubbock, the well-known analyst. Sir James was fortunately at home, and delighted to see Lord Peter. He was a square-built man, with a reddish face and strongly curling grey hair, and received his visitor in his laboratory, where he was occupied in superintending a marsh test for arsenic. "Do you mind just taking a pew for a moment while I finish this off?" Wimsey took the pew and watched, interested, the flame from the Bunsen burner playing steadily upon the glass tube, and the dark brown deposit slowly forming and deepening at the narrow end. From time to time the analyst poured down the thistle funnel a small quantity of a highly disagreeable-looking liquid from a stoppered phial. Once his assistant came forward to add a few more drops of what Wimsey knew must be hydrochloric acid. Presently, the disagreeable liquid having all been transferred to the flask, and the deposit having deepened almost to black at its densest part, the tube was detached and taken away, and the burner extinguished, and Sir James Lubbock, after writing and signing a brief note, turned round and greeted Wimsey cordially. "Sure I'm not interrupting you, Lubbock?" "Not a scrap. We've just finished. That was the last mirror. We shall be ready in good time for our appearances in court. Not that there's much doubt about it. Enough of the stuff to kill an elephant, considering the obliging care we take in criminal prosecutions to inform the public at large that 2 or 3 grains of arsenic will successfully account for an unpopular individual, however tough. It's surprising how wasteful people are with their drugs. You can't teach 'em. An office boy who was as incompetent as the average murderer would be sacked with a kick in the bottom. Well, now, and what's your little trouble?" "A small matter," said Wimsey, unrolling his parcel and producing General Fentiman's left boot. "It's cheek to come to you about it, but I want very much to know what this is, and as it's a strictly private matter, I took the liberty of barging round to you in a friendly way, just along the inside of the sole, there, on the edge." "Blood?" suggested the analyst, grinning. "Well, no. Sorry to disappoint you. More like paint, I fancy." Sir James looked closely at the deposit with a powerful lens. "Yes, some sort of brown varnish. Might be off a floor or a piece of furniture. Do you want an analysis?" "If it's not too much trouble." "Not at all. I think we'll get Saunders to do it. He has made rather a specialty of this kind of thing. Saunders, would you scrape this off carefully and see what it is? Get a slide of it, and make an analysis of the rest if you can. How soon is it wanted?" "Well, I'd like it as soon as possible. I don't mean within the next 5 minutes." "Well, stay and have a spot of tea with us, and I dare say we can get something ready for you by then. It doesn't look anything out of the way. Knowing your tastes, I'm still surprised it isn't blood. Have you no blood in prospect?" "Not that I know of. I'll stay to tea with pleasure if you're certain I'm not being a bore." "Never that. Besides, while you're here, you might give me your opinion on those old medical books of mine. I don't suppose they're particularly valuable, but they're quaint. Come along." Wimsey passed a couple of hours agreeably with Lady Lubbock and crumpets, and a dozen or so antiquated anatomical treatises. Presently Saunders returned with his report. The deposit was nothing more nor less than an ordinary brown paint and varnish of a kind well known to joiners and furniture makers. It was a modern preparation, with nothing unusual about it. One might find it anywhere. It was not a floor varnish. One would expect to meet it on a door or partition or something of that sort. The chemical formula followed. "Not very helpful, I'm afraid," said Sir James. "You never know your luck," replied Wimsey. "Would you be good enough to label the slide and sign your name to it, and do the analysis, and keep them both by you for reference in case they're wanted?" "Sure thing. How do you want 'em labelled?" "Well, put down varnish from General Fentiman's left boot, and analysis of varnish from General Fentiman's left boot, and the date, and I'll sign it, and you and Saunders can sign it, and then I think we shall be all right." "Fentiman? Was that the old boy who died suddenly the other day?" "It was, but it's no use looking at me with that childlike air of intelligence taking note. because I haven't got any gory yarn to spin. It's only a question of where the old man spent the night, if you must know."
"Curiouser and curiouser. Never mind, it's nothing to do with me. Perhaps when it's all over you'll tell me what it's about. Meanwhile the labels shall go on. You, I take it, are ready to witness to the identity of the boot, and I can witness to having seen the varnish on the boot, and Saunders can witness that he removed the varnish from the boot, and analysed it, and that this is the varnish he analysed. All according to Cocker. Here you are. Sign here, and here, and that will be 8 and 6pence, please." "It might be cheap at 8 and 6pence," said Wimsey. "It might even turn out to be cheap at 860 quid, or 80,060. Sir James Lubbock looked properly thrilled. "You're only doing it to annoy, because you know it teases. Well, if you must be sphinx-like, you must. I'll keep these things under lock and key for you. Do you want the boot back?" "I don't suppose the executor will worry, and a fellow looks such a fool carrying a boot about. Put it away with the other things till called for, there's a good man." So the boot was put away in a cupboard, and Lord Peter was free to carry on with his afternoon's entertainment. His first idea was to go on up to Finsbury Park to see the George Fentimans. He remembered in time, however, that Sheila would not yet be home from her work. She was employed as a cashier in a fashionable tea-shop, and further, with a forethought rare in the well-to-do, that if he arrived too early he would have to be asked to supper, and that there would be very little supper, and that Sheila would be worried about it, and George annoyed. So he turned into one of his numerous clubs, and had a sole Colbert, very well cooked, with a bottle of Liebfraumilch, an apple charlotte, and light savoury to follow, and black coffee and a rare old brandy to top up with. A simple and satisfactory meal, which left him in the best of tempers. The George Fentimans lived in 2 ground-floor rooms, with the use of kitchen and bathroom, in a semi-detached house, with a blue and yellow fanlight over the door, and Madras muslin over the windows. They were really furnished apartments, but the landlady always referred to them as a flat, because that meant that tenants had to do their own work and provide their own service. The house felt stuffy as Lord Peter entered it, because somebody was frying fish in oil at no great distance, and a slight unpleasantness was caused at the start by the fact that he had rung only once, thus bringing up the person in the basement, whereas a better instructed caller would have rung twice to indicate that he wanted the ground floor. Hearing explanations in the hall, George put his head out of the dining-room and said, "Oh, hallo." "Hallo," said Wimsey, trying to find room for his belongings on an overladen hat-stand, and eventually disposing of them on the handle of a perambulator. "Thought I'd just come and look you up. Hope I'm not in the way?" "Of course not. Jolly good of you to penetrate to this ghastly hole. Come in. Everything's in a beastly muddle, as usual. But when you're poor, you have to live like pigs. Sheila, here's Lord Peter Wimsey. You've met, haven't you?" "Yes, of course. How nice of you to come round. Have you had dinner?" "Yes, thanks." "Coffee?" "No, thanks, really. I've only just had some." "Well," said George, "there's only whisky to offer you." "Later on, perhaps. Thanks, old man. Not just now. I've had a brandy. Never mix grape and green." "Wise man," said George, his brow clearing, since, as a matter of fact, there was no whisky nearer than the public-house, and acceptance would have meant 6 and 6 at least, besides the exertion of fetching it. Sheila Fentiman drew an armchair forward,
and herself sat down on a low pouf. She was a woman of 35 or so, and would have been very good-looking but for an appearance of worry and ill health that made her look older than her age. "It's a miserable fire," said George gloomily. "Is this all the coal there is?" "I'm sorry," said Sheila. "She didn't fill it up properly this morning." "Well, why can't you see that she does? It's always happening. If the scuttle isn't absolutely empty, she seems to think she needn't bother about filling it up." "I'll get some." "No, it's all right. I'll go, but you ought to tell her about it." "I will. I'm always telling her." "The woman's no more sense than a hen. No, don't you go, Sheila. I won't have you carrying coal." "Nonsense," said his wife rather acidly. "What a hypocrite you are, George. It's only because there's somebody here that you're so chivalrous all at once." "Here, let me," said Wimsey desperately. "I like fetching coal. Always loved coal as a kid. Anything grubby or noisy. Where is it? Lead me to it." Mrs. Fentiman released the scuttle, for which George and Wimsey politely struggled. In the end, they all went out together to the inconvenient bin in the backyard, Wimsey quarrying the coal, George receiving it in the scuttle, and the lady lighting them with a long candle, insecurely fixed in an enamel candlestick several sizes too large. "And tell Mrs. Cricket," said George, irritably sticking to his grievance, "that she must fill that scuttle up properly every day." "I'll try, but she hates being spoken to. I'm always afraid she'll give warning." "Well, there are other charwomen, I suppose." "Mrs. Cricket is very honest." "I know, but that's not everything. You could easily find one if you took the trouble." "Well, I'll see about it. But why don't you speak to Mrs. Cricket? I'm generally out before she gets here." "Oh, yes, I know. You needn't keep on rubbing it in about your having to go out to work. You don't suppose I enjoy it, do you? Wimsey can tell you how I feel about it." "Don't be so silly, George. Why is it, Lord Peter, that men are so cowardly about speaking to servants?" "It's the woman's job to speak to servants," said George. "No business of mine." "All right, I'll speak, and you'll have to put up with the consequences." "There won't be any consequences, my dear, if you do it tactfully. I can't think why you want to make all this fuss." "Righto, I'll be as tactful as I can. You don't suffer from charlades, I suppose, Lord Peter?" "Good Lord, no," interrupted George. "Wimsey lives decently. They don't know the dignified joys of hard-upness in Piccadilly." "I'm rather lucky," said Wimsey, with that apologetic air which seems forced on anybody accused of too much wealth. "I have an extraordinarily faithful and intelligent man who looks after me like a mother." "Daresay he knows when he's well off," said George disagreeably. "I dunno. I believe Bunter would stick to me, whatever happened. He was my NCO during part of the war, and we went through some roughish bits together, and after the whole thing was over, I hunted him up and took him on. He was in service before that, of course, but his former master was killed, and the family broken up. So he was quite pleased to come along. I don't know what I should do without Bunter now." "Is that the man who takes the photographs for you when you're on a crime hunt?" suggested Sheila, hurriedly seizing on this, as she hoped, non-irritant topic. "Yes, he's a great hand with a camera. Only drawback is that he's occasionally immured in the dark-room, and I'm left to forage for myself. I've got a telephone extension through to him. 'Bunter?' 'Yes, my lord.' 'Where are my dress studs?' 'In the middle section of the third small right-hand drawer of the dressing cabinet, my lord.' 'Bunter?' 'Yes, my lord.' 'Where have you put my cigarette case?' 'I fancy I observed it last on the piano, my lord. Bunter? Yes, my lord. I've got into a muddle with my white tie. Indeed, my lord. Well, can't you do anything about it? Excuse me, my lord. I am engaged in the development of a plate. To hell with the plate. Very good, my lord. Bunter, stop. Don't be precipitate. Finish the plate, and then come and tie my tie. Certainly, my lord. And then I have to sit about miserably till the infernal plate is fixed, or whatever it is. Perfect slave in my own house. That's what I am. Sheila laughed. You look a very happy and well-treated slave. Are you investigating anything just now? Yes. In fact, there you are again. Bunter has retired into photographic life for the evening. I haven't a roof to cover me. I have been wandering round like the what-do-you-call-it bird which has no feet. I'm sorry you were driven to such desperation as to seek asylum in our poverty-stricken hovel, said George, with a sour laugh. Wimsey began to wish he had not come. Mrs. Fentiman looked vexed. You needn't answer that, she said, with an effort to be light. There is no answer. I'll send it to Aunt Judith of Rosie's Weekly Bits, said Wimsey. A makes a remark to which there is no answer. What is B to do? Sorry, said George. My conversation doesn't seem to be up to standard. I'm forgetting all my civilized habits. You'd better go on and pay no attention to me. What's the mystery on hand now? Asked Sheila, taking her husband at his word. Well, actually, it's about this funny business of the old General's will, said Wimsey. Murble suggested I should have a look into the question of the survivorship. Oh, do you think you can really get it settled? I hope so, very much. But it's a very fine-drawn business, may resolve itself into a matter of seconds. By the way, Fentiman, were you in the Bellona smoking-room at all during the morning of Armistice Day? So that's what you've come about. But why didn't you say so? No, I wasn't. And what's more, I don't know anything at all about it. And why that infuriating old hag of a Dormer woman couldn't make a decent, sensible will while she was about it, I don't know. Where was the sense of leaving all those wads of money to the old man when she knew perfectly well he was liable to peg out any moment? And then, if he did die, handing the whole lot over to the Dorland girl, who hasn't an atom of claim on it. She might have had the decency to think about Robert and us of it. Considering how rude you were to her and Miss Dorland, George, I wonder if she even left you the 7,000. What's 7,000 to her? Like a 5-pound note to an ordinary person. An insult, I call it. I dare say I was rude to her, but I jolly well wasn't going to have her think I was sucking up to her for her money. How inconsistent you are, George. If you didn't want the money, why grumble about not getting it? You're always putting me in the wrong. You know I don't mean that. I didn't want the money, but the Dorland girl was always hinting that I did, and I ticked her off. I didn't know anything about the confounded legacy, and I didn't want to. All I mean is that if she did want to leave anything to Robert and me, she might have made it more than a rotten 7,000 apiece. Well, don't grumble at it. It would be uncommonly handy at the moment. I know. Isn't that exactly what I'm saying? And now the old fool makes such a silly will that I don't know whether I'm to get it or not. I can't even lay hands on the old governor's 2,000. I've got to sit here and twiddle my thumbs while Wimsey goes round with a tape measure and a tame photographer to see whether I'm entitled to my own grandfather's money. I know it's frightfully trying, darling, but I expect it'll all come right soon. It wouldn't matter if it weren't for Dougal MacStuart. Who's Dougal MacStuart? Inquired Wimsey, suddenly alert. One of our old Scottish families by the name. I fancy I have heard of him. Isn't he an obliging, helpful kind of chap, with a wealthy friend in the city?" "Frightfully obliging," said Sheila grimly. "He simply forces his acquaintance on one. He—" "Shut up, Sheila," interrupted her husband rudely. "Lord Peter doesn't want to know all the sordid details of our private affairs." "Knowing Dougal," said Wimsey, "I dare say I could give a guess at them. Some time ago you had a kind offer of assistance from our friend Max Stewart. You accepted it to the mild tune of, what was it?" "500," said Sheila. "500, which turned out to be 350 in cash, and the rest represented by a little honorarium to his friend in the city who advanced the money in so trustful a manner without security. When was that?" "3 years ago, when I started that tea shop in Kensington." "Ah, yes. And when you couldn't quite manage that 60% per month, or whatever it was, owing to trade depression, the friend in the city was obliging enough to add the interest to the principal at great inconvenience to himself, and so forth. The MacStuart way is familiar to me. What's the demmed total now, Fentiman, just out of curiosity?" "1,500 by the 30th, growled George, "if you must know." "I warned George," began Sheila unwisely. "Oh, you always know what's best. Anyhow, it was your tea business. I told you there was no money in it, but women always think they can run things on their own nowadays." "I know, George, but it was MacStuart's interest that swallowed up the profits. You know I wanted you to borrow the money from Lady Dormer." "Well, I wasn't going to, and that's flat. I told you so at the time." "Well, but look here," said Wimsey. "You're perfectly all right about MacStuart's 1,500 anyway, whichever way the thing goes. If General Fentiman died before his sister, you get 7,000. If he died after her, you're certain of his 2,000 by the will. Besides, your brother will no doubt make a reasonable arrangement about sharing the money he gets as residuary legatee. Why worry?" "Why? Because here's the infernal rigmarole, tying the thing up and hanging it out till God knows when, and I can't touch anything." I know," said Wimsey patiently. "But all you've got to do is to go to Murple's and get him to advance you the money on your expectations. You can't get away with less than 2,000, whatever happens, so he'll be perfectly ready to do it. In fact, he's more or less bound to settle your just debts for you, if he's asked." "That's just what I've been telling you, George," said Mrs. Fentiman eagerly. "Of course you would be always telling me things. You never make a mistake, do you? And suppose the thing goes into court, and we get let in for thousands of pounds in fees and things, Mrs. Clever, eh?" "I should leave it to your brother to go into court, if necessary," said Wimsey sensibly. "If he wins, he'll have plenty of cash for fees, and if he loses, you'll still have your 7,000. You go to Murple's, he'll fix you up. Or, tell you what, I'll get hold of friend MacStuart and see if I can't arrange to get the debt transferred to me. He won't consent, of course, if he knows it is me, but I can probably do it through Murple's. Then we'll threaten to fight him on the ground of extortionate interest, and so on. We'll have some fun with it." "Dashed good of you, but I'd rather not, thanks." "Just as you like. But anyway, go to Murple's. He'll get it squared up for you. Anyhow, I don't think there will be any litigation about the will. If we can't get to the bottom of the survivorship question, I should think you and Miss Dorland would be far better advised to come to a settlement out of court. It would probably be the fairest way in any case. Why don't you?" "Why? Because the Dorland female wants her pound of flesh, that's why. Does she? What kind of woman is she? One of these modern Chelsea women, ugly as sin and hard as nails. Paints things. Ugly, skinny prostitutes with green bodies and no clothes on. I suppose she thinks if she can't be a success as a woman, she'll be a half-baked intellectual. No wonder a man can't get a decent job these days, with these hard-mouthed, cigarette-smoking females all over the place, pretending they're geniuses and business women and all the rest of it. Oh, come, George. Miss Dorland isn't doing anybody out of a job. She couldn't just sit there all day, being Lady Dormer's companion. What's the harm in her painting things? Why couldn't she be a companion? In the old days, heaps of unmarried women were companions, and let me tell you, my dear girl, they had a much better time than they have now, with all this jazzing and short skirts and pretending to have careers. The modern girl hasn't a scrap of decent feeling or sentiment about her. Money and notoriety. It's all she's after. That's what we fought the war for, and that's what we've come back to. George, do keep to the point. Miss Dorland doesn't jazz. I am keeping to the point. I'm talking about modern women. I don't say Miss Dorland in particular, but you will go taking everything personally. That's just like a woman. You can't argue about things in general. You always have to bring it down to some one little personal instance. You will sidetrack. I wasn't sidetracking. We started to talk about Miss Dorland. You said a person couldn't just be somebody's companion, and I said that in the old days plenty of nice women were companions and had a jolly good time. I don't know about that. Well, I do. They did, and they learnt to be decent companions to their husbands, too, not always flying off to offices and clubs and parties like they are now. And if you think men like that sort of thing, I can tell you candidly, my girl, they don't. They hate it. Does it matter? I mean, one doesn't have to bother so much about husband hunting today. Oh, no, husbands don't matter at all. I suppose to you advanced women, any man will do, as long as he's got money. Why do you say you advanced women? I didn't say I felt that way about it. I don't want to go out to work. There you go. Take everything to yourself. I know you don't want to work. I know it's only because of the damn rotten position I'm in. You needn't keep on about it. I know I'm a failure. Thank your stars, Wimsey, that when you marry, you'll be able to support your wife. George, you have no business to speak like that. I didn't mean that at all. You said... I know what I said, but you took it all the wrong way. You always do. It's no good arguing with a woman. No, that's enough. For God's sake, don't start all over again. I want a drink, Wimsey. You'll have a drink. Sheila, tell that girl of Mrs. Munn's to go round for half a bottle of Johnny Walker. Couldn't you get it yourself, dear? Mrs. Munn's doesn't like us sending her girl. She was frightfully disagreeable last time. How can I go? I've taken my boots off. You do make such a fuss about nothing. What does it matter if old Mother Munns does kick up a shindy? She can't eat you. No, put in Wimsey, but think of the corrupting influence of the jug and bottle department on Mrs. Munn's girl. I approve of Mrs. Munn's. She has a motherly heart. I myself will be the St. George to rescue Mrs. Munn's girl from the Blue Dragon. Nothing shall stop me. No, don't bother to show me the way. I have a peculiar instinct about pubs. I can find one blindfold in a pea-souper with both hands tied behind me. Mrs. Fentiman followed him to the front door. You mustn't mind what George says tonight. His tummy is feeling rotten, and it makes him irritable. And it has been so worrying about this wretched money business. "That's all right," said Wimsey. "I know exactly. You should see me when my tummy's upset. Took a young woman out the other night. Lobster mayonnaise, meringue, and sweet champagne. Her choice. Oh, Lord!" He made an eloquent grimace, and departed in the direction of the public-house. When he returned, George Fentiman was standing on the doorstep. "I say, Wimsey, I do apologize for being so bloody rude. It's my filthy temper, rotten bad form. Sheila's gone up to bed in tears, poor kid. All my fault. If you knew how this damnable situation gets on my nerves. Though I know there's no excuse." "It's quite all right," said Wimsey. "Cheer up. It'll all come out in the wash." "My wife," began George again. "She's damn fine, old man. But what it is, you both want a holiday." "We do. Badly. Well, never say die. I'll see Murbles, as you suggest, Wimsey." Bunter received his master that evening with a prim smirk of satisfaction. "Had a good day, Bunter?" "Very gratifying indeed, I thank your lordship. The prints on the walking-stick are indubitably identical with those on the sheet of paper you gave me." "They are they? That's something. I'll look at 'em tomorrow, Bunter. I've had a tiring evening." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lord Peter leads through strength. At 11 o'clock the next morning, Lord Peter Wimsey, unobtrusively attired in a navy blue suit and dark grey tie, suitable for a house of mourning, presented himself at the late Lady Dormer's house in Portman Square. "Is Miss Dorland at home?" "I will inquire, sir." "Kindly give her my card, and ask if she can spare me a few moments." "Certainly, my lord. Will your lordship be good enough to take a seat?" The man departed, leaving his lordship to cool his heels in a tall, forbidding room, with long crimson curtains, a dark red carpet, and mahogany furniture of repellent appearance. After an interval of nearly 15 minutes, he reappeared, bearing a note upon a salver. It was briefly worded: "Miss Dorland presents her compliments to Lord Peter Wimsey, and regrets that she is not able to grant an interview. If, as she supposes, Lord Peter has come to see her as the representative of Major and Captain Fentiman, Miss Dorland requests that he will address himself to Mr. Pritchard, solicitor of Lincoln's Inn, who is dealing on her behalf with all matters connected with the will of the late Lady Dormer." "Dear me," said Wimsey to himself, "this looks almost like a snub. Very good for me, no doubt. Now, I wonder—" He read the note again. Murbles must have been rather talkative. I suppose he told Pritchard he was putting me on to it. Very indiscreet of Murbles, and not like him. The servant still stood mutely by, with an air of almost violently disassociating himself from all commentary. "Thank you," said Wimsey. "Would you be good enough to say to Miss Dorland that I am greatly obliged to her for this information?" "Very good, my lord." "And perhaps you would kindly call me a taxi?" "Certainly, my lord." Wimsey entered the taxi with all the dignity he could summon, and was taken to Lincoln's Inn. Mr. Pritchard was nearly as remote and snubbing in his manner as Miss Dorland. He kept Lord Peter waiting for 20 minutes, and received him glacially in the presence of a beady-eyed clerk. "Oh, good morning," said Wimsey affably. "Excuse my calling on you like this. More regular to do it through Murbles, I suppose. Nice old boy, Murbles, isn't he? But I always believe in going as direct to the point as may be. Saves time, what?" Mr. Pritchard bowed his head, and asked how he might have the pleasure of serving his lordship. "Well, it's about this Fentiman business. Survivorship and all that. Nearly said survival. Appropriate, what? You might call the old general a survival, eh?" Mr. Pritchard waited without moving. "I take it Murbles told you I was looking into the business, what? Trying to check up on the timetable and all that?" Mr. Pritchard said neither yea nor nay, but placed his fingers together and sat patiently. "It's a bit of a problem, you know. Mind if I smoke? Have one yourself?" "I am obliged to you. I never smoke in business hours." "Very proper. Much more impressive. Puts the wind up the clients, what? Well, now, I just thought I'd let you know that it's likely to be a close-ish thing, very difficult to tell to a minute or so, don't you know? May turn out one way, may turn out the other, may turn out completely baffling and all that. You get me?" "Indeed?" "Oh, yes, absolutely. Perhaps you'd like to hear how far I've got?" And Wimsey recounted the history of his researches at the Bellona, in so far as the evidence of the commissionaires and the hall porter were concerned. He said nothing of his interview with Penberthy, nor of the odd circumstances connected with the unknown Oliver, confining himself to stressing the narrowness of the time limits between which the general must be presumed to have arrived at the club. Mr. Pritchard listened without comment. Then he said, "And what, precisely, have you come to suggest?" "Well, what I mean to say is, don't you know, wouldn't it be rather a good thing if the parties could be got to come to terms? Give and take, you see. Split the doings and share the proceeds. After all, 500,000's a goodish bit of money. Quite enough for 3 people to live on in a quiet way, don't you think? And it would save an awful lot of trouble and lawyers' fees and things." "Ah," said Mr. Pritchard, "I may say that I have been expecting this. A similar suggestion was made to me earlier by Mr. Murbles, and I then told him that my client preferred not to entertain the idea. You will permit me to add, Lord Peter, that the reiteration of this proposal by you, after your employment to investigate the fact of the case in the interests of the other party, has a highly suggestive appearance. You will excuse me, perhaps, if I warn you further that your whole course of conduct in this matter seems to me open to a very undesirable construction." Wimsey flushed. "You will perhaps permit me, Mr. Pritchard, to inform you that I am not employed by anybody. I have been requested by Mr. Murbles to ascertain the facts. They are rather difficult to ascertain, but I have learnt one very important thing from you this afternoon. I am obliged to you for your assistance. Good morning." The beady-eyed clerk opened the door with immense politeness. "Good morning," said Mr. Pritchard. "Employed, indeed," muttered his lordship wrathfully. "Undesirable construction. I'll construct him. That old brute knows something, and if he knows something, that shows there's something to be known. Perhaps he knows Oliver. I shouldn't wonder. Wish I'd thought to spring the name on him and see what he said. Too late now. Never mind, we'll get Oliver. Bunter didn't have any luck with those phone calls, apparently. I think I'd better get hold of Charles." He turned into the nearest telephone booth and gave the number of Scotland Yard. Presently an official voice replied, of which Wimsey inquired whether Detective Inspector Parker was available. A series of clicks proclaimed that he was being put through to Mr. Parker, who presently said, "Hello." "Hello, Charles. This is Peter Wimsey. Look here, I want you to do something for me. It isn't a criminal job, but it's important. A man calling himself Oliver rang up a number in Mayfair at a little after 9 on the night of November 10th. Do you think you could get that call traced for me?" "Probably. What was the number?" Wimsey gave it. "Right you are, old chap. I'll have it looked up and let you know. How goes it? Anything doing?" "Yes, rather a cosy little problem. Nothing for you people, as far as I know, that is. Come round one evening and I'll tell you about it, unofficially." "Thanks very much. Not for a day or two, though. We're run off our feet with this crate business." "Oh, I know. The gentleman who was sent from Sheffield to Euston in a crate, disguised as York hams. Splendid. Work hard and you will be happy. No, thanks, my child, I don't want another twopennyworth. I am spending the money on sweets. Cheerio, Charles." The rest of the day Wimsey was obliged to pass in idleness, so far as the Bellona Club affair was concerned. On the following morning he was rung up by Parker. "I say, that phone call you asked me to trace?" "Yes." "It was put through at 9:13 p.m. from a public call box at Charing Cross Underground Station." "Oh, hell! The operator didn't happen to notice the bloke, I suppose?" "There isn't an operator. It's one of those automatic boxes." "Oh, may the fellow who invented them fry in oil. Thanks frightfully all the same. It gives us a line on the direction, anyhow." "Sorry I couldn't do better for you. Cheerio." "Oh, cheery damnably ho," retorted Wimsey crossly, slamming the receiver down. "What is it, Bunter?" "A district messenger with a note, my lord." "Ah, from Mr. Murbles. Good. This may be something. Yes. Tell the boy to wait. There's an answer." He scribbled quickly. "Mr. Murbles has got an answer to that cabman advertisement, Bunter. There are 2 men turning up at 6 o'clock, and I'm arranging to go down and interview them." "Very good, my lord." "Let's hope that means we get a move on. Get me my hat and coat. I'm running round to Dover Street for a moment." Robert Fentiman was there when Wimsey called, and welcomed him heartily. "Any progress?" "Possibly a little this evening. I've got a line on those cabmen. I just came round to ask if you could let me have a specimen of old Fentiman's fist." "Certainly. Pick what you like. He hasn't left much about. Not exactly the pen of a ready writer. There are a few interesting notes of his early campaigns, but they're rather antiques by this time." "I'd rather have something quite recent." "There's a bundle of cancelled cheques here, if that would do." "It would do particularly well. I want something with figures in it, if possible. Many thanks. I'll take these." "How on earth is his handwriting going to tell you when he pegged out?" "That's my secret, dash it all. Have you been down to Gatty's?" "Yes. They seem to know Oliver fairly well by sight, but that's all. He lunched there fairly often, say once a week or so, but they don't remember seeing him since the 11th. Perhaps he's keeping under cover. However, I will haunt the place a bit and see if he turns up." "I wish you would. His call came from a public box, so that line of inquiry peters out." "Oh, bad luck." "You found no mention of him in any of the General's papers?"
Not a thing, and I've gone through every bit and scrap of writing in the place. By the way, have you seen George lately? Night before last? Why? He seems to be in rather a queer state. I went round last night, and he complained of being spied on, or something. Spied on? Followed about. Watched, like the blighters in the tech stories. Afraid all this business is getting on his nerves. I hope he doesn't go off his rocker or anything. It's bad enough for Sheila as it is. Decent little woman. Thoroughly decent, agreed Wimsey, and very fond of him. Yes, works like Billio to keep the home together and all that. To tell you the truth, I don't know how she puts up with George. Of course, married couples are always sparring and so on, but he ought to behave before other people. Dashed bad form, being rude to your wife in public. I'd like to give him a piece of my mind. He's in a beastly position, said Wimsey. She's his wife, and she's got to keep him, and I know he feels it very much. Do you think so? Seems to me he takes it rather as a matter of course. And whenever the poor little woman reminds him of it, he thinks she's rubbing it in. Naturally, he hates being reminded of it, and I've heard Mrs. Fentiman say one or two sharp things to him. I dare say. Trouble with George is he can't control himself. He never could. A fellow ought to pull himself together and show a bit of gratitude. He seems to think that because Sheila has to work like a man, she doesn't want the courtesy and, tenderness and so on that a woman ought to get. It always gives me the pip, said Wimsey, to see how rude people are when they're married. I suppose it's inevitable. Women are funny. They don't seem to care half so much about a man's being honest and faithful, and I'm sure your brother's all that. As for their opening doors and saying thank you, I've noticed it lots of times. A man ought to be just as courteous after marriage as he was before, said Robert Fentiman virtuously. So he ought, but he never is. Possibly there's some reason we don't know about, said Wimsey. I've asked people, my usual inquisitiveness, and they generally just grunt and say that their wives are sensible and take their affection for granted. But I don't believe women ever get sensible, not even through prolonged association with their husbands. The two bachelors wagged their heads solemnly. Well, I think George is behaving like a sweep, said Robert. But perhaps I'm hard on him. We never did get on very well. And anyhow, I don't pretend to understand women. Still, this persecution mania, or whatever it is another thing. He ought to see a doctor. He certainly ought. We must keep an eye on him. If I see him at the Bellona, I'll have a talk to him, and try to get out of him what this is all about. You won't find him at the Bellona. He's avoided it since all this unpleasantness started. I think he's out hunting for jobs. He said something about one of those motor people in Great Portland Street wanting a salesman. He can handle a car pretty well, I hope he gets it. Even if it doesn't pay very well, it would do him a world of good to have something to do with himself. Well, I'd better be ambling off. Many thanks. And let me know if you get hold of Oliver. Oh, rather. Wimsey considered a few moments on the doorstep, and then drove straight down to New Scotland Yard, where he was soon ushered into Detective Inspector Parker's office. Parker, a square-built man in the late 30s, with the nondescript features which lend themselves so excellently to detective purposes, was possibly Lord Peter's most intimate, in some ways his only intimate friend. The two men had worked out many cases together, and each respected the other's qualities, though no two characters could have been more widely different.
Wimsey was the Roland, quick, impulsive, careless, and artistic jack of all trades. Parker was the Oliver, cautious, solid, painstaking, his mind a blank to art and literature, and exercising itself in spare moments with evangelical theology. He was the one person who was never irritated by Wimsey's mannerisms, and Wimsey repaid him with a genuine affection foreign to his usually detached nature. "Well, how goes it?" "Not so bad. I want you to do something for me." "Not really?" "Yes, really. Blast your eyes. Did you ever know me when I didn't? I want you to get hold of one of your handwriting experts to tell me if these two fists are the same." He put on the table, on the one hand, the bundle of used cheques, and on the other the sheet of paper he had taken from the library at the Bellona Club. Parker raised his eyebrows. "That's a very pretty set of fingerprints you've been pulling up there. What is it, forgery?" "No, nothing of that sort. I just want to know whether the same bloke who wrote these cheques made the notes too." Parker rang a bell and requested the attendance of Mr. Collins. "Nice fat sums involved, from the looks of it," he went on, scanning the sheet of notes appreciatively. £150,000 to R, 300,000 to G. Lucky G. Who's G? 20,000 here and 50,000 there. Who's your rich friend, Peter? "It's that long story I was going to tell you about when you'd finished your crate problem." "Oh, is it? Then I'll make a point of solving the crate without delay. As a matter of fact, I'm rather expecting to hear something about it before long. That's why I'm here, dancing attendance on the phone. Oh, Collins, this is Lord Peter Wimsey, who wants very much to know whether these two handwritings are the same." The expert took up the paper and the cheques, and looked them over attentively. "Not a doubt about it, I should say, unless the forgery has been astonishingly well done. Some of the figures, especially, are highly characteristic. The fives, for instance, and the threes, and the fours, made all of a piece with the two little loops. It's a very old-fashioned handwriting, and made by a very old man, in not too good health, especially this sheet of notes. Is that the old Fentiman who died the other day?" "Well, it is, but you needn't shout about it. It's just a private matter." "Just so. Well, I should say you need have no doubt about the authenticity of that bit of paper, if that's what you're thinking of." "Thanks, that's precisely what I do want to know. I don't think there's the slightest question of forgery or anything. In fact, it was just whether we could look on these rough notes as a guide to his wishes. Nothing more." "Oh, yes, if you rule out forgery, I'd answer for it any day that the same person wrote all these cheques and the notes." "That's fine. That checks up the results of the fingerprint tests, too. I don't mind telling you, Charles," he added, when Collins had departed, "that this case is getting damned interesting." At this point the telephone rang, and Parker, after listening for some time, ejaculated, "Good work!" and then, turning to Wimsey, "That's our man. They've got him. Excuse me if I rush off. Between you and me, we've pulled this off rather well. It may mean rather a big thing for me. Sure we can't do anything else for you? Because I've got to get to Sheffield. See you tomorrow or the next day." He caught up his coat and hat and was gone. Wimsey made his own way out, and sat for a long time at home, with Bunter's photographs of the Bellona Club before him, thinking. At 6 o'clock he presented himself at Mr. Merble's chambers in Staple Inn. The two taxi drivers had already arrived, and were seated, well on the edges of their chairs, politely taking old sherry with the solicitor. "Ah," said Mr. Murbles, "this is a gentleman who is interested in the inquiry we are making. Perhaps you would have the goodness to repeat to him what you have already told me. I have ascertained enough," he added, turning to Wimsey, "to feel sure that these are the right drivers. But I should like you to put any questions you wish yourself. This gentleman's name is Swain, and his story should come first, I think." "Well, sir," said Mr. Swain, a stout man of the old type of driver, "you was wanting to know if anybody picked up an old gent in Portman Square the day before Armistice Day, round about the afternoon. Well, sir, I was going slow through the square, 4:30, or it might be 4:45 on that there day, when a footman comes out of a house. I couldn't say the number for certain, but it was on the east side of the square, as might be about the middle, and he makes a sign for me to stop. So I draws up, and presently a very old gent comes out. Very thin he was, and muffled up. But I see his legs, and they was very thin, and he looked about 102 by his face, and walked with a stick. He was upright, for such a very old gent, but he moved slow and rather feeble. An old military gent, I thought he might be. He had that way of speaking, if you understand me, sir. So the footman tells me to drive him to a number in Arley Street. Do you remember it?" Swain mentioned a number which Wimsey recognized as Penberthy's. "So I drives him there, and he asks me to ring the bell for him, and when the young man comes to the door to ask if the doctor could please see General Fenton, or Fenimore, or some such name, sir." "Was it Fentiman, do you think?" "Well, yes, it might have been Fentiman. I think it was." So the young man comes back and says, "Yes, certainly." So I helps the old gent out. Very faint he seemed, and a very bad colour, sir, breathing heavy and blue-like about the lips. Poor old B, I thinks. Beg your pardon, sir, he won't be here long, I thinks. So he helps him up the stairs into the house, and he gives me my fare and a shilling for myself, and that's the last I seen of him, sir." "That fits in all right with what Penberthy said," agreed Wimsey. "The General felt the strain of his interview with his sister, and went straight round to see him. Right. Now, how about this other part of the business?" "Well," said Mr. Murbles, "I think this gentleman, whose name is, let me see, Hinkins, yes. I think Mr. Hinkins picked up the General when he left Harley Street." "Yes, sir," agreed the other driver, a smartish-looking man with a keen profile and a sharp eye. "A very old gentleman, like what we've heard described, took my taxi at this same number in Harley Street at 5:30. I remember the day very well, sir. November 10th it was, and I remember it because, after I done taken him where I'm telling you, my magneto started to give trouble, and I didn't have the use of the bus on Armistice Day, which was a great loss to me, because that's a good day as a rule. Well, this old military gentleman gets in, with his stick and all, just as Swain says, only I didn't notice him looking particularly ill, though I see he was pretty old. Maybe the doctor would have given him something to make him better." "Very likely," said Mr. Murbles. "Yes, sir. Well, he gets in, and he says, 'Take me to Dover Street,' he says. But if you was to ask me the number, sir, I'm afraid I don't rightly remember, because, you see, we never went there after all." "Never went there?" cried Wimsey. "No, sir. Just as we was coming out into Cavendish Square, the old gentleman puts his head out and says, 'Stop.' So I stops. and I see him waving his hand to a gentleman on the pavement. So this other one comes up, and they has a few words together, and then the old... One moment. What was this other man like? Dark and thin, sir, and looked about 40. He had on a grey suit, an overcoat, and a soft hat, with a dark handkerchief round his throat. Oh, yes, and he had a small black moustache. So the old gentleman says, 'Cabman,' he says, just like that, 'Cabman, go back up to Regent's Park and drive round till I tell you to stop.' So the other gentleman gets in with him, and I goes back and drives round the park, quiet-like, because I guessed they wanted to have a bit of a talk. So I goes twice round, and as we was going round the third time, the younger gentleman sticks his head out and says, 'Put me down at Gloucester Gate.' So I puts him down there, and the old gentleman says, 'Good-bye, George. Bear in mind what I have said.' So the gentleman says, 'I will, sir,' and I see him cross the road, like as if it might be going up Park Street." Mr. Murbles and Wimsey exchanged glances. "And then where did you go?" "Then, sir, the fare says to me, 'Do you know the Bellona Club in Piccadilly?' he says. So I says, 'Yes, sir.'" "The Bellona Club?" "Yes, sir." "What time was that?" "It might be getting on for 6:30, sir. I'd been driving very slow, as I tells you, sir. So I takes him to the club, like he says, and in he goes, and that's the last I seen of him, sir." "Thanks very much," said Wimsey. "Did he seem to be at all upset or agitated when he was talking to the man he called George?" "No, sir, I couldn't say that. But I thought he spoke a bit sharp-like, what you might call telling him off, sir." "I see. What time did you get to the Bellona?" "I should reckon it was about 20 minutes to 7, sir, or just a little bit more. There was a tidy bit of traffic about, between 20 and 10 to 7, as near as I recollect." "Excellent. Well, you have both been very helpful. That will be all to-day, but I'd like you to leave your names and addresses with Mr. Murbles, in case we might want some sort of statement from either of you later on, and A couple of Treasury notes crackled. Mr. Swain and Mr. Hinkins made suitable acknowledgment and departed, leaving their addresses behind. So he went back to the Bellona Club. I wonder what for? "I think I know," said Wimsey. "He was accustomed to do any writing or business there, and I fancy he went back to put down some notes as to what he meant to do with the money his sister was leaving him. Look at this sheet of paper, sir. That's the General's handwriting, as I've proved this afternoon, and those are his fingerprints. And the initials R and G, probably, stand for Robert and George, and these figures for the various sums he meant to leave them." "That appears quite probable. Where did you find this?" "In the end bay of the library at the Bellona, sir, tucked inside the blotting paper." "The writing is very weak and straggly." "Yes, quite tails off, doesn't it? As though he had come over faint and couldn't go on. Or perhaps he was only tired. I must go down and find out if anybody saw him there that evening. But Oliver, curse him, is the man who knows. If only we could get hold of Oliver." "We've had no answer to our third question in the advertisement. I've had letters from several drivers who took old gentlemen to the Bellona that morning, but none of them corresponds with the General. Some had check overcoats, and some had whiskers, and some had bowler hats or beards, whereas the General was never seen without his silk hat, and had, of course, his old-fashioned long military moustache. I wasn't hoping for very much from that. We might put in another ad in case anybody picked him up from the Bellona on the evening or night of the 10th. But I've got a feeling that this infernal Oliver probably took him away in his own car. If all else fails, we'll have to get Scotland Yard onto Oliver. Make careful inquiries at the club, Lord Peter. It now becomes more than possible that somebody saw Oliver there and noticed them leaving together. Of course, I'll go along there at once, and I'll put the advertisement in as well. I don't think we'll rope in the BBC. It is so confoundedly public. That, said Mr. Murbles, with a look of horror, would be most undesirable. Wimsey rose to go. The solicitor caught him at the door. Another thing we ought really to know, he said, is what General Fentiman was saying to Captain George. I've not forgotten that, said Wimsey a little uneasily. We shall have... Oh, yes, certainly, of course. We shall have to know that. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Knave High. Look here, Wimsey, said Captain Collier of the Bellona Club. Aren't you ever going to get finished with this investigation, or whatever it is? The members are complaining. Really, they are, but I can't blame them. They find your everlasting questions an intolerable nuisance, old boy, and I can't stop them from thinking there must be something behind it. People complain that they can't get attention from the porters or the waiters because you're everlastingly there, chatting. And if you're not there, you're hanging round the bar eavesdropping. If this is your way of conducting an inquiry tactfully, I wish you'd do it tactlessly. It's becoming thoroughly unpleasant, and no sooner do you stop than that other fellow begins. What other fellow? That nasty little skulking bloke who's always turning up at the service door and questioning the staff. I don't know anything about him, replied Wimsey. I never heard of him. I'm sorry I'm being a bore and all that, though I swear I couldn't be worse than some of your other choice specimens in that line. But I've hit a snag. This business, quite in your ear, old bean, isn't as straightforward as it looks on the surface. That fellow Oliver, whom I mentioned to you, he's not known here, Wimsey. No, but he may have been here. If nobody saw him, he can't have been here. Well, then, where did General Fentiman go when he left? And when did he leave? That's what I want to know. Dash it all, Collier, the old boy's a landmark. We know he came back here on the evening of the 10th. The driver brought him to the door. Rogers saw him come in, and 2 members noticed him in the smoking-room just before 7. I have a certain amount of evidence that he went into the library, and he can't have stayed long because he had his outdoor things with him. Somebody must have seen him leave. It's ridiculous. The servants aren't blind. I don't like to say it, Collier, but I can't help thinking that somebody has been bribed to hold his tongue. Of course, I knew that would annoy you, but how can you account for it? Who's the fellow that you say has been hanging around the kitchen? The fellow was talking to Babcock, the wine steward. By the way, there's a case of Margot come in, which I'd like your opinion on some day. And I asked him pretty sharply what he wanted. He thanked me and said he had come from the railway to inquire after a packing case that had gone astray. But Babcock, who is a decent fellow, told me afterwards that he had been working the pump handle about old Fentiman, and I gathered he had been pretty liberal with his cash. I thought you were up to your tricks again. Is the fellow a sahib? Good God, no. Looks like an attorney's clerk or something. A nasty little tout. I'm glad you told me. I shouldn't wonder if he's the snag I'm up against. Probably Oliver, covering his tracks. Do you suspect this Oliver of something wrong? Well, I rather think so, but I'm damned if I know quite what. I think he knows something about old Fentiman that we don't, and, of course, he knows how he spent the night, and that's what I'm after. What the devil does it matter how he spent the night? He can't have been very riotous at his age. It might throw some light on the time he arrived in the morning, mightn't it? Oh, well, all I can say is I hope to God you'll hurry up and finish with it. This club's becoming a perfect bear garden. I'd almost rather have the police in. Keep hoping. You may get 'em yet. You don't mean that seriously? I'm never serious. That's what my friends dislike about me. Honestly, I'll try and make as little row as I can. But if Oliver is sending his minions to corrupt your staff and play old Harry with my investigations, it's going to make it damned awkward. I wish you'd let me know if the fellow turns up again. I'd like to cast my eye on him. All right, I will. And do clear out now, there's a good fellow. I go, said Wimsey, my tail well tucked down between my legs, and a flea in each ear. Oh, by the way, well, in an exasperated tone, when did you last see George Fentiman? Not for donkey's years, not since it happened. I thought not. Oh, and by the way, yes, Robert Fentiman was actually staying in the club at the time, wasn't he? Which time? The time it happened, you ask. Yes, he was. But he's living at the old man's place now. I know, thanks. But I wonder whether... where does he live when he isn't in town? Out at Richmond, I think. In rooms or something. Oh, does he? Thanks very much. Yes, I really will go. In fact, I've practically gone. He went. He never stopped going till he came to Finsbury Park. George was out, and so, of course, was Mrs. Fentiman, but the charwoman said she had heard the captain mention that he was going down to Great Portland Street. Wimsey went in pursuit. A couple of hours spent lounging round showrooms and talking to car demonstrators, nearly all of whom were, in one manner or another, his dear old pals, resulted in the discovery that George Fentiman was being taken on by the Walmesley-Hubbard outfit for a few weeks to show what he could do. Oh, he'll do you all right, said Wimsey. He's a damn fine driver. Oh, Lord, yes, he's all right. He looks a bit nervy, said the particular dear old pal attached to the Walmesley-Hubbard show. Wants bucking up, what? That reminds me, what about a quick one? Wimsey submitted to a mild quick one, and then wandered back to look at a new type of clutch. He spun out this interesting interview till one of the Walmesley-Hubbard shop buses came in with Fentiman at the wheel. "Hello," said Wimsey. "Trying her out?" "Yes, I've got the hang of her all right." "Think you could sell her?" asked the old pal. "Oh, yes. Soon learn to show her off. She's a jolly decent bus." "That's good. Well, I expect you're about ready for a quick one. How about it, Wimsey?" They had a quick one together. After this, the dear old pal remembered that he must buzz off because he'd promised to hunt up a customer. "You'll turn up tomorrow, then," he said to George. "There's an old bird down at Malden wants to have a trial trip. I can't go, so you can have a shot at him. All right?" "Perfectly." "Righty-ho. I'll have the bus ready for you at 11. Cheer, most frightfully ho. So long." "Little sunbeam about the house, isn't he?" said Wimsey. "Rather. Have another?" "I was thinking, how about lunch? Come along with me if you have nothing better to do." George accepted, and put forward the names of one or two restaurants. "No," said Wimsey, "I've got a fancy to go to Gatti's to-day, if you don't mind." "Not at all. That will do splendidly. I've seen Murbles, by the way, and he's prepared to deal with the Mac Stewart man. He thinks he can hold him off till it's all settled up, if it ever is settled." "Well, that's good," said Wimsey, rather absently. "And I'm damned glad about this chance of a job," went on George. "If it turns out any good, it'll make things a lot easier in more than one way." Wimsey said heartily that he was sure it would, and then relapsed into a silence unusual with him, which lasted all the way to the Strand. At Gatti's he left George in a corner while he went to have a chat with the head waiter, emerging from the interview with a puzzled expression, which aroused even George's curiosity, full as he was of his own concerns. "What's up? Isn't there anything you can bear to eat?" "It's all right. I was just wondering whether to have moule marinière or not." "Good idea." Wimsey's face cleared, and for some time they absorbed mussels from the shell with speechless, though not altogether silent, satisfaction. "By the way," said Wimsey suddenly, "you never told me that you had seen your grandfather the afternoon before he died." George flushed. He was struggling with a particularly elastic mussel, firmly rooted to the shell, and could not answer for a moment. "How on earth? Confound it all, Wimsey! Are you behind this infernal watch that's being kept on me?" "Watch?" "Yes, I said watch. I call it damn rotten for you to do. I never thought for a moment you had anything to do with it." "I haven't. Who's keeping a watch on you?" "There's a fellow following me about. A spy. I'm always seeing him. I don't know whether he's a detective or what. He looks like a criminal. He came down in the bus with me from Finsbury Park this morning. He was after me all day yesterday. He's probably about now. I won't have it. If I catch sight of him again, I shall knock his dirty little head off. Why should I be followed and spied on? I haven't done anything, and now you begin." "I swear I've nothing to do with anybody following you about. Honestly, I haven't. I wouldn't employ a man, anyway, who'd let a bloke see that he was being followed. No, when I start hunting you, I shall be as silent and stealthy as a gas leak. What's this incompetent bloodhound look like?" "Looks like a tout, small, thin, with his hat pulled down over his eyes, and an old raincoat with the collar turned up, and a very blue chin." "Sounds like a stage detective. He's a silly ass, anyway." "He gets on my nerves." "Oh, all right. Next time you see him, punch his head." "But what does he want?" "How should I know? What have you been doing?" "Nothing, of course. I tell you, Wimsey, I believe there's some sort of conspiracy going on to get me into trouble, or do away with me, or something. I can't stand it. It's simply damnable. Suppose this fellow starts hanging round the Walmesley Hubbard place. Look nice, won't it, for their salesmen, to have a tech on his heels all the time? "Bosh," said Wimsey. "Don't let yourself get rattled. It's probably all imagination, or just a coincidence." "It isn't. I wouldn't mind betting he's outside in the street now." "Well, then we'll settle his hash when we get outside. Give him in charge for annoying you. Look here, forget him for a bit. Tell me about the old general. How did he seem that last time you saw him?" "Oh, he seemed fit enough. Crusty, as usual." "Crusty, was he? What about?" "Private matters," said George sullenly. Wimsey cursed himself for having started his questions tactlessly. The only thing now was to retrieve the situation as far as possible. "I'm not at all sure," he said, "that relations shouldn't all be painlessly put away after 70, or at any rate segregated, or have their tongues sterilized, so that they can't be poisonously interfering." "I wish they were," growled George. "The old man, damn it all, I know he was in the Crimea, but he's no idea what a real war is like. He thinks things can go on just as they did half a century ago. I dare say he never did behave as I do. Anyhow, I know he never had to go to his wife for pocket money, let alone having the inside gassed out of him. Coming preaching to me, and I couldn't say anything, because he was so confoundedly old, you know." "Very trying," murmured Wimsey sympathetically. "It's all so damned unfair," said George. "Do you know," he burst out, the sense of grievance suddenly overpowering his wounded vanity, "the old devil actually threatened to cut me out of the miserable little bit of money he had to leave me if I didn't reform my domestic behaviour. That's the way he talked, just as if I was carrying on with another woman or something. I know I did have an awful row with Sheila one day, but of course I didn't mean half I said. She knows that, but the old man took it all seriously." "Have a moment," broke in Wimsey. "Did he say all this to you in the taxi that day?" "Yes, he did. A long lecture, all about the purity and courage of a good woman, driving round and round Regent's Park. I had to promise to turn over a new leaf and all that, like being back at one's prep school." "But he didn't mention anything about the money Lady Dormer was leaving to him?" "Not a word. I don't suppose he knew about it." "I think he did. He had just come from seeing her, you know, and I've a very good idea she explained matters to him then." "Did she? Well, that rather explains it. I thought he was being very pompous and stiff about it. He said what a responsibility money was, you know, and how he would like to feel that anything he left to me was being properly used, and all that. And he rubbed it in about my not having been able to make good for myself. That was what got my goat. And about Sheila. Said I ought to appreciate a good woman's love more, my boy, and cherish her, and so on. As if I needed him to tell me that. But, of course, if he knew he was in the running for this 500,000, it makes rather a difference. By Jove, yes. I expect he would feel a bit anxious at the idea of leaving it all to a fellow he looked on as a waster. I wonder he didn't mention it." "You didn't know grandfather. I bet he was thinking over in his mind whether it wouldn't be better to give my share to Sheila, and he was sounding me to see what sort of disposition I'd got. The old fox! Well, I did my best to put myself in a good light, of course, because just at the moment I didn't want to lose my chance of his 2,000. But I don't think he found me satisfactory. I say," went on George, rather sheepishly, "perhaps it's just as well he popped off when he did. He might have cut me off with a shilling, eh?" Your brother would have seen you through in any case. I suppose he would. Robert's quite a decent sort, really, though he does get on one's nerves so. Does he? He's so thick-skinned. The regular, unimaginative Briton. I believe Robert would cheerfully go through another 5 years of war. Think it all a very good rag. Robert was proverbial, you know, for never turning a hair. I remember Robert at that ghastly hole at Carency, where the whole ground was rotten with corpses. Ugh! Potting those swollen great rats for a penny a time and laughing at them. Rats! Alive and putrid with what they'd been feeding on. Oh, yes, Robert was not a damn good soldier. Very fortunate for him, said Wimsey. Yes, he's the same sort as grandfather. They liked each other. Still, grandfather was very decent about me. A beast, as the schoolboy said, but a just beast. And Sheila was a great favourite of his. Nobody could help liking her, said Wimsey politely. Lunch ended on a more cheerful note than it had begun. As they came out into the street, however, George Fentiman glanced round uneasily. A small man in a buttoned-up overcoat and with a soft hat pulled down over his eyes was gazing into the window of a shop near at hand. George showed up to him. "Look here, you," he said. "What the devil do you mean by following me about? You clear off, d'you hear?" "I think you are mistaken, sir," said the man quietly enough. "I have never seen you before." "Haven't you, by Jove? Well, I've seen you hanging about, and if you do it any more, I'll give you something to remember me by, d'you hear?" "Hallo," said Wimsey, who had stopped to speak to the commissionaire. "What's up? Here, you, wait a moment." But at sight of Wimsey the man had slipped like an eel among the roaring Strand traffic and was lost to view. George Fentiman turned to his companion triumphantly. "Did you see that? The lousy little beggar! Made off like a shot when I threatened him. That's the fellow who's been dogging me about for 3 days." "I'm sorry," said Wimsey, "but it was not your prowess, Fentiman. It was my awful aspect that drove him away. What is it about me? Have I a front like Jove to threaten and command? Or am I wearing a repulsive tie? He's gone away, anyway. I wish I'd had a better squint at him, because I've got a sort of idea that I've seen those lovely features before, and not so long ago either. Was this the face that launched 1,000 ships? No, I don't think it was that." "All I can say," said George, "is that if I see him again, I'll put such a face on him that his mother won't know him." "Don't do that. You might destroy a clue. Wait a minute. I've got an idea. I believe it must be the same man who's been haunting the Bellona and asking questions. Oh, Hades, and we've let him go. And I'd put him down in my mind as Oliver's minion. If ever you see him again, Fentiman, freeze on to him like grim death. I want to talk to him." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lord Peter forces a card. "Hello? Is that you, Wimsey? Hello, I say, is that Lord Peter Wimsey? Hello, I must speak to Lord Peter Wimsey. Hello?" "All right, I've said hello. Who are you, and what's the excitement?" "It's me, Major Fentiman. I say, is that Wimsey? Yes, Wimsey speaking. What's up? I can't hear you. Of course you can't, if you keep on shouting. This is Wimsey. Good morning. Stand 3 inches from the mouthpiece and speak in an ordinary voice. Do not say hello. To recall the operator, depress the receiver gently 2 or 3 times. Oh, shut up, don't be an ass. I've seen Oliver. Have you? Where? Getting into a train at Charing Cross. Did you speak to him? No, it's maddening. I was just getting my ticket when I saw him passing the barrier. I tore down after him. Some people got in my way. Curse them. There was a circle train standing at the platform. He bolted in, and they clanged the doors. I rushed on, waving and shouting, but the train went out. I cursed like anything. I bet you did. How very sickening. Yes, wasn't it? I took the next train. What for? Oh, I don't know. I thought I might spot him on a platform someplace. What a hope! You didn't think to ask where he's booked for? No, besides, he probably got the ticket from an automatic. Probably. Well, it can't be helped, that's all. He'll probably turn up again. You're sure it was he? Oh, dear, yes. I couldn't be mistaken. I'd know him anywhere. I thought I'd just let you know. Thanks awfully. It encourages me extremely. Charing Cross seems to be a haunt of his. He phoned from there on the evening of the 10th, you know. So he did. I'll tell you what we'd better do, Fentiman. The thing is getting rather serious. I propose that you should go and keep an eye on Charing Cross Station. I'll get hold of a detective. A police detective? Not necessarily. A private one would do. You and he can go along and keep watch on the station for, say, a week. You must describe Oliver to the detective as best you can, and you can watch turn and turn about. Hang it all, Wimsey, it'll take a lot of time. I've gone back to my rooms at Richmond, and besides, I've got my own duties to do. Yes, well, while you're on duty, the detective must keep watch. It's a dreadful grind, Wimsey. Fentiman's voice sounded dissatisfied. It's 500,000 of money. Of course, if you're not keen. I am keen, but I don't believe anything will come of it. Probably not, but it's worth trying. And in the meantime, I'll have another watch kept at Gatti's. At Gatti's? Yes, they know him there. I'll send a man down. But he never comes there now. Oh, but he may come again. There's no reason why he shouldn't. We know now that he's in town and not gone out of the country or anything. I'll tell the management that he's wanted for an urgent business matter, so as not to make unpleasantness. They won't like it. Then they'll have to lump it. Well, all right. But look here, I'll do Gatti's. That won't do. We want you to identify him at Charing Cross. The waiter or somebody can do the identifying at Gatti's. You say they know him. Yes, of course they do, but what? By the way, which waiter is it you spoke to? I had a talk with the head man there yesterday, and he didn't seem to know anything about it. No, it wasn't the head waiter. One of the others, the plump, dark one. All right, I'll find the right one. Now will you see to the Charing Cross end? Of course, if you really think it's any good. Yes, I do. Right you are. I'll get hold of the tech and send him along to you, and you can arrange with him. Very well. Cheerio. Lord Peter rang off and sat for a few minutes, grinning to himself. Then he turned to Bunter. I don't often prophesy, Bunter, but I'm going to do it now. Your fortune told by hands or cards. Beware of the dark stranger, that sort of thing. Indeed, my lord. Cross the gypsy's palm with silver. I see Mr. Oliver. I see him taking a journey in which he will cross water. I see trouble. I see the ace of spades upside down, Bunter. And what then, my lord? Nothing. I look into the future, and I see a blank. The gypsy has spoken. I will bear it in mind, my lord. Do. If my prediction is not fulfilled, I will give you a new camera. And now I'm going round to see that fellow who calls himself Sleuths Incorporated, and get him to put a good man on to keep watch at Charing Cross. And after that I'm going down to Chelsea, and I don't quite know when I shall be back. You'd better take the afternoon off. Put me out some sandwiches or something, and don't wait up if I'm late. Wimsey disposed quickly of his business with Sleuths Incorporated, and then made his way to a pleasant little studio overlooking the river at Chelsea. The door, which bore a neat label, Miss Marjorie Phelps, was opened by a pleasant-looking young woman with curly hair and a blue overall heavily smudged with clay. Lord Peter, how nice of you! Do come in. Shan't I be in the way? Not a scrap. You don't mind if I go on working? Rather not. You could put the kettle on and find some food, if you liked to be really useful. I just want to finish up this figure. That's fine. I took the liberty of bringing a pot of Hybla honey with me. What sweet ideas you have! I really think you are one of the nicest people I know. You don't talk rubbish about art, and you don't want your hand held, and your mind always turns on eating and drinking. Don't speak so soon. I don't want my hand held, but I did come here with an object. Very sensible of you. Most people come without any. And stay interminably? They do. Miss Phelps cocked her head on one side and looked critically at the little dancing lady she was modelling. She had made a line of her own in pottery figurines, which sold well and were worth the money. That's rather attractive, said Wimsey. Rather pretty, but it's a special order, and one can't afford to be particular. I've done a Christmas present for you, by the way. You'd better have a look at it, and if you think it offensive, we'll smash it together. It's in that cupboard. Wimsey opened the cupboard and extracted a little figure about 9 inches high. It represented a young man in a flowing dressing-gown, absorbed in the study of a huge volume held on his knee. The portrait was lifelike. He chuckled. It's damned good, Marjorie. A very fine bit of modelling. I'd love to have it. You aren't multiplying it too often, I hope. I mean, it won't be on sale at Selfridge's? I'll spare you that. I thought of giving one to your mother. That'll please her no end. Thanks ever so. I shall look forward to Christmas for once. Shall I make some toast? Rather. Wimsey squatted happily down before the gas fire, while the modeller went on with her work. Tea and figurine were ready almost at the same moment, and Miss Phelps, flinging off her overall, threw herself luxuriously into a battered armchair by the hearth. And what can I do for you? You can tell me all you know about Miss Anne Dorland. Anne Dorland? Good heavens! You haven't fallen for Anne Dorland, have you? I've heard she's coming into a lot of money. You have a perfectly disgusting mind, Miss Phelps. Have some more toast? Excuse my licking my fingers. I have not fallen for the lady. If I had, I would manage my affairs without assistance. I haven't even seen her. What's she like? To look at, among other things. Well, she's rather plain. She has dark, straight hair, cut in a bang across the forehead, and bobbed, like a Flemish page. Her forehead is broad, and she has a square sort of face and a straight nose, quite good. Also, her eyes are good, grey, with nice heavy eyebrows, not fashionable a bit. But she has a bad skin and rather sticky out teeth, and she's dumpy. She's a painter, isn't she? Well, she paints. I see. A well-off amateur with a studio. Yes. I will say that old Lady Dormer was very decent to her. And Dorland, you know, is some sort of far-away distant cousin on the female side of the Fentiman family. And when Lady Dormer first got to hear of her, she was an orphan and incredibly poverty-stricken. The old lady liked to have a bit of young life about the house, so she took charge of her, and the wonderful thing is that she didn't try to monopolize her. She let her have a big place for a studio, and bring in any friends she liked, and go about as she chose. In reason, of course. Lady Dormer suffered a good deal from oppressive relations in her own youth, said Wimsey. I know, but most old people seem to forget that. I'm sure Lady Dormer had time enough. She must have been rather unusual. Mind you, I didn't know her very well, and I don't really know a great deal about Anne Dorland. I've been there, of course. She gave parties, rather incompetently, and she comes round to some of our studios from time to time. But she isn't really one of us. Probably one has to be really poor and hard-working to be that. No, you, for instance, fit in quite well on the rare occasions when we have the pleasure. And it doesn't matter not being able to paint. Look at Bobby Hobart and his ghastly daubs. He's a perfect dear, and everybody loves him. I think Anne Dorland must have a complex of some kind. Complexes explain so much, like the blessed word hippopotamus. Wimsey helped himself lavishly to honey, and looked receptive. I think, really, went on Miss Phelps, that Anne ought to have been something in the city. She has brains, you know. She'd run anything awfully well. But she isn't creative. And then, of course, so many of our little lot seem to be running love affairs, and a continual atmosphere of hectic passion is very trying if you haven't got any of your own. Has Miss Dorland a mind above hectic passion? Well, no, I dare say she would quite have liked... But nothing ever came of it. Why are you interested in having Anne Dorland analysed? I'll tell you some day. It isn't just vulgar curiosity. No, you're very decent, as a rule, or I wouldn't be telling you all this. I think, really, Anne has a sort of fixed idea that she couldn't ever possibly attract anyone, and so she's either sentimental and tiresome, or rude and snubbing, and our crowd does hate sentimentality, and simply can't bear to be snubbed. Anne's rather pathetic, really. As a matter of fact, I think she's gone off art a bit. Last time I heard about her, she had been telling someone she was going in for social service, or sick nursing, or something of that kind. I think it's very sensible. She'd probably get along much better with the people who do that sort of thing. They're so much more solid and polite. I see. Look here, suppose I ever wanted to run across Miss Dorland accidentally on purpose. Where should I be likely to find her? You do seem thrilled about her. I think I should try the Rushworths. They go in rather for science and improving the submerged tenth and things like that. Of course, I suppose Anne's in mourning now, but I don't think that would necessarily keep her away from the Rushworths. Their gatherings aren't precisely frivolous. Thanks very much. You're a mine of valuable information, and, for a woman, you don't ask many questions. Thank you for those few kind words, Lord Peter. I am now free to devote my invaluable attention to your concerns. What is the news? And who is in love with whom? Oh, life is a perfect desert. Nobody is in love with me, and the Schlitzers have had a worse row than usual, and separated. No. Yes. Only, owing to financial considerations, they've got to go on sharing the same studio, you know, that big room over the Mews. It must be very awkward, having to eat and sleep and work in the same room with somebody you're being separated from. They don't even speak, and it's very awkward when you call on one of them, and the other has to pretend not to be able to see or hear you. I shouldn't think one could keep it up under those circumstances. It's difficult. I'd have had Olga here, only she is so dreadfully bad-tempered. Besides, neither of them will give up the studio to the other. I see, but isn't there any third party in the case? Yes, Ulrich Fiennes, the sculptor, you know. But he can't have her at his place because his wife's there, and he's really dependent on his wife because his sculpting doesn't pay, and besides he's at work on that colossal group for the exhibition, and he can't move it. It weighs about 20 tons, and if he went off and took Olga away, his wife would lock him out of the place. It's very inconvenient being a sculptor. It's like playing the double bass. One's so handicapped by one's luggage. True, whereas when you run away with me, we'll be able to put all the pottery shepherds and shepherdesses in a handbag. Of course, what fun it will be. Where shall we run to? How about starting tonight and getting as far as Odenino's and going to a show, if you're not doing anything? You are a lovable man, and I shall call you Peter. Shall we see Betwixt and Between? The thing they had such a job to get past the censor. Yes, if you like. Is it particularly obscene? No, epicene, I fancy. Oh, I see. Well, I'm quite agreeable. Only I warn you that I shall make a point of asking you the meaning of all the risky bits in a very audible voice. That's your idea of amusement, is it? Yes, it does make them so wild. People say hush and giggle, and if I'm lucky I end up with a gorgeous row in the bar. Then I won't risk it. No, I'll tell you what I'd really love. We'll go and see George Barnwell at the Elephant, and have a fish and chips supper afterwards. This was agreed upon, and was voted, in retrospect, a most profitable evening. It finished up with grilled kippers at a friend's studio in the early hours. Lord Peter returned home to find a note upon the hall table. My lord, the persons from Sleuths Incorporated rang up to-day that he was inclined to acquiesce in your lordship's opinion, but that he was keeping his eye upon the party, and would report further tomorrow. The sandwiches are on the dining-room table, if your lordship should require refreshment. Yours obediently, M. Bunter. Cross the gypsy's palm with silver, said his lordship happily, and rolled into bed. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lord Peter clears trumps. Sleuths Incorporated's report, when it came, might be summed up as nothing doing, and Major Fentiman convinced that there never will be anything doing, opinion shared by Sleuths Incorporated. Lord Peter's reply was, keep on watching, and something will happen before the week is out. His lordship was justified. On the fourth evening, Sleuths Incorporated reported again. The particular sleuth in charge of the case had been duly relieved by Major Fentiman at 6 p.m. and had gone to get his dinner. On returning to his post an hour later, he had been presented with a note left for him with the ticket collector at the stairhead. It ran, "Just seen Oliver getting into taxi. Am following. Will communicate to refreshment room. Fentiman." The sleuth had perforce to return to the refreshment room and hang about waiting for a further message. "But all the while, my lord, the second man I put on as instructed by you, my lord, was following the Major unbeknownst." Presently a call was put through from Waterloo. "Oliver is on the Southampton train. I am following." The sleuth hurried down to Waterloo, found the train gone, and followed on by the next. At Southampton he made inquiries, and learned that a gentleman answering to Fentiman's description had made a violent disturbance as the Havre boat was just starting, and had been summarily ejected at the insistence of an elderly man whom he appeared to have annoyed or attacked in some way. Fentiman had followed this person down, made himself offensive on the train, and had been warned off by the guard, collared his prey again in the gangway, and tried to prevent him from going aboard. The gentleman had produced his passport and pièce d'identité, showing him to be a retired manufacturer of the name of Postlethwaite, living at Kew. Fentiman had insisted that he was, on the contrary, a man called Oliver, address and circumstances unknown, whose testimony was wanted in some family matter. As Fentiman was unprovided with a passport, and appeared to have no official authority for stopping and questioning travellers, and as his story seemed vague and his manner agitated, the local police had decided to detain Fentiman. Postlethwaite was allowed to proceed on his way after leaving his address in England and his destination, which, as he contended, and as he produced papers and correspondence to prove, was Venice. The sleuth went round to the police station, where he found Fentiman, apoplectic with fury, threatening proceedings for false imprisonment. He was able to get him released, however, on bearing witness to Fentiman's identity and good faith, and after persuading him to give a promise to keep the peace. He had then reminded Fentiman that private persons were not entitled to assault or arrest peaceable people against whom no charge could be made, pointing out to him that his proper course, when Oliver denied being Oliver, would have been to follow on quietly and keep a watch on him while communicating with Wimsey or Mr. Murbles or Sleuths Incorporated. He added that he was himself now waiting at Southampton for further instructions from Lord Peter. Should he follow to Venice, or send his subordinate, or should he return to London? In view of the frank behaviour of Mr. Postlethwaite, it seemed probable that a genuine mistake had been made as to identity, but Fentiman insisted that he was not mistaken. Lord Peter, holding the trunk line, considered for a moment. Then he laughed. "Where is Major Fentiman?" he asked. "Returning to town, my lord. I have represented to him that I have now all the necessary information to go upon, and that his presence in Venice would only hamper my movements, now that he has made himself known to the party." "Quite so. Well, I think you might as well send your man on to Venice, just in case it's a true bill. And listen." He gave some further instructions, ending with, "And ask Major Fentiman to come and see me as soon as he arrives." "Certainly, my lord." "What price the gipsy's warning now?" said Lord Peter, as he communicated this piece of intelligence to Bunter. Major Fentiman came round to the flat that afternoon in a whirl of apology and indignation. "I'm sorry, old man, it was damned stupid of me, but I lost my temper. To hear that fellow calmly denying that he had ever seen me or poor old grandfather, and coming out with his bits of evidence so pat, put my bristles up. Of course, I see now that I made a mistake. I quite realize that I ought to have followed him up quietly, but how was I to know that he wouldn't answer to his name? But you ought to have guessed, when he didn't, that either you had made a mistake, or that he had some very good motive for trying to get away," said Wimsey. "I wasn't accusing him of anything." "Of course not, but he seems to have thought you were." "But why? I mean, when I first spoke to him, I just said Mr. Oliver, I think. And he said, 'You are mistaken.' And I said, 'Surely not. My name's Fentiman, and you know my grandfather, old General Fentiman.' And he said he hadn't the pleasure. So I explained that we wanted to know where the old boy had spent the night before he died. And he looked at me as if I was a lunatic. That annoyed me, and I said I knew he was Oliver, and then he complained to the guard. And when I saw him just trying to hop off like that, without giving us any help, and when I thought about that $500,000, it made me so mad I just collared him. 'Oh, no, you don't,' I said, and that was how the fun began, don't you see?" "I see perfectly," said Wimsey, "but don't you see that if he really is Oliver, and has gone off in that elaborate manner, with false passports and everything, he must have something important to conceal?" Fentiman's jaw dropped. You don't mean there's anything funny about the death? Oh, surely not." "There must be something funny about Oliver, anyway, mustn't there, on your own showing?" "Well, if you look at it that way, I suppose there must. I tell you what, he's probably got into some bother or other and is clearing out. Debt, or a woman, or something. Of course, that must be it. And I was beastly inconvenient, popping up like that. So he pushed me off. I see it all now. Well, in that case, we'd better let him rip. We can't get him back, and I dare say he won't be able to tell us anything after all." "That's possible, of course. But when you bear in mind that he seems to have disappeared from Gatti's, where you used to see him, almost immediately after the General's death, doesn't it look rather as though he was afraid of being connected up with that particular incident?" Fentiman wriggled uncomfortably. "Oh, but hang it all, what could he have had to do with the old man's death?" "I don't know, but I think we might try to find out." "How?" "Well, we might apply for an exhumation order." "Dig him up?" cried Fentiman, scandalized. "Yes. There was no post-mortem, you know." "No, but Penberthy knew all about it, and gave the certificate." "Yes, but at that time there was no reason to suppose that anything was wrong." "And there isn't now." "There are a number of peculiar circumstances, to say the least." "There's only Oliver, and I may have been mistaken about him." "But I thought you were so sure." "So I was. But this is preposterous, Wimsey. Besides, think what a scandal it would make." "Why should it? You are the executor. You can make a private application, and the whole thing can be done quite privately." "Yes, but surely the Home Office would never consent on such flimsy grounds." "I'll see that they do. They'll know I wouldn't be keen on anything flimsy. Little bits of fluff were never in my line." Oh, do be serious. What reason can we give? Quite apart from Oliver, we can give a very good one. We can say that we want to examine the contents of the viscera to see how soon the General died after taking his last meal. That might be of great assistance in solving the question of survivorship. And the law, generally speaking, is nuts on what they call the orderly devolution of property. Hold on. Do you mean to say you can tell when a bloke died just by looking inside his tummy? Not exactly, of course, but one might get an idea. If we found, that is, that he'd only that moment swallowed his brekker, it would show that he'd died not very long after arriving at the club. Good Lord, that would be a poor lookout for me. It might be the other way, you know. I don't like it, Wimsey. It's very unpleasant. I wish to goodness we could compromise on it. But the lady in the case won't compromise. You know that. We've got to get at the facts somehow. I shall certainly get Murbles to suggest exhumation to Pritchard. Oh, Lord, what'll he do? Pritchard? If he's an honest man, and his client's an honest woman, they'll support the application. If they don't, I shall fancy they've got something to conceal. I wouldn't put it past them. They're a low-down lot. But they can't do anything without my consent, can they? Not exactly, at least not without a lot of trouble and publicity. But if you're an honest man, you'll give your consent. You've nothing to conceal, I suppose? Of course not. Still, it seems rather... They suspect us already of some kind of dirty work, persisted Wimsey. That brute Pritchard as good as told me so. I'm expecting every day to hear that he has suggested exhumation off his own bat. I'd rather we got in first with it. If that's the case, I suppose we must do it. But I can't believe it'll do a bit of good, and it's sure to get round and make an upheaval. Isn't there some other way? You're so darn clever. Look here, Fentiman, do you want to get at the facts? Or are you out to collar the cash by hook or by crook? You may as well tell me frankly which it is. Of course, I want to get at the facts. Very well, I've told you the next step to take. Damn it all, said Fentiman discontentedly. I suppose it'll have to be done then, but I don't know whom to apply to or how to do it. Sit down then, and I'll dictate the letter for you. From this there was no escape, and Robert Fentiman did as he was told, grumbling. There's George. I ought to consult him. It doesn't concern George, except indirectly. That's right. Now write to Murbles, telling him what you're doing, and instructing him to let the other party know. Oughtn't we to consult about the whole thing with Murbles first? I've already consulted Murbles, and he agrees it's the thing to do. These fellows would agree to anything that means fees and trouble. Just so. Still, solicitors are necessary evils. Is that finished? Yes. Give the letters to me. I'll see they're posted. Now you needn't worry any more about it. Murbles and I will see to it all, and the detective Walla is looking after Oliver all right, so you can run away and play. I'm sure you're going to say how good it is of me to take all this trouble. Delighted, I'm sure. It's of no consequence. A pleasure, in fact. Have a drink? The disconcerted Major refused the drink rather shortly, and prepared to depart. You mustn't think I'm not grateful, Wimsey, and all that, but it is rather unseemly. With all your experience, said Wimsey, you oughtn't to be so sensitive about corpses. We've seen many things much unseemlier than a nice, quiet little resurrection in a respectable cemetery." "Oh, I don't care twopence about the corpse," retorted the Major. "But the thing doesn't look well, that's all." "Think of the money," grinned Wimsey, shutting the door of the flat upon him. He returned to his library, balancing the 2 letters in his hand. "There's many a man now walking the streets of London," said he, "through not clearing trumps. Take these letters to the post, Bunter, and Mr. Parker will be dining here with me this evening. We will have a perdrix aux choux and a savoury to follow, and you can bring up 2 bottles of the Chambertin." "Very good, my lord." Wimsey's next proceeding was to write a little confidential note to an official whom he knew well at the Home Office. This done, he returned to the telephone and asked for Dr. Penberthy's number. "That you, Penberthy? Wimsey speaking. Look here, old man, you know that Fentiman business?" "Yes. Well, we're applying for an exhumation." "For a what?" "An exhumation. Nothing to do with your certificate. We know that's all right. It's just by way of getting a bit more information about when the beggar died." He outlined his suggestion. "Think there's something in it?" "There might be, of course." "Glad to hear you say that. I'm a layman in these matters, but it occurred to me as a good idea." "Very ingenious." "I always was a bright lad. You'll have to be present, of course." "Am I to do the autopsy?" "If you like. Lubbock will do the analysis." "Analysis of what?" "Contents of the doings. Whether he had kidneys on toast, or eggs and bacon, and all that." "Oh, I see. I doubt if you'll get much from that, after all this time." "Possibly not. But Lubbock had better have a squint at it." "Yes, certainly. As I gave the certificate, it's better that my findings should be checked by somebody." "Exactly. I quite knew you'd feel that way. You understand about it?" "Perfectly, of course. If we'd had any idea there was going to be all this uncertainty, I'd have made a post-mortem at the time." "Naturally you would. Well, it can't be helped. All in the day's work. I'll let you know when it's to be. I suppose the Home Office will send somebody along. I thought I ought just to let you know about it." "Very good of you. Yes, I'm glad to know. Hope nothing unpleasant will come out." "Thinking of your certificate?" "Oh, well, no, I'm not worrying much about that. Though you never know, of course. I was thinking of that rigger, you know. Seen Captain Fentiman lately?" "Yes. I didn't mention—" "No, better not. Unless it becomes absolutely necessary. Well, I'll hear from you later, then." "That's the idea. Good-bye." The day was a day of incident. About 4 o'clock a messenger arrived, panting, from Mr. Murbles. Mr. Murbles refused to have his chambers desecrated by a telephone. Mr. Murbles's compliments, and would Lord Peter be good enough to read this note, and let Mr. Murbles have an immediate answer. The note ran: "Dear Lord Peter, in re Fentiman deceased. Mr. Pritchard has called. He informs me that his client is now willing to compromise on a division of the money, if the court will permit. Before I consult my client, Major Fentiman, I should be greatly obliged by your opinion as to how the investigation stands at present. Yours faithfully, J. Murbles." Lord Peter replied as follows: "Dear Mr. Murbles, re Fentiman deceased. Too late to compromise now, unless you are willing to be party to a fraud. I warned you, you know. Robert has applied for exhumation. Can you dine with me at 8? P.W." Having sent this off, his lordship rang for Bunter. "Bunter, as you know, I seldom drink champagne, but I am inclined to do so now. Bring a glass for yourself as well." The cork popped merrily, and Lord Peter rose to his feet. "Bunter," said he, "I give you a toast. The triumph of instinct over reason." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club, by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lord Peter turns a trick. Detective Inspector Parker came to dinner and circled in a comfortable little halo of glory. The crate mystery had turned out well, and the Commissioner had used expressions suggestive of promotion in the immediate future. Parker did justice to his meal, and when the party had adjourned to the library, gave his attention to Lord Peter's account of the Bellona affair, with the cheerful appreciation of a connoisseur sampling a vintage port. Mr. Murbles, on the other hand, grew more and more depressed as the story was unfolded. "And what do you think of it?" inquired Wimsey. Parker opened his mouth to reply, but Murbles was beforehand with them. "Miss Oliver appears to be a very elusive person," said he. "Isn't he?" agreed Wimsey dryly. "Almost as elusive as the famous Mrs. Harris. Would it altogether surprise you to learn that when I asked a few discreet questions at Gatti's, I discovered not only that nobody there had the slightest recollection of Oliver, but that no inquiries about him had ever been made by Major Fentiman?" "Oh, dear me," said Mr. Murbles. "You forced Fentiman's hand very ingeniously by sending him down with your private sleuth to Charing Cross," remarked Parker approvingly. "Well, you see, I had a feeling that unless we did something pretty definite, Oliver would keep vanishing and reappearing like the Cheshire Cat whenever our investigation seemed to be taking an awkward turn." "You are intimating, if I understand you rightly," said Mr. Murbles, "that this Oliver has no real existence?" "Oliver was the carrot on the donkey's nose," said Peter, "my noble self being cast for the part of the donkey. Not caring for the role, I concocted a carrot of my own, in the person of Sleuths Incorporated. No sooner did my trusting sleuth depart to his lunch than, lo and behold, the hue and cry is off again after Oliver. Away goes Fentiman, and away goes sleuth number 2, who was there all the time neatly camouflaged to keep his eye on Fentiman. Why Fentiman should have gone to the length of assaulting a perfect stranger and accusing him of being Oliver, I don't know. I fancy his passion for thoroughness made him overreach himself a bit there." "But what exactly has Major Fentiman been doing?" asked Mr. Murbles. "This is a very painful business, Lord Peter. It distresses me beyond words. Do you suspect him of "Well," said Wimsey, "I knew something odd had happened, you know, as soon as I saw the General's body, when I pulled the Morning Post away so easily from under his hands. If he had really died clutching it, the rigour would have made his clutch so tight that one would have had to pry the fingers open to release it. And then that knee joint. I didn't quite follow about that." Well, you know that when a man dies, rigour begins to set in after a period of some hours, varying according to the cause of death, temperature of the room, and a lot of other conditions. It starts in the face and jaw and extends gradually over the body. Usually it lasts about 24 hours, and then passes off again in the same order in which it started. But if, during the period of rigidity, you loosen one of the joints by main force, then it doesn't stiffen again, but remains loose. Which is why, in a hospital, if the nurses have carelessly let a patient die and stiffen with his knees up, they call in the largest and fattest person on the staff to sit on the corpse's knees and break the joints loose again. Mr. Murbles shuddered distastefully. So that, taking the loose knee joint and the general condition of the body together, it was obvious from the start that somebody had been tampering with the general. Penberthy knew that, too, of course. Only being a doctor, he wasn't going to make any indiscreet uproar if he could avoid it. It doesn't pay, you know. I suppose not. Well, then you came round to see me, sir, and insisted on making the uproar. I warned you, you know, to let sleeping dogs lie. I wish you had spoken more openly. If I had, would you have cared to hush the matter up? Well, said Mr. Murbles, polishing his eyeglasses. Just so. The next step was to try and find out what had actually happened to the general on the night of the 10th and the morning of the 11th. And the moment I got round to his flat, I was faced with two entirely contradictory pieces of evidence. First, there was the story about Oliver, which appeared more or less reasonable upon the face of it. And secondly, there was Woodward's evidence about the clothes. What about them? I asked him, you remember, whether anything at all had been removed from the clothes after he had fetched them away from the cloakroom at the Bellona, and he said nothing. His memory as to other points seemed pretty reliable, and I felt sure that he was honest and straightforward. So I was forced to the conclusion that, wherever the general had spent the night, he had certainly never set foot in the street the next morning. Why? Asked Mr. Murbles. What did you expect to find on the clothes? My dear sir, consider what day it was. November 11th. Is it conceivable that if the old man had been walking in the streets as a free agent on Armistice Day, he would have gone into the club without his Flanders poppy? A patriotic military old bird like that? It was really unthinkable. Then where was he, and how did he get into the club? He was there, you know. True, he was there, in a state of advanced rigour. In fact, according to Penberthy's account, which, by the way, I had checked by the woman who laid out the body later, the rigour was even then beginning to pass off. Making every possible allowance for the warmth of the room and so on, he must have been dead long before 10 in the morning, which was his usual time for going to the club. But, my dear lad, bless my soul, that's impossible. He couldn't have been carried in there dead. Somebody would have noticed it. So they would. And the odd thing is that nobody ever saw him arrive at all. What is more, nobody saw him leave for the last time on the previous evening. General Fentiman, one of the best-known figures in the club, and he seems to have become suddenly invisible. That won't do, you know. What is your idea, then? That he slept the night in the club? I think he slept a very peaceful and untroubled sleep that night in the club. You shock me inexpressibly, said Mr. Murbles. I understand you to suggest that he died
sometime the previous evening, yes.
But he couldn't have sat there all night in the smoking-room. The servants would have been bound to notice him.
Of course, but it was to somebody's interest to see that they did not notice. Somebody who wanted it thought that he hadn't died till the following day, after the death of Lady Dormer.
Robert Fentiman.
Precisely.
But how did Robert know about Lady Dormer?
That is a point I'm not altogether happy about. George had an interview with General Fentiman after the old man's visit to his sister. George denies that the General mentioned anything to him about the will. But then, if George was in the plot, he naturally would deny it. I am rather concerned about George.
What had he to gain?
Well, if George's information was going to make a difference of $500,000 to Robert, he would naturally expect to be given a share of the boodle, don't you think?
Mr. Murbles groaned.
Look here, broke in Parker. This is a very pretty theory, Peter, but allowing that the General died, as you say, on the evening of the 10th, where was the body? As Mr. Murbles says, it would have been a trifle noticeable if left about.
No, no, said Mr. Murbles, seized with an idea. Repellent as the whole notion is to me, I see no difficulty about that. Robert Fentiman was at that time living in the club. No doubt the General died in Robert's bedroom, and was concealed there till the next morning.
Wimsey shook his head. That won't work. I think the General's hat and coat and things were in Robert's bedroom, but the corpse couldn't have been. Think, sir. Here is a photograph of the entrance hall, with the big staircase running up in full view of the front door, and the desk and the bar entrance. Would you risk carrying a corpse downstairs in the middle of the morning, with servants and members passing in and out continually? And the service stairs would be even worse. They are right round the other side of the building, with continual kitchen traffic going on all the time. No, the body wasn't in Robert's bedroom.
Where, then?
Yes, where? After all, Peter, we've got to make this story hold water. Wimsey spread the rest of the photographs out upon the table. Look for yourselves, he said. Here is the end bay of the library, where the General was sitting making notes about money he was to inherit. A very nice retired spot, invisible from the doorway, supplied with ink, blotter, writing paper, and every modern convenience, including the works of Charles Dickens, elegantly bound in morocco. Here is a shot of the library taken from the smoking-room, clean through the anteroom and down the gangway. Again, a tribute to the convenience of the Bellona Club. Observe how handily the telephone cabinet is situated. In case the telephone cabinet, which you will remember was so annoyingly labelled out of order when Wetheridge wanted to telephone. I can't find anybody who remembers putting up that notice, by the way. Good God, Wimsey, impossible. Think of the risk. What risk? If anybody opened the door, there was old General Fentiman,
who had gone in, not seeing the notice, and died of fury at not being able to get his call. Agitation, acting on a weak heart, and all that. Not very risky, really. Unless somebody was to think to inquire about the notice, and probably it wouldn't occur to anyone in the excitement of the moment. You're an ingenious beast, Wimsey. Aren't I? But we can prove it. We're going down to the Bellona Club to prove it now. 11:30, a nice quiet time. Shall I tell you what we are going to find inside that cabinet? Fingerprints, suggested Mr. Murbles eagerly. Afraid that's too much to hope for after all this time. What do you say, Charles? I say we shall find a long scratch on the paint, said Parker, where the foot of the corpse rested and stiffened in that position. Hold it in one, Charles, and that, you see, was when the leg had to be bent with violence in order to drag the corpse out. And as the body was in a sitting position, pursued Parker, we shall of course find a seat inside the cabinet. Yes, and, with luck, we may find a projecting nail or something which caught the general's trouser leg when the body was removed. And possibly a bit of carpet, to match the fragment of thread I got off the corpse's right boot. I hope so. Bless my soul, said Mr. Murbles. Let us go at once. Really, this is most exciting. That is, I am profoundly grieved. I hope it is not as you say. They hastened downstairs and stood for a few moments waiting for a taxi to pass. Suddenly Wimsey made a dive into a dark corner by the porch. There was a scuffle, and out into the light came a small man, heavily muffled in an overcoat, with his hat thrust down to his eyebrows in the manner of a stage detective. Wimsey unbonneted him with the air of a conjurer producing a rabbit from a hat. So, it's you, is it? I thought I knew your face. What the devil do you mean by following people about like this? The man ceased struggling and glanced sharply up at him with a pair of dark, beady eyes. Do you think it wise, my lord, to use violence? Who is it? Asked Parker. Pritchard's clerk. He's been hanging around George Fentiman for days. Now he's hanging round me. He's probably the fellow that's been hanging around the Bellona. If you go on like this, my man, you'll find yourself hanging somewhere else one of these days. Now see here, do you want me to give you in charge? That is entirely as your lordship pleases, said the clerk with a cunning sneer. There is a policeman just round the corner if you wish to attract publicity. Wimsey looked at him for a moment and then began to laugh. When did you last see Mr. Pritchard? Come on, out with it. Yesterday? This morning? Have you seen him since lunch-time? A shadow of indecision crossed the man's face. You haven't? I'm sure you haven't, have you? And why not, my lord? You go back to Mr. Pritchard, said Wimsey impressively, and shaking his captive gently by the coat collar to add force to his words. And if he doesn't countermand your instructions and call you off this sleuthing business, which, by the way, you do very amateurishly, I'll give you a $5. See? Now hop it. I know where to find you, and you know where to find me. Good night, and may Morpheus hover over your couch and bless your slumbers. Here's our taxi. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Spades are trumps. It was close on 1 o'clock when the three men emerged from the solemn portals of the Bellona Club. Mr. Murbles was very much subdued. Wimsey and Parker displayed the sober elation of men whose calculations have proved satisfactory. They had found the scratches. They had found the nail in the seat of the chair. They had even found the carpet. Moreover, they had found the origin of Oliver. Reconstructing the crime, they had sat in the end bay of the library, as Robert Fentiman might have sat, casting his eyes around him while he considered how he could best hide and cover up this extremely inopportune decease. They had noticed how the gilt lettering on the back of a volume caught the gleam from the shaded reading lamp. Oliver Twist, not consciously noted at the time, had yet suggested itself an hour or so later to Fentiman, when, calling up from Charing Cross, he had been obliged to invent a surname on the spur of the moment. And finally, placing the light, spare form of the unwilling Mr. Murbles in the telephone cabinet, Parker had demonstrated that a fairly tall and strong man could have extricated the body from the box, carried it into the smoking-room, and arranged it in the armchair by the fire, all in something under 4 minutes. Mr. Murbles made one last effort on behalf of his client. "There were people in the smoking-room all morning, my dear Lord Peter. If it were, as you suggest, how could Fentiman have made sure of 4 or even 3 minutes secure from observation while he brought the body in?" "Were people there all morning, sir? Are you sure? Wasn't there just one period when one could be certain that everybody would be either out in the street or upstairs on the big balcony that runs along in front of the first-floor windows, looking out and listening? It was Armistice Day, remember." Mr. Murbles was horror-struck. 2 minutes' silence! God bless my soul! How abominable! How blasphemous! Really, I cannot find words. This is the most disgraceful thing I ever heard of. At the moment when all our thoughts should be concentrated on the brave fellows who laid down their lives for us, to be engaged in perpetrating a fraud, an irreverent crime. $500,000 is a good bit of money, said Parker thoughtfully. "Horrible," said Mr. Murbles. "Meanwhile," said Wimsey, "what do you propose to do about it?" "Do?" spluttered the old solicitor indignantly. "Do? Robert Fentiman will have to confess to this disgraceful plot immediately. Bless my soul! To think that I should be mixed up in a thing like this. He will have to find another man of business in future. We shall have to explain matters to Pritchard and apologize. I really hardly know how to tell him such a thing." "I rather gather that he suspects a good deal of it already," said Parker mildly. "Else why should he have sent that clerk of his to spy on you and George and Fentiman? I dare say he has been keeping tabs on Robert, too." "I shouldn't wonder," said Wimsey. "He certainly treated me like a conspirator when I called on him. The only thing that puzzles me now is why he should have suddenly offered to compromise." "Probably Miss Dorland lost patience, or they despaired of proving anything," said Parker. "While Robert stuck to that Oliver story, it would be very hard to prove anything." "Exactly," said Wimsey. "That is why I had to hang on so long
and press Robert so hard about it. I might suspect Oliver to be non-existent, but one can't prove a negative." "And suppose he still sticks to the story now?" "Oh, I think we can put the wind up him all right," said Wimsey. "By the time we've displayed our proofs, and told him exactly what he was doing with himself on November 10th and 11th, he'll have no more spirit in him than the Queen of Sheba." "It must be done at once," said Mr. Murbles. "And, of course, this exhumation business will have to be stopped. I will go round and see Robert Fentiman to-morrow. This morning, that is." "Better tell him to trot round to your place," said Wimsey. "I'll bring all the evidence round there, and I'll have the varnish on the cabinet analysed, and shown to correspond with the sample I took from the General's boots. Make it for 2 o'clock, and then we can all go round and interview Pritchard afterwards." Parker supported this suggestion. Mr. Murbles was so wrought up that he would gladly have rushed away to confront Robert Fentiman immediately. It being, however, pointed out to him that Fentiman was in Richmond, that an alarm at this ungodly hour might drive him to do something desperate, and also that all 3 investigators needed repose, the old gentleman gave way, and permitted himself to be taken home to Staple Inn. Wimsey went round to Parker's flat in Great Ormond Street to have a drink before turning in, and the session was prolonged till the small hours had begun to grow into big hours, and the early workmen were abroad. Lord Peter, having set the spring for his woodcock, slept the sleep of the just until close upon 11 o'clock the next morning. He was aroused by voices without, and presently his bedroom door was flung open to admit Mr. Murbles, of all people, in a high state of agitation, followed by Bunter protesting. "Hallo, sir," said his lordship, much amazed. "What's up?" "We have been outwitted," cried Mr. Murbles, waving his umbrella. "We have been forestalled. We should have gone to Major Fentiman last night. I wished to do so, but permitted myself to be persuaded against my better judgment. It will be a lesson to me." He sat down, panting a little. "My dear Mr. Murbles," said Wimsey pleasantly, "your method of recalling one to the dull business of the day is as delightful as it is unexpected. Anything better calculated to dispel that sluggish feeling I can scarcely imagine. But, pardon me, you are somewhat out of breath. Bunter, a whisky and soda for Mr. Murbles." "Indeed, no," ejaculated the solicitor hurriedly. "I couldn't touch it. Lord Peter—" "A glass of sherry?" suggested his lordship helpfully. "No, no, nothing, thanks. A shocking thing has occurred. We are left better and better. A shock is exactly what I feel do need. My café au lait, Bunter, and you may turn the bath on. Now, sir, out with it. I am fortified against anything." "Robert Fentiman," announced Mr. Murbles impressively, "has disappeared." He thumped his umbrella. "Good God!" said Wimsey. "He has gone," repeated the solicitor. "At 10 o'clock this morning I attended in person at his rooms in Richmond, in person, in order to bring him the more effectually to a sense of his situation. I rang the bell. I asked for him. The maid told me he had left the night before. I asked where he had gone. She said she did not know. He had taken a suitcase with him. I interviewed the landlady. She told me that Major Fentiman had received an urgent message during the evening, and had informed her that he was called away. He had not mentioned where he was going, nor how soon he would return. I left a note addressed to him, and hastened back to Dover Street. The flat there was shut up and untenanted. The man Woodward was nowhere to be found. I then came immediately to you, and I find you—" Mr. Murbles waved an expressive hand at Wimsey, who was just taking from Bunter's hands a chased silver tray containing a Queen Anne coffee-pot and milk-jug, and a small pile of correspondence. "So you do," said Wimsey. "A depraved sight, I am afraid. It looks very much as though Robert had got wind of the trouble and didn't like to face the music." He sipped his café au lait delicately, his rather bird-like face cocked sideways. "But why worry? He can't have got very far." "He may have gone abroad." "Possibly. All the better. The other party won't want to take proceedings against him over there. Too much bother, however spiteful they may feel. Hallo, here's a writing I seem to recognise. Yes, it is from my sleuths, from Sleuths Incorporated. Wonder what he wants. I told him to go home and send the bill in. Phew! What is it? This is the bloke who chased Fentiman to Southampton, not the one who went on to Venice after the innocent Mr. Postlethwaite. He's writing from Paris, he says. My lord, while making a few inquiries at Southampton, pursuant to the investigation with which your lordship entrusted me. What marvellous English these fellows write, don't they? Nearly as good as the regular police. I came almost accidentally, almost is good, upon a trifling clue which led me to suppose that the party whom I was instructed by your lordship to keep under observation had been less in error than we were led to suppose, and had merely been misled by a confusion of identity natural in a gentleman not scientifically instructed in the art of following up suspected persons. In short, thank God for that. In short, I believe that I have myself come upon the track of O. These fellows are amazingly cautious. He might just as well write Oliver and have done with it. And have followed the individual in question to this place. I have telegraphed to the gentleman your friend, I presume that means Fentiman, to join me immediately with a view to identifying the party. I will, of course, duly acquaint your lordship with any further developments in the case, and believe me, and so forth. Well, I'm damned. The man must be mistaken, Lord Peter. I jolly well hope so, said Wimsey, rather red in the face. It'll be a bit galling to have Oliver turning up just when we've proved so conclusively that he doesn't exist. Paris. I suppose he means that Fentiman spotted the right man at Waterloo and lost him on the train or in the rush for the boat, and got hold of Postlethwaite instead. Funny. Meanwhile, Fentiman's off to France, probably taking the 10:30 boat to Folkestone. I don't know how we're to get hold of him. How very extraordinary, said Mr. Murbles. Where does that detective person write from? Just Paris, said Wimsey. Bad paper, worse ink, and a small stain of vin ordinaire, probably written in some little café yesterday afternoon. Not much hope there, but he's certain to let me know where they get to. We must send someone to Paris immediately in search of them, declared Mr. Murbles. Why? To fetch Major Fentiman back. Yes, but look here, sir. If there really is an Oliver, after all, it rather upsets our calculations, doesn't it? Mr. Murbles considered this. I cannot see that it affects our conclusions as to the hour of the General's death, he said. Perhaps not, but it considerably alters our position with regard to Robert Fentiman. Yes, that is so. Though, said Mr. Murbles severely, I still consider that the story requires close investigation. Agreed. Well, look here, I'll run over to Paris myself and see what I can do, and you had better temporize with Pritchard. Tell him that you think there will be no need to compromise, and that we hope soon to be in possession of the precise facts. That'll show him that we don't mean to have any truck with anything fishy. I'll learn him to cast nasturtiums at me. And, oh dear, there's another thing. We must try and get hold of Major Fentiman to stop this exhumation. Oh, Lord, yes, that's a bit awkward. Can't you stop it by yourself? I hardly think I can. Major Fentiman has applied for it as executor, and I cannot see what I can do in the matter without his signature. The Home Office would hardly... Yes, I quite see that you can't mess about with the Home Office. Well, though that's easy. Robert never was keen on the resurrection idea. Once we've got his address, he'll be only too happy to send you a chit to call the whole thing off. You leave it to me. After all, even if we don't find Robert for a few days, and the old boy has to be dug up after all, it won't make things any worse, will it? Mr. Murbles agreed dubiously. Then I'll pull the old carcass together, said Wimsey brightly, flinging the bedclothes aside and leaping to his feet, and toddle off to the City of Light. Will you excuse me for a few moments, sir? The bath awaits me. Bunter, put a few things into a suitcase, and be ready to come with me to Paris. On second thoughts, Wimsey waited till the next day, hoping, as he explained, to hear from the detective. As nothing reached him, however, he started in pursuit, instructing the head office of Sleuths Incorporated to wire any information received to him at the Hotel Meurice. The next news that arrived from him was a card to Murbles, written on a PLM Express, which said simply, "Quarry gone on to Rome, hard on trail. P.W." The next day came a foreign telegram. "Making for Sicily, faint but pursuing. P.W." In reply to this, Mr. Murbles wired, "Exhumation fixed for day after tomorrow. Please make haste." To which Wimsey replied, "Returning for exhumation. P.W." He returned alone. "Where is Robert Fentiman?" demanded Murbles agitatedly. Wimsey, his hair matted damply and his face white from travelling day and night, grinned feebly. "I rather fancy," he said in a wan voice, "that Oliver is at his old tricks again." "Again?" cried Mr. Murbles, aghast. "But the letter from your detective was genuine." "Oh, yes, that was genuine enough. But even detectives can be bribed. Anyhow, we haven't seen hide nor hair of our friends. They've been always a little ahead, like the Holy Grail, you know. Fainter by day, but always in the night, blood red, and sliding down the blackened marsh, blood red. Perfectly bloody, in fact. Well, here we are. When does the ceremony take place? Quietly, I take it. No flowers?" The ceremony took place, as such ceremonies do, under the discreet cover of darkness. George Fentiman, who in Robert's absence attended to represent the family, was nervous and depressed. It is trying enough to go to the funeral of one's friends and relations amid the grotesque pomps of glass hearses and black horses and wreaths and appropriate hymns beautifully rendered by well-paid choristers. But, as George irritably remarked, the people who grumble over funerals don't realize their luck. However depressing the thud of earth on the coffin lid may be, it is music compared to the rattle of gravel and thump of spades, which herald a premature and unreverend resurrection, enveloped in clouds of formalin and without benefit of clergy. Dr. Penberthy also appeared abstracted and anxious to get the business over. He made the journey to the cemetery, ensconced in the farthest corner of the big limousine, and discussed thyroid abnormalities with Dr. Horner, Sir James Lubbock's assistant, who had come to help with the autopsy. Mr. Murbles was, naturally, steeped in gloom. Wimsey devoted himself to his accumulated correspondence, out of which one letter only had any bearing on the Fentiman case. It was from Marjorie Phelps, and ran: "If you want to meet Anne Dorland, would you care to come along to a do at the Rushworths' Wednesday week? It will be very deadly, because Naomi Rushworth's new young man is going to read a paper on ductless glands, which nobody knows anything about. However, it appears that ductless glands will be news in next to no time, ever so much more up to date than vitamins. So the Rushworths are all over glands, in the social sense, I mean. Anne D. is certain to be there, because, as I told you, she is taking to this Healthy Bodies for All stunt, or whatever it is. So you'd better come. It will be company for me, and I've got to go anyway, as I'm supposed to be a friend of Naomi's. Besides, they say that if one paints or sculpts or models, one ought to know all about glands, because of the way they enlarge your jaw and alter your face, or something. Do come, because if you don't, I shall be fastened on by some deadly bore or other, and I shall have to hear all Naomi's raptures about the man, which will be too awful." Wimsey made a note to be present at this enlivening party, and, looking round, saw that they were arriving at the necropolis, so vast, so glittering with crystal-globed wreaths, so towering with sky-scraping monuments, that no lesser name would serve it. At the gate they were met by Mr. Pritchard in person, acidulated in his manner and elaborately polite to Mr. Murbles, and by the Home Office representative, suave and bland, and disposed to see reporters lurking behind every tombstone. A third person, coming up, proved to be an official from the cemetery company, who took charge of the party and guided them along the neat gravelled walks to where the digging operations were already in process. The coffin, being at length produced and identified by its brass plate, was then carefully borne to a small outbuilding close at hand, which appeared to be a potting shed in ordinary life, converted by a board and a couple of trestles into a temporary mortuary. Here a slight halt and confusion was caused by the doctors demanding in aggressively cheerful and matter-of-fact tones more light and space to work in. The coffin was placed on a bench. Somebody produced a mackintosh sheet and spread it on the trestle table. Lamps were brought and suitably grouped, after which the workmen advanced, a little reluctantly,
to unscrew the coffin lid, preceded by Dr. Penberthy scattering formalin from a spray, rather like an infernal thurifer at some particularly unwholesome sacrifice. "Ah, very nice indeed," said Dr. Homer appreciatively, as the corpse was disengaged from the coffin and transferred to the table. "Excellent. Not much difficulty over this job. That's the best of getting on to it at once. How long has he been buried, do you say?" 3 or 4 weeks. He doesn't look it. Will you make the autopsy, or shall I? Just as you like. Very well. Where did I put my bag? Thank you, Mr. An unpleasantly occupied pause, during which George Fentiman escaped, murmuring that he thought he'd have a smoke outside. "Undoubted heart trouble, of course. I don't see any unusual appearances, do you? I suppose we'd better secure the stomach as it stands. Pass me the gut, would you? Thanks. Do you mind holding while I get this ligature on? Ta. Snip, snip. The jars are just behind you. Thanks. Look out, you'll have it over. That was a near thing. Reminds me of Palmer, you know, and Cook's stomach. Always think that a very funny story. I won't take all the liver, just a sample. It's only a matter of form. And sections of the rest. Yes. Better have a look at the brain while we're about it, I suppose. Have you got the large saw?" "How callous these medical men seem," murmured Mr. Murbles. "It's nothing to them," said Wimsey. "Horner does this kind of job several times a week." "Yes, but he need not be so noisy. Dr. Penberthy behaves with decorum." "Penberthy runs a practice," said Wimsey, with a faint grin. "He has to exercise a little restraint over himself. Besides, he knew old Fentiman, and Horner didn't." At length, the relevant portions of General Fentiman's anatomy having been collected into suitable jars and bottles, the body was returned to the coffin and screwed down. Penberthy came across to Wimsey and took his arm. "We ought to be able to get a pretty good idea of what you want to know," he said. "Decomposition is very little advanced, owing to an exceptionally well-made coffin. By the way," he dropped his voice, "that leg, you know, did it ever occur to you, or rather, did you ever discover any explanation of that?" "I did have an idea about it," admitted Wimsey, "but I don't yet know whether it was the right one. I shall probably know for certain in a day or two." "You think the body was interfered with?" said Penberthy, looking him steadily in the face. "Yes, and so do you," replied Wimsey, returning the gaze. "I've had my suspicions all the time, of course. I told you so, you know. I wonder whether you don't think I was wrong to give the certificate, do you?" "Not unless you suspected anything wrong with the death itself," said Wimsey. "Have you and Horner noticed anything queer?" "No, but oh, well, having a patient dug up always makes me worried, you know. It's easy to make a mistake, and one looks an awful fool in court. I'd hate being made to look a fool just at present," added the doctor, with a nervous laugh. "I'm thinking of Great Scott, man, how you startled me!" Dr. Horner had brought a large bony hand down on his shoulder. He was a red-faced, jovial man, and he smiled as he held up his bag before them. "All packed and ready," he announced. "Got to be getting back now. Got to be getting back." "Have the witnesses signed the labels?" asked Penberthy, rather shortly. Yes, quite all right. both the solicitor Johnnies, so they can't quarrel about that in the witness box,' replied Horner. 'Come along, please. I've got to get off.' They found George Fentiman outside, seated on a tombstone and sucking at an empty pipe. 'Is it all over?' 'Yes.' 'Have they found anything?' 'Haven't looked yet,' broke in Horner genially. 'Not at the part which interests you, that is. Leave that for my colleague, Lubbock, you know. Soon give you an answer, say in a week's time.' George passed his handkerchief over his forehead, which was beaded with little drops of sweat. 'I don't like it,' he said, 'but I suppose it had to be done. What was that? I'd swear I saw something moving over there.' 'A cat, probably,' said Penberthy. 'There's nothing to be alarmed at.' 'No,' said George, 'but sitting about here, one fancies things.' He hunched his shoulders, squinting round at them with the whites of his eyeballs showing. 'Things,' he said, 'people, going to and fro, and walking up and down, following one.' End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Grand Slam in Spades. On the 7th morning after the exhumation, which happened to be a Tuesday, Lord Peter walked briskly into Mr. Murple's chambers in Staple Inn, with Detective Inspector Parker at his heels. 'Good morning,' said Mr. Murples, surprised. 'Good morning,' said Wimsey. 'Hark, hark, the lark at heaven's gate sings. He is coming, my own, my sweet, were it ever so airy a tread. He will be here in a quarter of an hour.' 'Who will?' demanded Mr. Murples, somewhat severely. 'Robert Fentiman.' Mr. Murples gave a little ejaculation of surprise. 'I had almost given up hope in that direction,' he said. 'So had not I. I said to myself, he is not lost but gone before, and it was so. Charles, we will lay out the pièce de conviction on the table. The boots, the photographs, the microscopic slides showing the various specimens, the paper of notes from the library, the outer garments of the deceased. Just so, and Oliver Twist. Beautiful. Now, as Sherlock Holmes says, we shall look imposing enough to strike terror into the guilty breast, though armed in triple steel. Did Fentiman return of his own accord? Not altogether. He was, if I may so express myself, led. Almost, in fact, led on. O'er moor and fen, o'er crag and torrent, till, don't you know, what is that noise in the outer room? It is the cannon's opening roar. It was, indeed, the voice of Robert Fentiman, not in the best of tempers. In a few seconds he was shown in. He nodded curtly to Murples, who replied with a stiff bow, and then turned violently upon Wimsey. 'Look here, what's the meaning of all this? Here's that damned detective fellow of yours leading me a devil of a dance all over Europe and home again, and then this morning he suddenly turns round and tells me that you want to see me here with news about Oliver. What the devil do you know about Oliver?' 'Oliver?' said Wimsey. 'Oh, yes. He's an elusive personality. Almost as elusive in Rome as he was in London. Wasn't it odd, Fentiman, the way he always seemed to bob up directly your back was turned? Wasn't it funny the way he managed to disappear from places the moment you set foot in 'em? almost like the way he used to hang about Gotti's and then give you and me the slip. Did you have a jolly time abroad, old man? I suppose you didn't like to tell your companion that he and you were chasing a will-o'-the-wisp." Robert Fentiman's face was passing through phases ranging from fury to bewilderment and back again. Mr. Murbles interrupted. "Has this detective vouchsafed any explanation of his extraordinary behaviour in keeping us in the dark for nearly a fortnight as to his movements?" "I'm afraid I owe you the explanation," said Wimsey airily. "You see, I thought it was time the carrot was dangled before the other donkey. I knew that if we pretended to find Oliver in Paris, Fentiman would be in honour bound to chase after him. In fact, he was probably only too pleased to get away, weren't you, Fentiman?" "Do you mean to say that you invented all this story about Oliver, Lord Peter?" "I did. Not the original Oliver, of course, but the Paris Oliver. I told the sleuth to send a wire from Paris to summon our friend away and keep him away." "But why?" "I'll explain that later. And, of course, you had to go, hadn't you, old man? Because you couldn't very well refuse to go without confessing that there was no such person as Oliver." "Damnation!" burst out Fentiman, and then suddenly began to laugh. "You cunning little devil! I began to think there was something fishy about it, you know. When that first wire came, I was delighted. Thought the sleuth-hound fellow had made a perfectly providential floater, don't you know? And the longer we kept tooling round Europe, the better I was pleased. But when the hare started to double back to England, home and beauty, I began to get the idea that somebody was pulling my leg. By the way, was that why I was able to get all my visas with that uncanny facility at an unearthly hour overnight?" "It was," said Wimsey modestly. "I might have known there was something wrong about it. You devil! Well, what now? If you've exploded Oliver, I suppose you've spilled all the rest of the beans, eh?" "If you mean by that expression," said Mr. Murbles, "that we are aware of your fraudulent and disgraceful attempt to conceal the true time of General Fentiman's decease, the answer is yes, we do know it. And I may say that it has come as a most painful shock to my feelings." Fentiman flung himself into a chair, slapping his thigh and roaring with laughter. "I might have known you'd be on to it," he gasped. "But it was a damn good joke, wasn't it? Good Lord, I couldn't help chuckling to myself, you know, to think that all those refrigerated old imbeciles at the club were sitting solemnly round there and coming in and nodding to the old governor like so many mandarins, when he was as dead as a doornail all the time. That leg of his was a bit of a slip-up, of course, but that was an accident. Did you ever find out where he was all the time?" "Oh, yes, pretty conclusively. You left your marks on the cabinet, you know." "No, did we? Hell!" "Yes, and when you stuck the old boy's overcoat back in the cloakroom, you forgot to stick a poppy in it." "Oh, Lord, that was a bloomer. D'you know, I never thought of that. Oh, well, I suppose I couldn't hope to carry it off with a confounded bloodhound like you on the trail. But it was fun while it lasted. Even now, the thought of old Bunter solemnly calling up 2.5 columns of Olivers makes me shout with joy. It's almost as good as getting the 500,000. "That reminds me," said Wimsey,
The one thing I don't know is how you knew about the 500,000. Did Lady Dormer tell you about her will? Or did you hear it from George?" "George! Great Scott, no, George knew nothing about it. The old boy told me himself." "General Fentiman?" "Of course. When he came back to the club that night, he came straight up to see me." "And we never thought of that," said Wimsey, crushed. "Too obvious, I suppose." "You can't be expected to think of everything," said Robert condescendingly. "I think you did very well, take it all round. Yes, the old boy toddled up to me and told me all about it. He said I wasn't to tell George, because he wasn't quite satisfied with George about Sheila, you know, and he wanted to think it over and see what was best to be done in the way of making a new will, you see." "Just so. And he went down to the library to do it." "That's right. And I went down and had some grub. Well, then afterwards I thought perhaps I hadn't said quite enough on behalf of old George. I mean, the governor needed to have it pointed out to him that George's queerness was caused a great deal by being dependent on Sheila and all that, and if he had some tin of his own, he'd be much better tempered. You get me? So I hopped through to the library to find the gov, and there he was, dead." "What time was that?" "Somewhere round about 8ish, I should think. Well, I was staggered. Of course, my first idea was to call for help. But it wasn't any go. He was quite dead. And then it jolly well came over me all at once how perfectly damnably we had missed the train. Just to think of that awful Dorland woman walking into all those thousands. I tell you, it made me so bally wild I could have exploded and blown the place up. And then, you know, I began to get a sort of creepy feeling, alone there with the body, and nobody in the library at all. We seemed cut off from the world, as the writing fellow says. And then it just seemed to take hold of my mind. Why should he have died like that? I did have a passing hope that the old girl might have pegged out first, and I was just going along to the telephone to find out, when, thinking of the telephone cabinet, you see, the whole thing popped into my head ready-made, as you might say. In 3 minutes I'd lugged him along and stuck him up onto the seat, and then I hopped back to write a label for the door. I say, I thought it was jolly smart to remember not to blot that label on the library blotting paper." "Believe me," said Wimsey, "I appreciated that point." "Good. I'm glad you did. Well, it was pretty plain sailing after that. I got the governor's togs from the cloak-room and took 'em up to my room, and then I thought about old Woodward sitting up and waiting for 'em. So I trundled out and went down Charing Cross. How, do you think? By bus? Not quite as bad as that. By underground. I did realise it wouldn't work to call a taxi." "You show quite a disposition for fraud, Fentiman." "Yes, don't I? Well, all that was easy, I must say. I didn't pass a frightfully good night." "You'll take it more calmly another time." "Yes, it was my maiden effort in crime, of course. The next morning—" "Young man," said Mr. Murbles, in an awful voice, "we will draw a veil over the next morning. I have listened to your shameless statement with a disgust which words cannot express. But I cannot, and I will not, sit here and listen while you congratulate yourself, with a cynicism at which you should blush, on having employed those sacred moments when every thought should have been consecrated—" "Oh, punk!" interrupted Robert rudely.
My old pals are none the worse because I did a little bit of self-help. I know fraud isn't altogether the clean potato, but dash it all, surely we have a better right to the old boy's money than that girl. I bet she never did anything in the Great War, Daddy. Well, it's all gone bust, but it was a darn good stunt while it lasted." "I perceive," replied Mr. Murbles icily, "that any appeal to your better feelings would be a waste of time. I imagine, however, you realize that fraud is a penal offence." "Yes, that's a nuisance, isn't it? What are we going to do about it? Do I have to go and eat humble pie to old Pritchard? Or does Wimsey pretend to have discovered something frightfully abstruse from looking at the body? Oh, good Lord, by the way, what's happened about that confounded exhumation stunt? I never thought a word more about it. I say, Wimsey, was that the idea? Did you know then that I'd been trying to work this stunt, and was it your notion you could get me out of it?" "Partly." "Damned decent of you. You know, I did tumble to it that you'd got a line onto me when you sent me down with that detective fellow to Charing Cross. And I say, you nearly had me there. I'd made up my mind to pretend to go after Oliver, you know, and then I spotted that second bloodhound of yours on the train with me. That gave me goose-flesh all over. The only thing I could think of, short of chucking up the whole show, was to accuse some harmless old bird of being Oliver, as a proof of good faith, don't you see?" "That was it, was it? I thought you must have some reason." "Yes. And then, when I got that summons to Paris, I thought I must somehow have diddled the lot of you. But I suppose that was all arranged for. I say, Wimsey, why? Did you just want to get your own back, or what? Why did you want me out of England?" "Yes, indeed, Lord Peter," said Mr. Murbles gravely. "I think you owe me at least some explanation on that point." "Don't you see," said Wimsey, "Fentiman was his grandfather's executor. If I got him out of the way, you couldn't stop the exhumation." "Ghoul," said Robert, "I believe you batten on corpses." Wimsey laughed rather excitedly. "Fentiman," he said, "what would you give at this moment for your chance of that 500,000?" "Chance?" cried Fentiman. "There's no chance at all. What do you mean?" Wimsey slowly drew a paper from his pocket. "This came last night," he said, "and, by Jove, my lad, it's lucky for you that you had a good bit to lose by the old man's death. This is from Lubbock. Dear Lord Peter, I am sending you a line in advance to let you know the result of the autopsy on General Fentiman. As regards the ostensible reason for the investigation, I may say that there was no food in the stomach, and that the last meal had been taken several hours previously. The important point, however, is that, following your own rather obscurely expressed suggestion, I tested the viscera for poison and discovered traces of a powerful dose of digitalin swallowed not very long previous to decease. As you know, with a subject whose heart was already in a weak state, the result of such a dose could not but be fatal. The symptoms would be a slowing down of the heart's action and collapse, practically indistinguishable from a violent heart attack. I do not, of course, know what your attitude in this business is, though I congratulate you on the perspicacity which prompted you to suggest an analysis. In the meanwhile, of course, you will realize that I am obliged to communicate the result of the autopsy to the public prosecutor." Mr. Murbles sat petrified. "My God!" cried Fentiman, and then again, "My God! Wimsey, if I'd known, if I'd had the faintest idea, I wouldn't have touched the body for 20 millions. Poison? Poor old blighter! What a damned shame! I remember now his saying that night that he felt a bit sickish. But I never thought... I say, Wimsey, you do believe, don't you, that I hadn't the foggiest? I say, that awful female, I knew she was wrong 'un, but poison, that is too thick. Good Lord!" Parker, who had hitherto preserved the detached expression of a friendly spectator, now beamed. "Damn good, old man," he cried, and smote Peter on the back. Professional enthusiasm overcame him. "It's a real case," he said, "and you've handled it finely, Peter. I didn't know you had it in you to hang on so patiently. Forcing the exhumation on 'em, through putting pressure on Major Fentiman, was simply masterly. Pretty work, pretty work." "Thank you, Charles," said Wimsey dryly. "I'm glad somebody appreciates me. Anyhow," he added viciously, "I bet that's wiped old Pritchard's eye." And at this remark, even Mr. Murbles showed signs of returning animation. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Shuffle the cards and deal again. A hasty consultation with the powers that be at Scotland Yard put Detective Inspector Parker in charge of the Fentiman case, and he promptly went into consultation with Wimsey. "What put you on to this poison business?" he asked. "Aristotle, chiefly," replied Wimsey. "He says, you know, that one should always prefer the probable impossible to the improbable possible. It was possible, of course, that the General should have died off in that neat way at the most confusing moment, but how much nicer and more probable that the whole thing had been stage-managed. Even if it had seemed much more impossible, I should have been dead nuts on murder. And there really was nothing impossible about it. Then there was Pritchard and the Dorland woman. Why should they have been so dead set against compromise, and so suspicious about things, until they had inside information from somewhere? After all, they hadn't seen the body, as Pemberthy and I did. That leads on to the question of who did it. Miss Dorland is the obvious suspect, naturally. She's got the biggest motive. Yes. Well, let's be methodical. Old Fentiman was apparently as right as rain up till about 3:30, when he started off for Portman Square. So that the drug must have been given him between then and 8ish, when Robert Fentiman found him dead. Now, who saw him between those two times? Wait a sec, that's not absolutely accurate. He must have taken the stuff between those two times, but it might have been given him earlier. Suppose, for instance, somebody had dropped a poisoned pill into his usual bottle of soda mint, or whatever he used to take. That could have been worked at any time. Well, not too early on, Peter. Suppose he had died a lot too soon, and Lady Dormer had heard about it. It wouldn't have made any difference. She wouldn't need to alter her will or anything. The bequest to Miss Dorland would just stand as before. Quite right. I was being stupid. Well, then we'd better figure out if he did take anything of that kind regularly. If he did, who would have had the opportunity to drop the pill in? Pemberthy, for one. The doctor. Yes, we must stick him down as a possible, though he wouldn't have had the slightest motive. Still, we'll put him in the column headed Opportunity. That's right, Charles. I do like your methodical ways. Attraction of opposites, said Parker, ruling a notebook into 3 columns. Opportunity. Number 1, Dr. Penberthy. If the tablets, or globules, or whatever they were Penberthy's own prescription, he would have a specially good opportunity. Not so good, though, if they were the kind of things you get ready-made from the chemist, in sealed bottles. Oh, bosh! He could always have asked to have a squint at 'em to see if they were the right kind. I insist on having Penberthy in. Besides, he was one of the people who saw the General between the 2 critical hours, during what we may call the administration period. So he had an extra amount of opportunity. So he had. Well, I've put him down. Though there seems no reason for him. I'm not going to be put off by a trifling objection like that. He had the opportunity, so down he goes. Well, then, Miss Dorland comes next. Yes, she goes down under opportunity and also under motive. She certainly had a big interest in polishing off the old man. She saw him during the period of administration, and she very likely gave him something to eat or drink while he was in the house. So she is a very likely subject. The only difficulty with her is the difficulty of getting hold of the drug. You can't get digitalin just by asking for it, you know. No, at least not by itself. You can get it mixed up with other drugs quite easily. I saw an ad in the Daily Views only this morning offering a pill with half a grain of digitalin in it. Did you? Where? Oh, that. Yes, but it's got nux vomica in it too, which is supposed to be an antidote. At any rate, it bucks the heart up by stimulating the nerves so as to counteract the slowing down action of the digitalin. Well, put down Miss Dorland under means with a query mark. Oh, of course, Penberthy has got to go down under means too. He is the one person who could get the stuff without any bother. Right. Means, number 1, Dr. Penberthy. Opportunity, number 1, Dr. Penberthy. Number 2, Miss Dorland. We'll have to put in the servants at Lady Dormer's too, shan't we? Any of them who brought him food or drink, at any rate. Put 'em all in, by all means. They might have been in collusion with Miss Dorland. And how about Lady Dormer herself? Oh, come, Peter, there wouldn't be any sense in that. Why not? She may have been planning revenge on her brother all these years, camouflaging her feelings under a pretense of generosity. It would be rather fun to leave a terrific legacy to somebody you loathed, and then, just when he was feeling nice and grateful and all over coals of fire, poison him to make sure he didn't get it. We simply must have Lady Dormer. Stick her down under opportunity and under motive. I refuse to do more than opportunity and motive. Query. Have it your own way. Well, now, there are our friends, the 2 taxi drivers. I don't think you can be allowed those. It would be awfully hard work poisoning a fare, you know. I'm afraid it would. I say, I've just got a rippin' idea for poisoning a taxi-man, though. You give him a dud half-crown, and when he bites it, he dies of lead poisoning. That one's got whiskers on it. Juggins, you poison the half-crown with prussic acid. Splendid, and he falls down, foaming at the mouth. That's frightfully brilliant. Do you mind giving your attention to the matter in hand? You think we can leave out the taxi drivers, then? I think so. Righto, I'll let you have them. That brings us, I'm sorry to say, to George Fentiman. You've got rather a weakness for George Fentiman, haven't you? Yes, I like old George. He's an awful pig in some ways, but I quite like him. Well, I don't know George, so I shall firmly put him down. Opportunity number 3 he is. He'll have to go down under motive, too, then. Why? What did he stand to gain by Miss Dorland's getting the legacy? Nothing, if he knew about it. But Robert says emphatically that he didn't know. So does George. And if he didn't, don't you see, the General's death meant that he would immediately step into that 2,000 quid which Dougal Max Stewart was being so pressing about. Max Stewart? Oh, yes, the money lender. That's one up to you, Peter. I'd forgotten him. That certainly does put George on the last of the possibles. He was pretty sore about things, too, wasn't he? Very. And I remember his saying one rather unguarded thing, at least, at the club, on the very day of the murder, or rather, the death was discovered. That's in his favor, if anything, said Parker cheerfully, unless he's very reckless indeed. It won't be in his favor with the police, grumbled Wimsey. My dear man. I beg your pardon. I was forgetting for the moment. I'm afraid you are getting a little above your job, Charles. So much intelligence will spell either an assistant commissionership or ostracism, if you aren't careful. I'll chance it. Come on, get on with it. Who else is there? There's Woodward. Nobody could have a better opportunity of tampering with the General's pill boxes. And I suppose his little legacy might have been a motive. Or he may have been in the enemy's pay. Sinister men servants so often are, you know. Look what a boom there have been lately in criminal butlers and thefts by perfect servants. That's a fact. And now how about the people at the Bellona? There's Wetheridge. He's a disagreeable devil, and he has always cast covetous eyes at the General's chair by the fire. I've seen him. Be serious, Peter. I'm perfectly serious. I don't like Wetheridge. He annoys me. And then we mustn't forget to put down Robert. Robert. Why, he's the one person we can definitely cross off. He knew it was to his interest to keep the old man alive. Look at the pains he took to cover up the death. Exactly. He is the most unlikely person, and that is why Sherlock Holmes would suspect him at once. He was, by his own admission, the last person to see General Fentiman alive. Suppose he had a row with the old man and killed him, and then discovered afterwards about the legacy. You're scintillating with good plots today, Peter. If they quarrelled, he might possibly have knocked his grandfather down, though I don't think he'd do such a rotten and unsportsmanlike thing. But he surely wouldn't have poisoned him. Wimsey sighed. There's something in what you say, he admitted. Still, you never know. Now then, is there any name we've thought of which appears in all 3 columns of our list? Nope, not one, but several appear in 2. We'd better start on those, then. Miss Dorland is the most obvious, naturally. And after her, George, don't you think? Yes, I'll have a round-up among all the chemists who may possibly have supplied her with the digitalum. Who's her family doctor? Dunno, that's your pigeon. By the way, I'm supposed to be meeting the girl at a cocoa party or something of the sort tomorrow. Don't pinch her before then if you can help it. No, but it looks to me as though we might need to put a few questions, and I'd like to have a look round Lady Dormer's house. For heaven's sake, don't be flat-footed about it, Charles. Use tact. You can trust your father. And I say you might take me down to the Bellona in a tactful way. I'd like to ask a question or two there. Wimsey groaned. I shall be asked to resign if this goes on. Not that it's much loss, but it would please Wetheridge so much to see the back of me. Never mind, I'll make a Martha of myself. Come on. The entrance of the Bellona Club was filled with an unseemly confusion. Collier was arguing heatedly with a number of men, and 3 or 4 members of the committee stood beside him with brows as black as thunder. As Wimsey entered, one of the intruders caught sight of him with a yelp of joy. "Wimsey, Wimsey, old man, here be a sport, and get us in on this. We've got to have the story some day. You probably know all about it, you old blighter." It was Salcombe Hardy of the Daily Yell, large, untidy, and slightly drunk, as usual. He gazed at Wimsey with childlike blue eyes. Barton of the Banner, red-haired and pugnacious, faced round promptly. "Ah, Wimsey, that's fine. Give us a line on this, can't you? Do explain that if we get a story we'll be good and go." "Good Lord," said Wimsey, "how do these things get into the papers?" "I think it's rather obvious," said Collier acidly. "It wasn't me," said Wimsey. "No, no," put in Hardy. "You mustn't think that. It was my stunt. In fact, I saw the whole show up at the necropolis. I was on a family vault, pretending to be a recording angel." "You would be," said Wimsey. "Just a moment, Collier." He drew the secretary aside. "See here, I'm damned annoyed about this, but it can't be helped. You can't stop these boys when they're after a story. And anyway, it's all got to come out. It's a police affair now. This is Detective Inspector Parker of Scotland Yard." "But what's the matter?" demanded Collier. "Murder's the matter, I'm afraid." "Oh, hell!" "Sorry and all that, but you'd better grin and bear it. Charles, give these fellows as much story as you think they ought to have, and get on with it. And, Salcombe, if you'll call off your tripe hounds, we'll let you have an interview and a set of photographs." "That's the stuff," said Hardy. "I'm sure," agreed Parker pleasantly, "that you lads don't want to get in the way, and I'll tell you all that's advisable. Show us a room, Captain Collier, and I'll send out a statement, and then you'll let us get to work." This was agreed, and a suitable paragraph having been provided by Parker, the Fleet Street gang departed, bearing Wimsey away with them like a captured Sabine maiden to drink in the nearest bar, in the hope of acquiring picturesque details. "But I wish you'd kept out of it, Sally," mourned Peter. "Oh, God," said Salcombe, "nobody loves us. It's a forsaken thing to be a poor bloody reporter." He tossed a lank black lock of hair back from his forehead and wept. Parker's first and most obvious move was to interview Penberthy, whom he caught at Harley Street after surgery hours. "Now, I'm not going to worry you about that certificate, Doctor," he began pleasantly. "We're all liable to make a mistake, and I understand that a death resulting from an overdose of digitalin would look very like a death from heart failure." "It would be a death from heart failure," corrected the doctor patiently. Doctors are weary of explaining that heart failure is not a specific disease like mumps or housemaid's knee. It is this incompatibility of outlook between the medical and the lay mind which involves counsel and medical witnesses in a fog of misunderstanding and mutual irritation. "Just so," said Parker. "Now, General Fentiman had got heart disease already, hadn't he? Is digitalin a thing one takes for heart disease?" "Yes, in certain forms of heart disease, digitalin is a very valuable stimulant." "Stimulant? I thought it was a depressant." "It acts as a stimulant at first. In later stages, it depresses the heart's action." "Oh, I see." Parker did not see very well, since, like most people, he had a vague idea that each drug has one simple effect appropriate to it, and is specifically a cure for something or the other. It first speeds up the heart and then slows it down. Not exactly. It strengthens the heart's action by retarding the beat, so that the cavities can be more completely emptied and the pressure is relieved. We give it in certain cases of valvular disease, under proper safeguards, of course." "Were you giving it to General Fentiman?" "I had given it to him from time to time." "On the afternoon of November 10th. You remember that he came to you in consequence of a heart attack. Did you give him digitalin then?" Dr. Penberthy appeared to hesitate painfully for a moment. Then he turned to his desk and extracted a large book. "I had better be perfectly frank with you," he said. "I did. When he came to me, the feebleness of the heart's action and the extreme difficulty in breathing suggested the urgent necessity of a cardiac stimulant. I gave him a prescription containing a small quantity of digitalin to relieve this condition. Here is the prescription. I will write it out for you." "A small quantity?" repeated Parker. "Quite small, combined with other drugs to counteract the depressing after-effects." "It was not as large as the dose afterwards found in the body?" "Good heavens, no, nothing like. In a case like General Fentiman's, digitalin is a drug to be administered with the greatest caution." "It would not be possible, I suppose, for you to have made a mistake in dispensing? To have given an overdose by error?" "That possibility occurred to me at once, but as soon as I heard Sir James Lubbock's figures, I realized that it was quite out of the question. The dose given was enormous, nearly 2 grains. But to make quite certain, I have had my supply of the drug carefully checked, and it is all accounted for." "Who did that for you?" "My trained nurse. I will let you have the books and chemist's receipts." "Thank you. Did your nurse make up the dose for General Fentiman?" "Oh, no. It is a preparation I always keep by me, ready-made. If you like to see her, she will show it to you." "Thanks very much. Now, when General Fentiman came to see you, he had just had an attack. Could that have been caused by digitalin?" "You mean, had he been poisoned before he came to me? Well, of course, digitalin is rather an uncertain drug." "How long would a big dose like that take to act?" "I should expect it to take effect fairly quickly. In the ordinary way, it would cause sickness and vertigo. But with a powerful cardiac stimulant like digitalin, the chief danger is that any sudden movement, such as springing suddenly to one's feet from a position of repose, is liable to cause sudden syncope and death. I should say that this was what occurred in General Fentiman's case." "And that might have happened at any time after the administration of the dose?" "Just so."
Well, I'm very much obliged to you, Dr. Penberthy. I will just see your dispenser and take copies of the entries in your books, if I may. This done, Parker made his way to Portman Square, still a little hazy in his mind as to the habits of the common foxglove when applied internally, a haziness which was in no way improved by a subsequent consultation of the Materia Medica, Pharmacopoeia, Dixon Man, Taylor, Glaister, and others of those writers who had so kindly and helpfully published their conclusions on toxicology. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quadrille. Mrs. Rushworth, this is Lord Peter Wimsey. Naomi, this is Lord Peter. He's fearfully keen on glands and things, so I've brought him along. And Naomi, do tell me about your news. Who is it? Do I know him? Mrs. Rushworth was a long, untidy woman, with long, untidy hair wound into bell-bushes over her ears. She beamed short-sightedly at Peter. So glad to see you. So very wonderful about glands, isn't it? Dr. Voronoff, you know, and those marvellous old sheep. Such a hope for all of us. Not that dear Walter is specially interested in rejuvenation. Perhaps life is long and difficult enough as it is, don't you think so? So full of problems of one kind and another. And the insurance companies have quite set their faces against it, or so I understand. That's natural, isn't it, when you come to think of it? But the effect on character is so interesting, you know. Are you devoted to young criminals, by any chance? Wimsey said that they presented a very perplexing problem. How very true, so perplexing. And just to think that we have been quite wrong about them all these thousands of years. Flogging and bread and water, you know, and Holy Communion, when what they really needed was a little bit of rabid gland, or something to make them just as good as gold. Quite terrible, isn't it? And all those poor freaks in side-shows, too. Dwarfs and giants, you know, all pineal or pituitary, and they come right again. Though I dare say they make a great deal more money as they are, which throws such a distressing light on unemployment, does it not? Wimsey said that everything had the defects of its qualities. Yes, indeed, agreed Mrs. Rushworth. But I think it is so infinitely more heartening to look at it from the opposite point of view. Everything has the qualities of its defects, too, has it not? It is so important to see these things in their true light. It will be such a joy for Naomi to be able to help dear Walter in this great work. I hope you will feel eager to subscribe to the establishment of the new clinic. Wimsey asked, what new clinic? Oh, hasn't Marjorie told you about it? The new clinic to make everybody good by glands. That is what dear Walter is going to speak about. He is so keen. And so is Naomi. It was such a joy to me when Naomi told me that they were really engaged, you know. Not that her old mother hadn't suspected something, of course, added Mrs. Rushworth archly. But young people are so odd nowadays, and keep their affairs so much to themselves. Wimsey said that he thought both parties were heartily to be congratulated. And indeed, from what he had seen of Naomi Rushworth, he felt that she at least deserved congratulation, for she was a singularly plain girl, with a face like a weasel. You will excuse me if I run off and speak to some of these other people, won't you?
went on Mrs. Rushworth. "I'm sure you will be able to amuse yourself. No doubt you have many friends in my little gathering." Wimsey glanced round, and was about to felicitate himself on knowing nobody, when a familiar face caught his eye. "Why," said he, "there is Dr. Penberthy." "Dear Walter," cried Mrs. Rushworth, turning hurriedly in the direction indicated, "I declare so he is. Ah, well, now we shall be able to begin. He should have been here before, but a doctor's time is never his own." "Penberthy," said Wimsey, half aloud. "Good Lord!" "Very sound man," said a voice beside him. "Don't think the worse of his work from seeing him in this crowd. Beggars in a good cause can't be choosers, as we parsons know too well." Wimsey turned to face a tall, lean man with a handsome, humorous face, whom he recognized as a well-known slum padre. "Father Whittington, isn't it?" "The same. You're Lord Peter Wimsey, I know. We've got an interest in crime in common, haven't we? I'm interested in this glandular theory. It may throw a great light on some of our heart-breaking problems." "Glad to see there's no antagonism between religion and science," said Wimsey. "Of course not. Why should there be? We are all searching for truth." "And all these?" asked Wimsey, indicating the curious crowd with a wave of the hand. "In their way. They mean well. They do what they can, like the woman in the Gospels. And they are surprisingly generous. Here's Penberthy looking for you, I fancy. Well, Dr. Penberthy, I've come, you see, to hear you make mincemeat of original sin." "That's very open-minded of you," said Penberthy, with a rather strained smile. "I hope you are not hostile. We've no quarrel with the Church, you know, if she'll stick to her business and leave us to ours." "My dear man, if you can cure sin with an injection, I shall be only too pleased. Only be sure you don't pump in something worse in the process. You know the parable of the swept and garnished house." "I'll be as careful as I can," said Penberthy. "Excuse me one moment. I say, Wimsey, you've heard all about Lubbock's analysis, I suppose?" "Yes, a bit of a startler, isn't it?" "It's going to make things damnably awkward for me, Wimsey. I wish to God you'd given me a hint at the time. Such a thing never once occurred to me." "Why should it? You were expecting the old boy to pop off from heart, and he did pop off from heart. Nobody could possibly blame you." "Couldn't they? That's all you know about juries. I wouldn't have had this happen just at this moment for a fortune. It couldn't have chosen a more unfortunate time." "It'll blow over, Penberthy. That sort of mistake happens 100 times a week. By the way, I gather I'm to congratulate you. When did this get settled? You've been very quiet about it." "I was starting to tell you up at that infernal exhumation business, only somebody barged in. Yes, thanks very much. We fixed it up, about a fortnight or 3 weeks ago. You have met Naomi?" "Only for a moment, this evening. My friend, Miss Phelps, carried her off to hear all about you." "Oh, yes. Well, you must come along and talk to her. She's a sweet girl, and very intelligent. The old lady's a bit of a trial, I don't mind saying, but her heart's in the right place, and there's no doubt she gets hold of people whom it's very useful to meet." "I didn't know you were such an authority on glands." "I only wish I could afford to be. I've done a certain amount of experimental work under Professor Sligo. It's the science of the future, as they say in the press. There really isn't any doubt about that. It puts biology quite in a new light.
We're on the verge of some really interesting discoveries, no doubt about it. Only what with the anti-vivisectors and the parsons and the other old women, one doesn't make the progress one ought. Oh, Lord, they're waiting for me to begin. See you later. Half a jiff. I really came here. No, dash it, that's rude. But I'd no idea you were the lecturer till I spotted you. I originally came here, that sounds better, to get a look at Miss Dorland of Fentiman fame. But my trusty guide has abandoned me. Do you know Miss Dorland? Can you tell me which she is? I know her to speak to. I haven't seen her this evening. She may not turn up, you know. I thought she was very keen on glands and things. I believe she is, or thinks she is. Anything does for these women, as long as it's new, especially if it's sexual. By the way, I don't intend to be sexual. Bless you for that. Well, possibly Miss Dorland will show up later. Perhaps, but I say, Wimsey, she's in rather a queer position, isn't she? She may not feel inclined to face it. It's all in the papers, you know. Dash it, don't I know it. That inspired tippler, Salcombe Hardy, got hold of it somehow. I think he bribes the cemetery officials to give him advance news of exhumations. He's worth his weight in pound notes to the yell. Cheerio, speak your bit nicely. You don't mind if I'm not in the front row, do you? I always take up a strategic position near the door that leads to the grub. Pemberthy's paper struck Wimsey as being original and well delivered. The subject was not altogether unfamiliar to him, for Wimsey had a number of distinguished scientific friends who found him a good listener. But some of the experiments mentioned were new and the conclusions suggestive. True to his principles, Wimsey made a bolt for the supper-room while polite hands were still applauding. He was not the first, however. A large figure in a hard-worked-looking dress suit was already engaged with a pile of savory sandwiches and a whiskey and soda. It turned at his approach and beamed at him from its liquid, innocent blue eyes. Sally Hardy, never quite drunk and never quite sober, was on the job as usual. He held out the sandwich plate invitingly. "Damn good these are," he said. "What are you doing here?" "What are you, if it comes to that?" asked Wimsey. Hardy laid a fat hand on his sleeve. "Two birds with one stone," he said impressively. "Smart fellow, that Penberthy. Glands are news, you know. He knows it. He'll be one of these fashionable practitioners." Sally repeated this phrase once or twice, as it seemed to have got mixed up with the soda. "Before long. Doing us poor bloody journalists out of a job, like, and—" He mentioned two gentlemen whose signed contributions to popular dailies were a continual source of annoyance to the GMC. "Provided he doesn't damage his reputation over this Fentiman affair," rejoined Wimsey, in a refined shriek which did duty for a whisper amid the noisy stampede which had followed them up to the refreshment table. "Ah, there you are," said Hardy. "Penberthy's news in himself. He's a story, don't you see? We'll have to sit on the fence a bit, of course, till we see which way the cat jumps. I'll have a power about it at the end, mentioning that he attended old Fentiman. Presently we'll be able to work up a little thing on the magazine page about the advisability of a PM in all cases of sudden death. You know, even experienced doctors may be deceived. If he comes off very badly in cross-examination, there can be something about specialists not always being trustworthy. A kind word for the poor downtrodden GP and all that. Anyhow, he is worth a story. Doesn't matter what you say about him, provided you say something. You couldn't do us a little thing about 800 words, could you? About rigor mortis or something?
only make it snappy." "I could not," said Wimsey. "I haven't time, and I don't want the money. Why should I? I'm not a dean or an actress." "No, but your news. You can give me the money if you're so beastly flush. Look here, have you got a line on this case at all? That police friend of yours won't give anything away. I want to get something in before there's an arrest, because after that it's contempt. I suppose it's the girl you're after, isn't it? Can you tell me anything about her?" "No, I came here tonight to get a look at her, but she hasn't turned up. I wish you could dig up her hideous past for me. The Rushworths must know something about her. She used to paint, or something. Can't you get on to that?" Hardy's face lightened up. "Waffles Newton will probably know something," he said. "I'll see what I can dig out. Thanks very much, old man. That's given me an idea. We might get one of her pictures on the back page. The old lady seems to have been a queer old soul. Odd will, wasn't it?" "Oh, I can tell you all about that," said Wimsey. "I thought you probably knew." He gave Hardy the history of Lady Dormer, as he had heard it from Mr. Murbles. The journalist was enthralled. "Great stuff," he said. "That'll get 'em romance there. This'll be a scoop for the Yell. Excuse me, I want to phone it through to 'em before somebody else gets it. Don't hand it out to any of the other fellows." "They can get it from Robert or George Fentiman," warned Wimsey. "Not much they won't," said Salcombe Hardy feelingly. "Robert Fentiman gave old Barton of the Banner such a clip under the ear this morning that he had to go see a dentist. And George has gone down to the Bellona, and they won't let anybody in. I'm all right on this. If there's anything I can do for you, I will, you bet. So long." He faded away. A hand was laid on Peter's arm. "You're neglecting me, shockingly," said Marjorie Phelps. "And I'm frightfully hungry. I've been doing my best to find things out for you." "That's top-hole of you. Look here, come and sit out in the hall. It's quieter. I'll scrounge some grub." He secured a quantity of curious little stuffed buns, 4 petits fours, some dubious claret cup, and some coffee, and brought them with him on a tray, snatched while the waitress's back was turned. "Thanks," said Marjorie. "I deserve all I can get for having talked to Naomi Rushworth. I cannot like that girl. She hints things." "What particularly?" "Well, I started to ask about Anne Dorland. So she said she wasn't coming. So I said, 'Oh, why?' And she said she wasn't well." "Who said?" "Naomi Rushworth said Anne Dorland said she couldn't come because she wasn't well. But she said that was only an excuse, of course." "Who said?" "Naomi said. So I said, was it? And she said yes, she didn't suppose she felt like facing people very much. So I said, I thought you were such friends. So she said, well, we are, but of course Anne always was a little abnormal, you see. So I said that was the first I had heard of it. And she gave me one of her catty looks and said, 'Well, there was Ambrose Ledbury, wasn't there? But of course you had other things to think of then, hadn't you? The little beast. She means Kamsky. And after all, everybody knows how obvious she's made herself over this man Penberthy.' I'm sorry I've got mixed. Well, I was rather fond of Kamsky, and I did almost promise to live with him till I found that his last 3 women had all got fed up with him and left him. And I felt there must be something wrong with a man who continually got left. And I've discovered since that he was a dreadful bully when he dropped that touching lost dog manner of his. So I was well out of it. Still, seeing that Naomi has been going about for the last year nearly, looking at Dr. Penberthy like a female spaniel that thinks it's going to be whipped, I can't see why she need throw Komsky in my face. And as for Ambrose Ledbury, anybody might have been mistaken in him. Who was Ambrose Ledbury? Oh, he was the man who had that studio over Bolter's Mews. Powerfulness was his strong suit, and being above worldly considerations. He was rugged, and wore homespun and painted craggy people in bedrooms, but his color was amazing. He really could paint, and so we could excuse a lot, but he was a professional heartbreaker. He used to gather people up hungrily in his great arms, you know. That's always rather irresistible. But he had no discrimination. It was just a habit, and his affairs never lasted long. But Anne Dorland was really rather overcome, you know. She tried the craggy style herself, but it wasn't at all her line. She hasn't any color sense, so there was nothing to make up for the bad drawing. I thought you said she didn't have any affairs? It wasn't an affair. I expect Ledbury gathered her up at some time or other, when there wasn't anybody else handy. But he did demand good looks for anything serious. He went off to Poland a year ago with a woman called Natasha somebody. After that, Anne Dorland began to chuck painting. The trouble was, she took things seriously. A few little passions would have put her right, but she isn't the sort of person a man can enjoy flirting with. Heavy-handed. I don't think she would have gone on worrying about Ledbury if he hadn't happened to be the one and only episode. Because, as I say, she did make a few efforts, but she couldn't bring 'em off. I see. But that's no reason why Naomi should turn round like that. The fact is, the little brute's so proud of having landed a man and an engagement ring for herself that she's out to patronize everybody else. Oh? Yes. Besides, everything is looked at from dear Walter's point of view now, and naturally Walter isn't feeling very loving towards Anne Dorland. Why not? My dear man, you're being very discreet, aren't you? Naturally, everybody is saying that she did it. Are they? Who else could they think did it? Wimsey realized, indeed, that everybody must be thinking it. He was exceedingly inclined to think it himself. Probably that's why she didn't turn up. Of course it is. She's not a fool. She must know. That's true. Look here, will you do something for me? Something more, I mean. What? From what you say, it looks as though Miss Dorland might find herself rather short of friends in the near future. If she comes to you, I'm not going to spy on her, not if she had poisoned 50 old generals. I don't want you to. But I want you to keep an open mind, and tell me what you think, because I don't want to make a mistake over this, and I'm prejudiced. I want Miss Dorland to be guilty, so I'm very likely to persuade myself she is when she isn't, see? Why do you want her to be guilty? I oughtn't to mention that. Of course, I don't want her found guilty if she isn't, really. All right, I won't ask questions, and I'll try to see Anne, but I won't try to worm anything out of her, that's definite. I'm standing by Anne. My dear girl, said Wimsey, you're not keeping an open mind. You think she did it. Marjorie Phelps flushed. I don't. Why do you think that? Because you're so anxious not to worm anything out of her. Worming couldn't hurt an innocent person. Peter Wimsey, you sit there looking a perfectly well-bred imbecile, and then in the most underhand way you twist people into doing things they ought to blush for. No wonder you detect things. I will not do your worming for you." "Well, if you don't, I shall know your opinion, shan't I?" The girl was silent for a moment. Then she said, "It's all so beastly." "Poisoning is a beastly crime, don't you think?" said Wimsey. He got up quickly. Father Whittington was approaching with Penberthy. "Well," said Lord Peter, "have the altars reeled?" "Dr. Penberthy has just informed me that they haven't a leg to stand on," replied the priest, smiling. "We have been spending a pleasant quarter of an hour abolishing good and evil. Unhappily, I understand his dogma as little as he understands mine, but I exercised myself in Christian humility. I said I was willing to learn." Penberthy laughed. "You don't object, then, to my casting out devils with a syringe," he said, "when they have proved obdurate to prayer and fasting?" "Not at all. Why should I? So long as they are cast out, and provided you are certain of your diagnosis." Penberthy crimsoned, and turned sharply away. "Oh, Lord," said Wimsey, "that was a nasty one. From a Christian priest, too." "What have I said?" cried Father Whittington, much disconcerted. "You have reminded science," said Wimsey, "that only the Pope is infallible." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club, by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Parker plays a hand. "Now, Mrs. Mitchum," said Inspector Parker affably. He was always saying, "Now, Mrs. Somebody," and he always remembered to say it affably. It was part of the routine. The late Lady Dormer's housekeeper bowed frigidly, to indicate that she would submit to questioning. "We want just to get the exact details of every little thing that happened to General Fentiman the day before he was found dead. I am sure you will help us. Do you recollect exactly what time he got here?" "It would be about 3:45, not later. I am sure I could not exactly say to the minute." "Who let him in?" "The footman." "Did you see him then?" "Yes. He was shown into the drawing-room, and I came down to him and brought him upstairs to her ladyship's bedroom." "Did Miss Dorland not see him then?" "No, she was sitting with her ladyship. She sent her excuses by me, and begged General Fentiman to come up." "Did the General seem quite well when you saw him?" "So far as I could say, he seemed well, always bearing in mind that he was a very old gentleman, and he had heard bad news." "He was not bluish about the lips, or breathing very heavily, or anything of that kind?" "Well, going up the stairs tired him rather." "Yes, of course it would." "He stood on the landing for a few minutes to get his breath. I asked him whether he would like to take something, but he said no, he was all right." "Ah, I dare say it would have been a good thing if he had accepted your very wise suggestion, Mrs. Mitchum." "No doubt he knew best," replied the housekeeper primly. She considered that in making observations the policeman was stepping out of his sphere. "And then you showed him in. Did you witness the meeting between himself and Lady Dormer?" "I did not," emphatically. "Miss Dorland got up and said, 'How do you do, General Fentiman?' and shook hands with him, and then I left the room, as it was my place to do." "Just so. Was Miss Dorland alone with Lady Dormer when General Fentiman was announced?" "Oh, no, the nurse was there." "The nurse, yes, of course. Did Miss Dorland and the nurse stay in the room all the time the General was there? No, Miss Dorland came out again in about 5 minutes and came downstairs. She came to me in the housekeeper's room, and she looked rather sad. She said, 'Poor old dears,' just like that." "Did she say any more?" "She said they quarrelled, Mrs. Mitchum, ages and ages ago, when they were quite young, and they've never seen each other since. Of course I was aware of that, having been with her ladyship all these years, and so was Miss Dorland." "I expect it would seem very pitiful to a young lady like Miss Dorland." "No doubt. She is a young lady with feelings, not like some of those you see nowadays." Parker wagged his head sympathetically. "And then?" "Then Miss Dorland went away again, after a little talk with me, and presently Nellie came in. That's the housemaid." "How long after was that?" "Oh, some time. I had just finished my cup of tea, which I have at 4 o'clock. It would be about 1:30. She came to ask for some brandy for the General, as he was feeling badly. The spirits are kept in my room, you see, and I have the key." Parker showed nothing of his special interest in this piece of news. "Did you see the General when you took the brandy?" "I did not take it." Mrs. Mitchum's tone implied that fetching and carrying was not part of her duty. "I sent it by Nellie." "I see. So you did not see the General again before he left?" "No. Miss Dorland informed me later that he had had a heart attack." "I am very much obliged to you, Mrs. Mitchum. Now I should like to ask Nellie a few questions." Mrs. Mitchum touched a bell. A fresh-faced, pleasant-looking girl appeared in answer. "Nellie, this police officer wants you to give him some information about that time General Fentiman came here. You must tell him what he wants to know, but remember he is busy, and don't start your chattering. You can speak to Nellie here, officer." And she sailed out. "A bit stiff, isn't she?" murmured Parker in an awestruck whisper. "She's one of the old-fashioned sort, I don't mind saying," agreed Nellie with a laugh. "She puts the wind up me. Now, Nellie," he took up the old formula, "I hear you were sent to get some brandy for the old gentleman. Who told you about it?" "Why, it was like this. After the General had been with Lady Dormer, getting on for about an hour, the bell rang in her ladyship's room. It was my business to answer that, so I went up, and Nurse Armstrong put her head out and said, 'Get me a drop of brandy, Nellie, quick, and ask Miss Dorland to come here. General Fentiman's rather unwell.' So I went for the brandy to Mrs. Mitchum, and on the way up with it, I knocked at the studio door where Miss Dorland was." "Where's that, Nellie?" "It's a big room on the first floor, built over the kitchen. It used to be a billiard room in the old days, with a glass roof. That's where Miss Dorland does her painting and messing about with bottles and things, and she uses it as a sitting room, too." "Messing about with bottles?" "Well, chemist stuff and things. Ladies have to have their hobbies, you know, not having any work to do. It makes a lot of clear-up." "I'm sure it does. Well, go on, Nellie. I didn't mean to interrupt." "Well, I gave Nurse Armstrong's message, and Miss Dorland said, 'Oh dear, Nellie,' she said, 'poor old gentleman. It's been too much for him. Give me the brandy, I'll take it along, and run along and get Dr. Penberthy on the telephone.' So I gave her the brandy, and she took it upstairs." "Half a moment. Did you see her take it upstairs?" "Well, no, I don't think I actually saw her go up, but I thought she did. But I was going down to the telephone, so I didn't exactly notice." No, why should you? I had to look Dr. Penberthy's number up in the book, of course. There was 2 numbers, and when I got his private house, they told me he was in Harley Street. While I was trying to get the 2nd number, Miss Dorland called over the stairs to me. She said, "Have you got the doctor, Nellie?" And I said, "No, miss, not yet. The doctor's round in Harley Street." And she said, "Oh, well, when you get him, say General Fentiman's had a bad turn, and he's coming round to see him at once." So I said, "Isn't the doctor to come here, miss?" And she said, "No, the General's better now, and he says he would rather go round there. Tell William to get a taxi." So she went back, and just then I got through to the surgery and said to Dr. Penberthy's man to expect General Fentiman at once. And then he came downstairs with Miss Dorland and Nurse Armstrong holding on to him, and he looked mortal bad, poor old gentleman. William, the footman, you know, came in and said he'd got a taxi, and he put General Fentiman into it, and then Miss Dorland and Nurse went upstairs again, and that was the end of it. I see. How long have you been here, Nellie? 3 years, sir. The "sir" was a concession to Parker's nice manners and educated way of speech. Quite the gentleman, as Nellie remarked afterwards to Mrs. Mitchum, who replied, "No, Nellie, gentlemanlike I will not deny, but a policeman is a person, and I will trouble you to remember it." 3 years. That's a long time, as things go nowadays. Is it a comfortable place? Not bad. There's Mrs. Mitchum, of course, but I know how to keep the right side of her. And the old lady, well, she was a real lady in every way. And Miss Dorland? Oh, she gives no trouble, except clearing up after her. But she always speaks nicely, and says please and thank you. I haven't any complaints. Modified rapture, thought Parker. Apparently Anne Dorland had not the knack of inspiring passionate devotion. Not a very lively house, is it, for a young girl like yourself? Dull as ditch water, agreed Nellie frankly. Miss Dorland would have what they called studio parties sometimes, but not at all smart, and nearly all young ladies, artists and such like. And naturally it's been quieter still since Lady Dormer died. Was Miss Dorland very much distressed at her death? Nellie hesitated. She was very sorry, of course. Her ladyship was the only one she had in the world. And then she was worried with all this lawyer's business. Something about the will. I expect you know, sir? Yes, I know about that. Worried, was she? Yes, and that angry you wouldn't believe. There was one day Mr. Pritchard came, I remember particular, because I happened to be dusting the hall at the time, you see, and she was speaking that quick and loud I couldn't help hearing. "I'll fight it for all I'm worth," that was what she said, and something to defraud. What would that be, now? Plot? Suggested Parker. No, a conspiracy, that's it. A conspiracy to defraud. And then I didn't hear any more till Mr. Pritchard came out, and he said to her, "Very well, Miss Dorland, we will make an independent inquiry." And Miss Dorland looked so eager and angry, I was surprised. But it all seemed to wear off like. She hasn't been the same person the last week or so. How do you mean? Well, don't you notice it yourself, sir? She seems so quiet and almost frightened like, as if she'd had a shock. And she cried a dreadful lot. She didn't do that at first. How long has she been so upset? Well, I think it was when all this dreadful business came out about the poor old gentleman being murdered. It is awful, sir, isn't it? Do you think you'll catch the one as did it? "Oh, I expect so," said Parker cheerfully. "That came as a shock to Miss Dorland, did it?" "Well, I should say so. There was a little bit in the paper, you know, sir, about Sir James Lubbock having found out about the poisoning, and when I called Miss Dorland in the morning I took leave to point it out. I said, 'That's a funny thing, miss, isn't it, about General Fentiman being poisoned?' Just like that, I said. And she said, 'Poisoned, Nellie? You must be mistaken.' So I showed her the bits in the paper, and she looked just dreadful." "Well, well," said Parker, "it's a very horrid thing to hear about a person one knows. Anyone would be upset." "Yes, sir, me and Mrs. Mitchum was quite overcome. 'Poor old gentleman,' I said, 'whatever should anybody want to do him in for? He must have gone off his head and made away with himself,' I said. Do you think that was it, sir?" "It's quite possible, of course," said Parker genially. "Cut up about his sister dying like that, don't you think? That's what I said to Mrs. Mitchum. But she said a gentleman like General Fentiman wouldn't make away with himself and leave his affairs in confusion like he did. So I said, was his affairs in confusion, then? And she said, 'They're not your affairs, Nellie, so you needn't be discussing them.' What do you think yourself, sir?" "I don't think anything yet," said Parker, "but you have been very helpful. Now, would you kindly run and ask Miss Dorland if she could spare me a few minutes?" And Dorland received him in the back drawing-room. He thought what an unattractive girl she was, with her sullen manner and gracelessness of form and movement. She sat huddled on one end of the sofa in a black dress which made the worst of her sallow, blotched complexion. She had certainly been crying, Parker thought, and when she spoke to him it was curtly, in a voice roughened and hoarse and curiously lifeless. "I'm sorry to trouble you again," said Parker politely. "You can't help yourself, I suppose." She avoided his eye and lit a fresh cigarette from the stump of the last. "I just want to have any details you can give me about General Fentiman's visit to his sister. Mrs. Mitchum brought him up to her bedroom, I understand." She gave a sulky nod. "You were there?" She made no answer. "Were you with Lady Dormer?" he insisted, rather more sharply. "Yes." "And the nurse was there too?" "Yes." She would not help him at all. "What happened?" "Nothing happened. I took him up to bed and said, 'Auntie, here's General Fentiman.'" "Lady Dormer was conscious then?" "Yes." "Very weak, of course?" "Yes." "Did she say anything?" "She said, 'Arthur,' that's all. And he said, 'Felicity.' And I said, 'You'd like to be alone,' and went out." "Leaving the nurse there?" "I couldn't dictate to the nurse. She had to look after her patient." "Quite so. Did she stay there throughout the interview?" "I haven't the least idea." "Well," said Parker patiently, "you can tell me this. When you went in with the brandy, the nurse was in the bedroom then?" "Yes, she was." "Now, about the brandy. Nellie brought that up to you in the studio, she tells me." "Yes." "Did she come into the studio?" "I don't understand." "Did she come right into the room? Or did she knock at the door, and did you come out to her on the landing?" This roused the girl a little. "Decent servants don't knock at doors," she said with a contemptuous rudeness. "She came in, of course." "I beg your pardon," retorted Parker, stung. "I thought she might have knocked at the door of your private room." "No." "What did she say to you?" Can't you ask her all these questions?" "I have done so, but servants are not always accurate. I should like your corroboration." Parker had himself in hand again now, and spoke pleasantly. "She said that Nurse Armstrong had sent her for some brandy, because General Fentiman was feeling faint, and told her to call me. So I said she had better go and telephone Dr. Penberthy while I took the brandy." All this was muttered hurriedly and in such a low tone that the detective could hardly catch the words. "And then did you take the brandy straight upstairs?" "Yes, of course." "Taking it straight out of Nellie's hands? Or did she put it down on the table or anywhere?" "How the hell should I remember?" Parker disliked a swearing woman, but he tried hard not to let this prejudice him. "You can't remember. At any rate, you know you went straight on up with it. You didn't wait to do anything else." She seemed to pull herself together and make an effort to remember. "If it's so important as that, I think I stopped to turn down something that was boiling." "Boiling? On the fire?" "On the gas ring," she said impatiently. "What sort of thing?" "Oh, nothing. Some stuff." "Tea or cocoa, or something like that, do you mean?" "No, some chemical things," she said, letting the words go reluctantly. "Were you making chemical experiments?" "Yes, I did a bit, just for fun. A hobby, you know. I don't do anything at it now. I took up the brandy." Her anxiety to shelve the subject of chemistry seemed to be conquering her reluctance to get on with the story. "You were making chemical experiments, although Lady Dormer was so ill?" said Parker severely. "It was just to occupy my mind," she muttered. "What was the experiment?" "I don't remember." "You can't remember at all?" "No!" she almost shouted at him. "Never mind. You took the brandy upstairs?" "Yes. At least, it isn't really upstairs. It's all on the same landing, only there are 6 steps up to Auntie's room. Nurse Armstrong met me at the door and said he's better now, and I went in and saw General Fentiman sitting in a chair, looking very queer and grey. He was behind a screen where Auntie couldn't see him, or it would have been a great shock to her. Nurse said I've given him his drops, and I think a little brandy will put him right again. So we gave him the brandy, only a small dose, and after a bit he got less deathly looking and seemed to be breathing better. I told him we were sending for the doctor, and he said he'd rather go round to Harley Street. I thought it was rash, but Nurse Armstrong said he seemed really better, and it would be a mistake to worry him into doing what he didn't want. So I told Nellie to warn the doctor and send William for a taxi. General Fentiman seemed stronger then, so we helped him downstairs, and he went off in the taxi." Out of this spate of words, Parker fixed on the one thing he had not heard before. "What drops were those the nurse gave him?" "His own. He had them in his pocket." "Do you think she could possibly have given him too much? Was the quantity marked on the bottle?" "I haven't the remotest. You'd better ask her." "Yes, I shall want to see her if you will kindly tell me where to find her." "I've got the address upstairs. Is that all you want?" "I should just like, if I may, to see Lady Dormer's room and the studio." "What for?" "It's just a matter of routine. We are under orders to see everything there is to see," replied Parker reassuringly. They went upstairs. A door on the first-floor landing immediately opposite the head of the staircase led into a pleasant, lofty room with old-fashioned bedroom furniture in it. "This is my aunt's room. She wasn't really my aunt, of course, but I called her so." "Quite. Where does that second door lead to?" "That's the dressing-room. Nurse Armstrong slept there while Auntie was ill." Parker glanced into the dressing-room, took in the arrangement of the bedroom, and expressed himself satisfied. She walked past him without acknowledgment, while he held the door open. She was a sturdily built girl, but moved with a languor distressing to watch, slouching, almost aggressively unalluring. "You want to see the studio?" "Please." She led the way down the 6 steps and along a short passage to the room which, as Parker already knew, was built out the back, over the kitchen premises. He mentally calculated the distance as he went. The studio was large and well lit by its glass roof. One end was furnished like a sitting-room, the other was left bare and devoted to what Nellie called mess. A very ugly picture, in Parker's opinion, stood on an easel. Other canvases were stacked round the walls. In one corner was a table covered with American cloth, on which stood a gas ring, protected by a tin plate and a Bunsen burner. "I'll look up that address," said Miss Dorland indifferently. "I've got it here somewhere." She began to rummage in an untidy desk. Parker strolled up to the business end of the room and explored it with eyes, nose, and fingers. The ugly picture on the easel was newly painted. The smell told him that, and the dabs of paint on the palette were still soft and sticky. Work had been done there within the last 2 days, he was sure. The brushes had been stuck at random into a small pot of turpentine. He lifted them out. They were still clogged with paint. The picture itself was a landscape, he thought, roughly drawn and hot and restless in colour. Parker was no judge of art. He would have liked to get Wimsey's opinion. He explored further. The table with the Bunsen burner was bare, but in a cupboard close by he discovered a quantity of chemical apparatus, of the kind he remembered using at school. Everything had been tidily washed and stacked away. Nellie's job, he imagined. There were a number of simple and familiar chemical substances, in jars and packages, occupying a couple of shelves. They would probably have to be analysed, he thought, to see if they were all they seemed. And what useless nonsense it all was, he thought to himself. Anything suspicious would obviously have been destroyed weeks before. Still, there it was. A book in several volumes on the top shelf caught his attention. It was Quain's Dictionary of Medicine. He took down a volume in which he noticed a paper mark. Opening it at the marked place, his eye fell on the words rigor mortis, and a little later on, action of certain poisons. He was about to read more when he heard Miss Dorland's voice just behind him. "That's all nothing," she said. "I don't do any of that muck now. It was just a passing craze. I paint, really. What do you think of this?" She indicated the unpleasant landscape. Parker said it was very good. "Aren't these your work, too?" he asked, indicating the other canvases. "Yes," she said. He turned a few of them to the light, noticing at the same time how dusty they were. Nellie had scamped this bit of work, or perhaps had been told not to touch. Miss Dorland showed a trifle more animation than she had done hitherto while displaying her works. Landscape seemed to be rather a new departure. Most of the canvases were figure studies. Mr. Parker thought that on the whole the artist had done wisely to turn to landscape. He was not well acquainted with the modern school of thought in painting, and had difficulty in expressing his opinion of these curious figures, with their faces like eggs and their limbs like rubber. "That is the Judgment of Paris," said Miss Dorland. "Oh, yes," said Parker. "And this?" "Oh, just a study of a woman dressing. It's not very good. I think this portrait of Mrs. Mitchum is rather decent, though." Parker stared aghast. It might possibly be a symbolic representation of Mrs. Mitchum's character, for it was very hard and spiky. But it looked more like a Dutch doll, with its triangular nose like a sharp-edged block of wood, and its eyes mere dots in an expanse of liver-coloured cheek. "It's not very like her," he said doubtfully. "It's not meant to be." "This seems better. I like this better," said Parker, turning the next picture up hurriedly. "Oh, that's nothing. Just a fancy head." Evidently this picture, the head of a rather cadaverous man with a sinister smile and a slight cast in his eye, was despised, a Philistine backsliding, almost like a human being. It was put away, and Parker tried to concentrate his attention on a Madonna and Child, which, to Parker's simple evangelical mind, seemed an abominable blasphemy. Happily, Miss Dorland soon wearied, even of her paintings, and flung them all back into a corner. "Do you want anything else?" she demanded abruptly. "Here's that address." Parker took it. "Just one more question," he said, looking her hard in the eyes. "Before Lady Dormer died, before General Fentiman came to see her, did you know what provision she had made for him in her will?" The girl stared back at him, and he saw panic come into her eyes. It seemed to flow all over her like a wave. She clenched her hands at her sides, and her miserable eyes dropped beneath his gaze, shifting as though looking for a way out. "Well?" said Parker. "No," she said. "No, of course not. Why should I?" Then, surprisingly, a dull crimson flush flooded her sallow cheeks and ebbed away, leaving her looking like death. "Go away," she said furiously. "You make me sick." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Unpleasantness at the Bellona Club by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Picture cards. "So I've put a man in and had all the things in that cupboard taken away for examination," said Parker. Lord Peter shook his head. "I wish I had been there," he said. "I should have liked to see those paintings. However—" "They might have conveyed something to you," said Parker. "You're artistic. You can come along and look at them any time, of course. But it's the time factor that's worrying me, you know. Supposing she gave the old boy digitalin in his B&S. Why should it wait all that time before working? According to the books, it ought to have pooped off in about an hour's time. It was a biggish dose, according to Lubbock. I know, I think you're up against a snag there. That's why I should have liked to see the pictures." Parker considered this apparent non sequitur for a few moments, and gave it up. "George Fentiman," he began. "Yes," said Wimsey, "George Fentiman. I must be getting emotional in my old age, Charles, for I have an unconquerable dislike to examining the question of George Fentiman's opportunities." "Bar Robert," pursued Parker ruthlessly. "He was the last interested person to see General Fentiman." "Yes. By the way, we have only Robert's unsupported word for what happened in that last interview between him and the old man." "Come, Wimsey, you're not going to pretend that Robert had any interest in his grandfather's dying before Lady Dormer. On the contrary." "No, but he might have had some interest in his dying before he made a will. Those notes on that bit of paper, the larger share was to go to George. That doesn't entirely agree with what Robert said.
And if there was no will, Robert stood to get everything. So he did, but by killing the general then, he made sure of getting nothing at all. That's the awkwardness. Unless he thought Lady Dormer was already dead, but I don't see how he could have thought that. Or unless... Well, unless he gave his grandfather a pill or something to be taken at some future time, and the old boy took it too soon by mistake. That idea of a delayed action pill is the most tiresome thing about this case. It makes almost anything impossible. Including, of course, the theory of its being given to him by Miss Dorland. That's what I'm going to interview the nurse about, the minute I can get hold of her. But we've got away from George. You're right. Let's face George. I don't want to, though. Like the lady in Metterlink, who's running round the table while her husband tries to polish her off with a hatchet, I am not gay. George is the nearest in point of time. In fact, he fits very well in point of time. He parted from General Fentiman at about 6:30, and Robert found Fentiman dead at about 8 o'clock. So, allowing that the stuff was given in a pill, which it would have to be in a taxi, interjected Parker. As you say, in a pill, which would take a bit longer to get working than the same stuff taken in solution, why, then the general might quite well have been able to get to the Bellona and see Robert before collapsing. Very nice, but how did George get the drug? I know that's the first difficulty. And how did he happen to have it on him just at that time? He couldn't possibly have known that General Fentiman would run across him just at that moment. Even if he'd known of his being at Lady Dormer's, he couldn't be expecting him to go from there to Harley Street. He might have been carrying the stuff about with him, waiting for a good opportunity to use it. And when the old man called him up and started jawing him about his conduct and all that, he thought he'd better do the job quick before he was cut out of the will. But why should George be such a fool, then, as to admit he'd never heard about Lady Dormer's will? If he had heard of it, we couldn't possibly suspect him. He'd only to say the general told him about it in the taxi. I suppose it hadn't struck him in that light. Then George is a bigger ass than I took him for. Possibly he is, said Parker dryly. At any rate, I have put a man on to make inquiries at his home. Oh, have you? I say, do you know, I wish I'd left this case alone. What the deuce did it matter if old Fentiman was pushed painlessly off a bit before his time? He was simply indecently ancient. We'll see if you say that in 60 years' time, said Parker. By that time we shall, I hope, be moving in different circles. I shall be in the one devoted to murderers, and you in the much lower and hotter one devoted to those who tempt others to murder them. I wash my hands of this case, Charles. There's nothing for me to do now you have come into it. It bores and it annoys me. Let us talk about something else. Wimsey might wash his hands, but, like Pontius Pilate, he found society irrationally determined to connect him with an irritating and unsatisfactory case. At midnight, the telephone bell rang. He had just gone to bed and cursed it. "Tell them I'm out," he shouted to Bunter, and cursed again on hearing the man assure the unknown caller that he would see whether his lordship had returned. Disobedience in Bunter spelt urgent necessity. "Well?" "It is Mrs. George Fentiman, my lord. She appears to be in great distress. If your lordship wasn't in, I was to beg you to communicate with her as soon as you arrived." "Punk, they're not on the phone." "No, my lord." Did she say what the matter was?
She began by asking if Mr. George Fentiman was here, my lord.
Oh, Hades!
Bunter advanced gently with his master's dressing-gown and slippers. Wimsey thrust himself into them savagely and padded away to the telephone.
Hello?
Is that Lord Peter? Oh, good. The line sighed with relief, a harsh sound, like a death rattle. Do you know where George is?
No idea. Hasn't he come home?
No, and I'm frightened. Some people were here this morning.
The police?
Yes, George, they found something. I can't say it all over the phone, but George went off to Walmsley Hubbard's with the car, and they say he never came back there, and you remember that time he was so funny before and got lost.
Your 6 minutes are up, boomed the voice of the exchange. Will you have another call?
Yes, please. Oh, don't cut us off. Wait, oh, I haven't any more pennies. Lord Peter.
I'll come round at once, said Wimsey with a groan.
Oh, thank you so much.
I say, where's Robert? Your 6 minutes are up, said the voice finally, and the line went dead with a metallic crash. Get me my clothes, said Wimsey bitterly. Give me those loathsome and despicable rags, which I hoped to have put off for ever. Get me a taxi, get me a drink. Macbeth has murdered sleep. Oh, and get me Robert Fentiman first. Major Fentiman was not in town, said Woodward. He had gone back to Richmond again. Wimsey tried to get through to Richmond. After a long time, a female voice, choked with sleep and fury, replied. Major Fentiman had not come home. Major Fentiman kept very late hours. Would she give Major Fentiman a message when he did come in? Indeed, she would not. She had other things to do than stay up all night, answering telephone calls and giving messages to Major Fentiman. This was the second time that night, and she had told the other party that she could not be responsible for telling Major Fentiman this, that, and the other. Would she leave a note for Major Fentiman, asking him to his brother's house at once? Well, now, was it reasonable to expect her to sit up on a bitter cold night writing letters? Of course not, but this was a case of urgent illness. It would be a very great kindness, just that, to go round to his brother's house and say the call came from Lord Peter Wimsey. Who? Lord Peter Wimsey. Very well, sir. I beg your pardon if I was a bit short, but really, you weren't. You snobby old cat, you were infernally long, breathed his lordship inaudibly. He thanked her and rang off. Sheila Fentiman was anxiously waiting for him on the doorstep, so that he was saved the embarrassment of trying to remember which was the right number of rings to give. She clasped his hand eagerly as she drew him in. Oh, it is good of you. I'm so worried. I say, don't make a noise, will you? They complain, you know. She spoke in a harassed whisper. Blast them, let them complain, said Wimsey cheerfully. Why shouldn't you make a row when George is upset? Besides, if we whisper, they'll think we're no better than we ought to be. Now, my child, what's all this? You're as cold as a peshmelba. That won't do. Fire half out. Where's the whiskey? Hush. I'm all right, really. George, you're not all right, nor am I. As George Roby says, this getting up from my warm bed and going into the cold night air doesn't suit me. He flung a generous shovelful of coals on the fire and thrust the poker between the bars. And you've had no grub. No wonder you're feeling awful. 2 places were set at the table, untouched, waiting for George. Wimsey plunged into the kitchen premises, followed by Sheila, uttering agitated remonstrances. He found some disagreeable remnants, a watery stew, cold and sodden, a basin half full of some kind of tinned soup, a chill suet pudding put away on a shelf. Does your woman cook for you? I suppose she does, as you're both out all day. Well, she can't cook, my child. No matter, here's some Bovril. She can't have hurt that. You go and sit down. I will make you some. Mrs. Munns? Blow Mrs. Munns. But I must tell you about George. He looked at her and decided that she really must tell him about George. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bully. One has an ancestral idea that women must be treated like imbeciles in a crisis. Centuries of women and children first, I suppose. Poor devils. Who? The women? Yes. No wonder they sometimes lose their heads. Pushed into corners, told nothing of what's happening, and made to sit quiet and do nothing. Strong men would go dotty in the circs. I suppose that's why we've always grabbed the privilege of rushing about and doing the heroic bits. That's quite true. Give me the kettle. No, I'll do that. You sit down and... take the kettle, fill it, light the gas, put it on, and tell me about George. The trouble, it seemed, had begun at breakfast. Ever since the story of the murder had come out, George had been very nervy and jumpy, and, to Sheila's horror, had started muttering again. Muttering, Wimsey remembered, had formerly been the prelude to one of George's queer fits. These had been a form of shell-shock, and they had generally ended in his going off and wandering about in a distraught manner for several days, sometimes with partial and occasionally with complete temporary loss of memory. There was the time when he had been found dancing naked in a field among a flock of sheep and singing to them. It had been the more ludicrously painful in that George was altogether tone-deaf, so that his singing, though loud, was like a hoarse and rumbling wind in the chimney. Then there was the dreadful time when George had deliberately walked into a bonfire. That was when they had been staying down in the country. George had been badly burnt, and the shock of the pain had brought him round. He never remembered afterwards why he had tried to do these things, and had only the faintest recollection of having done them at all. The next vagary might be even more disconcerting. At any rate, George had been muttering. They were at breakfast that morning when they saw two men coming up the path. Sheila, who sat opposite the window, saw them first, and said carelessly, "Hello, who are these? They look like plainclothes policemen." George took one look, jumped up, and rushed out of the room. She called to him to know what was the matter, but he did not answer. She heard him rummaging in the back room, which was the bedroom. She was going to him when she heard Mr. Munns open the door to the policemen, and then heard them inquiring for George. Mr. Munns ushered them into the front room with a grim face, on which police seemed written in capital letters. George... At this point the kettle boiled. Sheila was taking it off the stove to make the Bovril, when Wimsey became aware of a hand on his coat collar. He looked round into the face of a gentleman who appeared not to have shaved for several days. "Now then," said this apparition, "what's the meaning of this?" "Which," added an indignant voice from the door, "I thought as there was something behind all this talk of the captain being missing. You didn't expect him to be missing, I suppose, ma'am? Oh, dear, no. Nor your gentleman friend neither, sneaking up in a taxi, and you waiting at the door so's Munns and me shouldn't hear. But I'll have you know this is a respectable house. Lord knows who, or whatever you call yourself. More likely one of these low-down confidence fellers, I expect, if the truth was known. With a monocle, too, like that man we was reading about in the News of the World.
And in my kitchen, too, and drinking my Bovril in the middle of the night. The impudence! Not to speak of the goings in and out all day, banging the front door, and that the police come here this morning. You think I didn't know? Up to something, that's what they've been, the pair of them, and the captain, as he says he is, but that's as may be. I dare say he had his reasons for clearing off, and the sooner you goes after him, my fine madam, the better I'll be pleased, I can tell you."
"That's right," said Mr. Munns.
"Oh!" Lord Peter had removed the intrusive hand from his collar with a sharp jerk, which happened to cause anguish out of all proportion to the force used. "I'm glad you've come along," he said. "In fact, I was just going to give you a call. Have you anything to drink in the house, by the way?" "Drink!" cried Mrs. Munns on a high tone. "The impudence! And if I see you, Joe, giving drinks to thieves and worse in the middle of the night in my kitchen, you'll get a piece of my mind. Coming in here bold as brass, and the captain run away, and asking for drink." "Because," said Wimsey, fingering his note-case, "the public houses in this law-abiding neighbourhood are, of course, closed. Otherwise, a bottle of Scotch—" Mr. Munns appeared to hesitate. "Call yourself a man?" said Mrs. Munns. "Of course," said Mr. Munns. "If I was to go in a friendly manner to Jimmy Row at the Dragon, and ask him to give me a bottle of Johnny Walker as a friend to a friend, and provided no money was to pass between him and me, that is—" "A good idea," said Wimsey cordially. Mrs. Munns gave a loud shriek. "The ladies," said Mr. Munns, "get nervous at times." He shrugged his shoulders. "I dare say a drop of Scotch wouldn't do Mrs. Munns's nerve any harm," said Wimsey. "If you dare, Joe Munns," said the landlady, "if you dare to go out at this time of night, hobnobbing with Jimmy Rowe and making a fool of yourself with burglars and such—" Mr. Munns executed a sudden volte-face. "You shut up!" he shouted. "Always sticking your face in where you aren't wanted." "Are you speaking to me?" "Yes, shut up." Mrs. Munns sat down suddenly on a kitchen chair and began to sniff. "I'll just hop round to the Dragon, sir," said Mr. Munns, "before old Jimmy goes to bed, and then we'll go into this here." He departed. Possibly he forgot what he had said about no money passing, or he certainly took the note which Wimsey absent-mindedly held out to him. "Your drink's getting cold," said Wimsey to Sheila. She came across to him. "Can't we get rid of these people?" "In half a jiff. It's no good having a row with them. I'd do it like a shot, only you see, you've got to stay on here for a bit, in case George comes back." "Of course. I'm sorry for all this upset, Mrs. Munns," she added a little stiffly, "but I'm so worried about my husband." "Husband?" snorted Mrs. Munns. "A lot husbands are to worry about. Look at that, Joe. Off he goes to the Dragon, never mind what I say to him. They're dirt, that's what husbands are, the whole pack of 'em, and I don't care what anybody says." "Are they?" said Wimsey. "Well, I'm not one, yet, so you needn't mind what you say to me." "It's the same thing," said the lady viciously. "Husbands and parricides, there's not a halfpenny to choose between 'em. Only parricides aren't respectable, but then they're easier got rid of." "Oh," replied Wimsey. "But I'm not a parricide either. Not Mrs. Fentiman's parricide, at any rate, I assure you. Hallo, here's Joe. Did you get the doings, old man? You did? Good work. Now, Mrs. Munns, have just a spot with us. You'll feel all the better for it. And why shouldn't we go into the sitting-room where it's warmer?" Mrs. Munns complied. "Oh, well," she said, "here's friends all round. But you'll allow it all looked a bit queer now, didn't it?
And the police this morning, asking all those questions, and emptying the dustbin all over the backyard. Whatever did they want with the dustbin? Lord knows. And that Cummins woman looking on all the time over the wall. I can tell you I was vexed. Why, Mrs. Munns, she said, have you been poisoning people? She said. I always told you, she said, you're cooking a do for somebody one of these days. The nasty cat. What a rotten thing to say, said Wimsey sympathetically. Just jealousy, I expect. But what did the police find in the dustbin? Find? Them find anything? I should like to see them find things in my dustbin. The less I see of their interfering ways, the better I'm pleased. I told them so. I said, if you want to come upsetting my dustbin, I said, you'll have to come with a search warrant, I said. That's the law, and they couldn't deny it. They said Mrs. Fentiman had given them leave to look, so I told them Mrs. Fentiman had no leave to give them. It was my dustbin, I told them, not hers. So they went off with a flea in their ear. That's the stuff to give 'em, Mrs. Munns. Not but what I'm respectable. If the police come to me in a right and lawful manner, I'll gladly give them any help they want. I don't want to get into trouble, not for any number of captains. But interference with a free-born woman and no search warrant I will not stand. And they can either come to me in a fitting way, or they can go and whistle for their bottle. What bottle? Asked Wimsey quickly. The bottle they were looking for in my dustbin, what the captain put there after breakfast. Sheila gave a faint cry. What bottle was that, Mrs. Munns? One of them little tablet bottles, said Mrs. Munns. Same as you have standing on the wash-hand stand, Mrs. Fentiman. When I saw the captain smashing it up in the yard with the poker. There now, Primrose, said Mr. Munns. Can't you see as Mrs. Fentiman ain't well? I'm quite all right, said Sheila hastily, pushing away the hair which clung damply to her forehead. What was my husband doing? I saw him, said Mrs. Munns, run out into the backyard. Just after your breakfast it was, because I recollect Munns was letting the officers into the house at the time. Not that I knew then who it was, for if you'll excuse me mentioning of it, I was in the outside lavatory, and that was how I come to see the captain, which ordinarily you can't see the dustbin from the house. My lord, I should say, I suppose, if you really are one. But you meet so many bad characters nowadays that one can't be too careful. On account of the lavatory, standing out, as you may say, and hiding it. Just so, said Wimsey. So when I saw the captain breaking the bottle, as I said, throwing the bits into the dustbin, hallo, I said, that's funny. And when I went to see what it was, I put it in an envelope, thinking, you see, as it might be something poisonous. And the cat, such a dreadful thief as he is, I never can keep him out of the dustbin. And when I came in, I found the police here. So after a bit, I found them poking about in the yard, and I asked them what they were doing there. Such a mess as they made, you never would believe. So they showed me a little cap they'd found, same as it might be off that tablet bottle. Did I know where the rest of it was, they said. And I said, what business had they got with the dustbin at all? So they said, yes, I know, said Wimsey. I think you acted very sensibly, Mrs. Munns. And what did you do with the envelope and things? I kept it, replied Mrs. Munns, nodding her head. I kept it, because, you see, if they did return with a warrant, and I destroyed that bottle, where should I be? Quite right, said Wimsey, with his eye on Sheila. Always keep on the right side of the law, agreed Mr. Munns, and nobody can't interfere with you. That's what I say. I'm a conservative, I am. I don't hold with these socialist games. Have another. "Not just now," said Wimsey, "and we really must not keep you and Mrs. Munns up any longer. But look here. You see, Captain Fentiman had shell shock after the war, and he is liable to do these little odd things at times. Break things up, I mean, and lose his memory and go wandering about. So Mrs. Fentiman is naturally anxious about his not having turned up this evening." "Aye," said Mr. Munns with relish. "I knew a fellow like that. Went clean off his rocker, he did, one night. Smashed up his family with a beetle. A pavior he was by profession, and that's how he came to have a beetle in the house. Pounded 'em to a jelly, he did, his wife and 5 little children, and went off and drownded himself in Regent's Canal. And what's more, when they got him out, he didn't remember a word about it, not one word. So they sent him to, what's that place? Dartmoor? No, Broadmoor, that's it, where Ronnie True went to with his little toys and all." "Shut up, you fool," said Wimsey savagely. "Haven't you got feelings?" demanded his wife. Sheila got up and made a blind effort in the direction of the door. "Come and lie down," said Wimsey. "You're worn out. Hullo, there's Robert, I expect. I left a message for him to come round as soon as he got home." Mr. Munns went to answer the bell. "We'd better get her to bed as quickly as possible," said Wimsey to the landlady. "Have you got such a thing as a hot water bottle?" Mrs. Munns departed to fetch one, and Sheila caught Wimsey's hand. "Can't you get hold of that bottle? Make her give it to you. You can. You can do anything. Make her." "Better not," said Wimsey. "Look suspicious. Look here, Sheila, what is the bottle?" "My heart medicine. I missed it. It's something to do with digitalin." "Oh, Lord," said Wimsey, as Robert came in. "It's all pretty damnable," said Robert. He thumped the fire gloomily. It was burning badly. The lower bars were choked with the ashes of a day and night. "I've been having a talk with Frobisher," he added. "All this talk in the club and the papers. Naturally, he couldn't overlook it." "Was he decent?" "Very decent, but of course I couldn't explain the thing. I'm sending in my papers." Wimsey nodded. Colonel Frobisher could scarcely overlook an attempted fraud, not after things had been said in the papers. "If I'd only let the old man alone. Too late now. He'd have been buried. Nobody would have asked questions." "I didn't want to interfere," said Wimsey, defending himself against the unspoken reproach. "Oh, I know. I'm not blaming you. Money oughtn't to depend on people's deaths. Old people, with no use for their lives. It's a devil of a temptation. Look here, Wimsey, what are we to do about this woman?" "The Munns female?" "Yes, it's the devil and all. She should have got hold of the stuff. If they find out what it's supposed to be, we shall be blackmailed for the rest of our lives." "No," said Wimsey. "I'm sorry, old man, but the police have got to know about it." Robert sprang to his feet. "My God, you wouldn't—" "Sit down, Fentiman. Yes, I must. Don't you see I must? We can't suppress things. It always means trouble. It's not even as though they hadn't got their eye on us already. They're suspicious." "Yes, and why?" burst out Robert violently. "Who put it into their heads? For God's sake, don't start talking about law and justice. Law and justice! You'd sell your best friend for the sake of making a sensational appearance in the witness box. You infernal little police spy." "Chuck that, Fentiman." "I'll not chuck it. You'd go and give away a man to the police when you know perfectly well he isn't responsible, just because you can't afford to be mixed up in anything unpleasant. I know you. Nothing's too dirty for you to meddle in, provided you can pose as the pious little friend of justice. You make me sick." "I tried to keep out of this." You tried. Don't be a blasted hypocrite. You get out of it now and stay out. Do you hear? Yes, but listen a moment. Get out, said Robert. Wimsey stood up. I know how you feel, Fentiman. Don't stand there being righteous and forbearing, you sickening prig. For the last time, are you going to shut up, or are you going to trot round to your police friend and earn the thanks of a grateful country for splitting on George? Get on, which is it to be? You won't do George any good. Never mind that. Are you going to hold your tongue? Be reasonable, Fentiman. Reasonable be damned. Are you going to the police? No shuffling. Yes or no? Yes. You dirty little squirt, said Robert, striking out passionately. Wimsey's return blow got him neatly on the chin and landed him in the waste-paper basket. And now look here, said Wimsey, standing over him, hat and stick in hand. It's no odds to me what you do or say. You think your brother murdered your grandfather. I don't know whether he did or not, but the worst thing you can do for him is to try and destroy evidence. And the worst thing you can possibly do for his wife is to make her a party to anything of this sort. And next time you try smashing anybody's face in, remember to cover up your chin. That's all. I can let myself out. Goodbye. He went round to 12 Great Ormond Street and routed Parker out of bed. Parker listened thoughtfully to what he had to say. I wish we'd stopped Fentiman before he bolted, he said. Yes, why didn't you? Well, Dykes seems to have muffed it, rather. I wasn't there myself, but everything seemed all right. Fentiman looked a bit nervy, but many people do when they're interviewed by police. Think of their hideous pasts, I suppose, and wonder what's coming next. Or else it's just stage fright. He stuck to the same tale he told you, said he was quite sure the old general hadn't taken any pills or anything in the taxi, didn't attempt to pretend he knew anything about Lady Dormer's will. There was nothing to detain him for. He said he had to get to his job in Great Portland Street, so they let him go. Dykes sent a man to follow him up, and he went along to Walmesley Hubbard's all right. Dykes said, might he just have a look round the place before he went? And Mrs. Fentiman said certainly. He didn't expect to find anything, really. Just happened to step into the backyard and saw a bit of broken glass. He then had a look round, and there was the cap of the tablet bottle in the dustbin. Well, then, of course, he started to get interested, and was just having a hunt through the rest of it, when old Mother Mums appeared and said the dustbin was her property. So they had to clear out. But Dykes oughtn't to have let Fentiman go till they'd finished going over the place. He phoned through to Walmesley Hubbard's at once, and heard that Fentiman had arrived, and immediately gone out with a car to visit a prospective customer in Hertz. The fellow who was supposed to be trailing Fentiman got carburetor trouble just beyond St. Albans. By the time he was fixed, he had lost Fentiman. Did Fentiman go to the customer's house? Not he. Disappeared completely. We shall find the car, of course. It's only a matter of time. Yes, said Wimsey. His voice sounded tired and constrained. This alters the look of things a bit, said Parker, doesn't it? Yes. What have you done to your face, old man? Wimsey glanced at the looking-glass and saw that an angry red flush had come up on the cheekbone. Had a bit of a dust-up with Robert, he said. Oh. Parker was aware of a thin veil of hostility drawn between himself and the friend he valued. He knew that for the first time Wimsey was seeing him as the police. Wimsey was ashamed, and his shame made Parker ashamed too.
"You'd better have some breakfast," said Parker. His voice sounded awkward to himself. No, thanks, old man. I'll go home and get a bath and shave." "Oh, right-o." There was a pause. "Well, I'd better be going," said Wimsey. "Oh, yes," said Parker again. "Right-o." Cheerio," said Wimsey at the door. "Cheerio," said Parker. The bedroom door shut. The flat door shut. The front door shut. Parker pulled the telephone towards him and called up Scotland Yard. The atmosphere of his own office was bracing to Parker when he got down there. For one thing, he was taken aside by a friend and congratulated in conspiratorial whispers. "Your promotion's gone through," said the friend. "Dead certainty. The chief's no end pleased. Between you and me, of course. But you've got the chief inspectorship all right. Damn good." Then at 10 o'clock the news came through that the missing Walmsley Hubbard had turned up. It had been abandoned in a remote Hertfordshire lane. 'Twas in perfectly good order, the gear lever in neutral and the tank full of petrol. Evidently Fentiman had left it and wandered away somewhere, but he could not be far off. Parker made the necessary arrangements for combing out the neighbourhood. The bustle and occupation soothed his mind. Guilty or insane, or both, George Fentiman had to be found. It was just a job to be done. The man who had been sent to interview Mrs. Munns, armed this time with a warrant, returned with the fragments of the bottle and tablets. Parker duly passed these along to the police analyst. One of the detectives who was shadowing Miss Dorland rang up to announce that a young woman had come to see her, and that the two had then come out, carrying a suitcase, and driven away in a taxi. Madison, the other detective, was following them. Parker said, "All right, stay where you are for the present," and considered this new development. The telephone rang again. He thought it would be Madison, but it was Wimsey, a determinedly brisk and cheerful Wimsey this time. "I say, Charles, I want something." "What?" "I want to go see Miss Dorland." "You can't. She's gone off somewhere. My man hasn't reported yet." "Oh, well, never mind her. What I really want to see is her studio." "Yes, well, there's no reason why you shouldn't." "Will they let me in?" "Probably not. I'll meet you there, and take you in with me. I was going out anyway. I've got to interview the nurse. We've just got hold of her." "Thanks awfully. Sure you can spare the time?" "Yes, I'd like your opinion." "I'm glad somebody wants it. I'm beginning to feel like a pelican in the wilderness." "Rot. I'll be around in 10 minutes." "Of course," explained Parker as he ushered Wimsey into the studio, "we've taken away all the chemicals and things. There's not much to look at, really." "Well, you can deal best with all that. It's the books and paintings I want to look at." Books, you know, Charles, are like lobster shells. We surround ourselves with 'em, and then we grow out of 'em and leave 'em behind, as evidences of our earlier stages of development." "That's a fact," said Parker. "I've got rows of schoolboy stuff at home. Never touch it now, of course. And W.J. Locke. Read everything he wrote once upon a time. And Le Coeur and Conan Doyle and all that stuff." "And now you read theology. And what else?" "Well, I read Hardy a good bit, and when I'm not too tired, I have a go at Henry James." "The refined self-examinations of the infinitely sophisticated. Well now, let's start with the shelves of the fireplace. Dorothy Richardson, Virginia Woolf, E.B.C. Jones, May Sinclair, Catherine Mansfield. The modern female writers are well represented, aren't they? Galsworthy, yes. No J.D. Beresford, no Wells, no Bennett.
Dear me, quite a row of D.H. Lawrence. I wonder if she read him very often. He pulled down Women in Love at random and slapped the pages open and shut. Not kept very well dusted, are they? But they have been read. Compton Mackenzie, Storm, Jameson. Yes, I see. The medical stuff is over here. Oh, a few textbooks, First Steps in Chemistry. What's that tumbled-down book at the back of the bookcase? Louis Berman, eh? The Personal Equation. And here's Why We Behave Like Human Beings. And Julian Huxley's essays. A determined effort at self-education, what? Girls seem to go in for that sort of thing nowadays. Yes, hardly nice, is it? Hello! What? Over here by the couch. This represents the latest of our lobster shells, I fancy. Austin Freeman. Bless me, she must have ordered him in wholesale. Through the Wall? That's a good text story, Charles. All about the third degree. Isabel Ostrander. 3 Edgar Wallaces. The girl's been indulging in an orgy of crime. I shouldn't wonder, said Parker with emphasis. That fellow Freeman is full of plots about poisonings and wills and survivorship, isn't he? Yes. Wimsey balanced A Silent Witness gently in his hand and laid it down again. This one, for instance, is all about a bloke who murdered somebody and kept him in cold storage till he was ready to dispose of him. It would suit Robert Fentiman. Parker grinned. A bit elaborate for the ordinary criminal, but I dare say people do get ideas out of these books. Like to look at the pictures? They're pretty awful. Don't try to break it gently. Show us the worst at once. Oh, Lord! Well, it gives me a pain, said Parker, but I thought perhaps that was my lack of artistic education. It was your natural good taste. What vile colour, and viler drawing. But nobody cares about drawings nowadays, do they? But there's a difference between the man who can draw and won't draw, and the man who can't draw at all. Go on, let's see the rest. Parker produced them one after the other. Wimsey glanced quickly at each. He had picked up the brush and palette, and was fingering them as he talked. These, he said, are the paintings of a completely untalented person, who is moreover trying to copy the mannerisms of a very advanced school. By the way, you have noticed, of course, that she has been painting within the last few days, but chucked it in sudden disgust. She has left the paints on the palette, and the brushes are still stuck in the turps, turning their ends up and generally ruining themselves. Suggestive, I fancy. Stop a minute. Let's look at that again. Parker had brought forward the head of the sallow, squinting man, which he had mentioned to Wimsey before. Put that on the easel. That's very interesting. The others, you see, are all an effort to imitate other people's art. But this is an effort to imitate nature. Why? It's very bad, but it's meant for somebody, and it's been worked on a lot. Now, what was it made her do that? Well, it wasn't for his beauty, I should think. No, but there must have been a reason. Dante, you may remember, once painted an angel. Do you know the limerick about the old man of Khartoum? What did he do? He kept 2 black sheep in his room. They remind me, he said, of 2 friends who are dead, but I cannot remember of whom. If that reminds you of anything you know, I don't care much for your friends. I never saw an uglier mug. He's not beautiful, but I think the sinister squint is chiefly due to bad drawing. It's very difficult to get eyes looking the same way when you can't draw. Cover up one eye, Charles. Not yours, the portrait's. Parker did so. Wimsey looked again and shook his head. "It escapes me for the moment," he said. "Probably it's nobody I know after all. But whoever it is, surely this room tells you something." "It suggests to me," said Parker, "that the girl's been taking more interest in crimes and chemistry stuff than is altogether healthy in the circumstances." Wimsey looked at him for a moment. "I wish I could think as you do." "What do you think?" demanded Parker impatiently. "No," said Wimsey, "I told you about that George business this morning because glass bottles are facts, and one mustn't conceal facts. But I'm not obliged to tell you what I think." "You don't think, then, that Anne Dorland did the murder?" "I don't know about that, Charles. I came here hoping that this room could tell me the same thing that it told you. But it hasn't. It's told me different. It's told me what I thought all along." "A penny for your thoughts, then," said Parker, trying desperately to keep the conversation on a jocular footing. "Not even 30 pieces of silver," replied Wimsey mournfully. Parker stacked the canvases away without another word. End of chapter 18.